Las Vegas, the final day of action for the ROK Vegas 2023 edition event at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. My name's Andrew Clements. Alongside me will be Emery Leiter, Ron John Eversole, and Alexander Searle will be down on pit lane here throughout the morning for the first of two full shows of 5 divisions of main events. Here we have, of course, kicking things off, one of the wildest classes that we have seen all weekend long, the VLR Juniors going straight to VLR Senior. Mini ROK will follow, Master Shifter, and then the headline class of the morning show will be Pro ROK GP. Before we get underway with main events, though, we'd like to ask that everyone please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. With the national anthem taken care of here, we will be going down to the starting lineup for the biggest class from ROK Vegas 2023. Over 40 drivers on the entry list here. For today's main event, Nick Eggleston was the captain of consistency throughout all 4 heat races, especially surviving a very chaotic final lap of heat number 4 with seemed like about half of the contenders going out of the lane because Stephen Miller, who rolls off in the 4th spot, was slated, it felt like, to lead us to green. But Eggleston, your top qualifier from Thursday afternoon, is ready to take us through with Archer Eversman on the outside of row number 1. Nico Sarfanti's had a pretty good week, slowly chipping away on the black and white GFC. He'll roll off 3rd alongside Miller. Alexander Gonzalez and Isaac Malka will make up row 3. It's an all-Canadian. Row number 4 with Speed Concepts Racing Nathan Dupuis on the inside, Ty Fisher on the outside, and rounding off the top 10, it'll be the RPG Cosmic of Diego Ardiles on the bottom and Keegan Kaminsky to put another GFC in the top 10 on the outside in 10th.
Yeah, going down the rest, so you got Ethan Westcott and Christian Cameron. People that have had a lot of pace this weekend, starting on row number 6. Tyrone Kemper Jr., one of his first national races on the junior platform. He starts in row 7 alongside him, one of the fastest drivers all weekend in the junior categories. It's Oliver Weldon. A couple of different incidents in the heat races, but he's got a lot of pace. Michael McGoy crashed out in his first heat, drove through the field over the course of the next 3 to start 15th. He'll be alongside Eric Doan, and then through the rest of the top 20, Gavin Wardle, Jackson Woney, Mauricio Parada, Toledo, and Gage Korn all rounding out the top 20 in front 10 rows.
A handful of drivers with some work to be done as you get outside of the top 20. It'll be Massimo Valiente and Javier Chaparro on row number 11. Camila Nieto and Lillian Scarborough back on row number 12. Rice Beckman and Bernardo Bernoldi on 25th and 26th starting spots on the grid. Mayor Deanna and Everett Toprak. Max Altman looking to move from the 29th spot on the grid forward alongside Zoquan Holbrook. Pato Gonzalez and Mason Kuhn back on row 16, and Turner Brown, who qualified in the 4th spot, is going to roll from 33rd on the grid. We'll keep our eyes on the number 836 Speed Concepts racing machine because he's got a long way to get to the front. The good news is at least it's a long main event. Jack Small will join it back in the 34th position. A few more drivers will complete the rest of your grid as you look further on down the leaderboard with, of course, Asad Nikadamev, Peyton Anderson, Cameron Simpson, Jensen Burnett with a long run up the leaderboard. Another driver that could very well make a massive jump up the grid, and if they fight enough up front, get there by the end of this 18 minutes plus 2 laps final. KB Ariv and Matias Gonzalez, Peyton Fayan and Kyle Drysdale, Luis Canishiro Gomez, Robert Renderos, Dean Peterson, Selena Simpson, rounding off the 40-plus drivers slated. You can see behind the logos here that we are ready to go because the engines have fired down on the grid. Nick Eggleston on the inside, and that black and orange Ruthless Karting X-Prix there of the inside of row 1. On the outside, of course, one of those four-direction motorsports comp carts, Archer Eversman, who has not made a ton of noise when it comes to winning heat races, but he's been in the mix. And now, for the first time in 3 days, sticker Levanto rubber goes on the carts for everyone. The first class of the 5 main events begins to work its way out onto the circuit here, and it is a very cold morning. We talked about it on the broadcast yesterday. Heavy winds were slated to start last night, and they did, and they have picked up tremendously here, and that will affect the racing, the handling of the carts ever so slightly. These classes were not overly, we got a spinner already there at the back of the field trying to warm up tires, but we already saw yesterday that for the most part, drivers were able to make up a lot of ground on these classes by themselves. They didn't necessarily need a drafting partner to climb up the grid. We get a big headwind, though, down either one of these major straightaways, that's going to go away, and it's going to keep this pack nice and tight all the way through the entire 18 minutes plus 2 laps final.
Yeah, on one hand there's that. On the other hand, I will say, though, when you get really cold conditions like this, as well as the wind and sticker tires as well, that's going to play into how the drivers handle the conditions. I think you're going to see a lot more variance in performance. One of the things that was so cool about the first 4 heats in VLR Junior was just how tight the field was. I mean, not a single driver finished in the top 10 in all 4 heats. And Nick Eggleston, who's on pole, had a total score of 24, which normally that puts you somewhere 6th, 7th, maybe 8th. But with how much attrition and how much parity there was, there's going to be a lot when it comes to figuring out how guys will get through the field. I look at guys like Oliver Weldon coming from outside the top 10, Stephen Miller even from 4th, even Diego Diaz from the back half of the top 10. Those are guys that were probably the quickest on Saturday and Friday, but with the track position and the fact that it's so cold, a lot of different variants compared to where they were on the last time they were on the track yesterday. Could be interesting to see how that plays out from a handling standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see with the conditions so much colder as well, right? With how much of a cooler start to the day it is beyond the wind. You know, we are down in the low 50s, just barely got out of it after morning warm-up. As the field heads down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. On the inside, Nick Eggleston. On the outside, Archer Eversman. Here we go, 40-plus. VLR Juniors in the boxes and green down to turn number 1 as they get underway. 18 minutes plus 2 laps, and look around the outside as there is a massive crash. One driver's up and over half the field. There is a log jam in turn number 1 and 2. My goodness, wow. That is the biggest wreck we have seen all weekend, and there is Ty Fisher with a heavily bent axle. A lot of damage right off the jump here, and I think without question we will be seeing, I mean, I'd be surprised if we don't see a red flag, but right now we're green. Archer Eversman's leading us down the back straightaway for 18 minutes plus 2 laps. It took no time to clean out a ton of cars.
Yeah, there's only 7 cars now that I would say came out completely unscathed without any sort of hiccup from that main crash. So we're going to see, red flag is in the air. We're going to neutralize the grid. And yeah, I mean, a huge crash in turn 1 there.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, they are still trying to get these kids unstuck. I mean, look at the ones that are still stuck over there. Michael McGoy turned around in front of the field. One of the GFCs, I think that might have been Sarfati, maybe turned over on the inside of turn number 1 or 2. Christian Cameron involved. He's standing up out of his cart on the Sodi. And if he's, now again, with the way that unfolded, obviously we didn't get a full lap in, so it'll be a complete restart. I would imagine that the drivers it's hard to necessarily say who all was involved and is supposed to go to the rear, because half the field was involved in that one. So they may just go to the original grid.
Yeah. Usually, in the couple of times I've had this happen, and what I've seen is if there's a crash with 15, 20 carts in it like this was, it's impossible to scramble apart the midfield. And so I think that at the end of the day, you're looking at mainly the top 7 that you know were unscathed. They're going to be upset when they know that they lose so much track condition. But at the end of the day, I think it's best for the whole field to kind of put it back together, and then if there's carts that can't continue because of damage, then they leave an empty grip slot, everyone else slots up spot.
Let's take a look at the replay here of what just transpired down by turn number 1 in slow motion here. Again, you see Sarfati get spun around in front of the field. It collects Gonzalez, and then there's just nowhere to go for everybody. The driver, the driver that went up and over, he actually got back up and out of the cart pretty quickly. It was a slow flip, and then Oliver Weldon there straight into the wall with Fisher and more, but just an instant, as soon as Sarfati got kind of turned in front and he stayed down on the apex, it just, the whole field piled right on in. There was nowhere for anyone to go. As goofy as it looks, it turned out, I mean, with low grip, cold conditions already, with someone getting spun out of the second and third row right on the line and then going offline. We've seen how dusty and dirty the outside part of the racetrack has been, even just maybe going one car width off the inside in turns 1 and 2, guys are nearly hitting the wall. So going all the way out to the 3rd, the 4th lane, the 5th lane, out by the outside barrier, that's no man's land right there. That's gonna just send you right into the outside wall, and I think that's what happened to the few drivers there that pushed the barriers off to the left. So we can take a look at that one more time here and walk you through that one more go round of that crash down at turn number 1. You can see the officials are already starting to begin to set up for the complete restart, and it looks like they are going to at least send a good chunk to the back. So Kaminsky down on the bottom here. Sarfati, it doesn't look like he had a ton of help from Gonzalez. And then, oh, that was Peyton Westcott was the driver up and over.
Yeah, how about Christian Cameron? You're going to see it here. He gets out of the cart. First thing he does is flips Peyton Westcott's cart back over, which, I mean, you have to say that was a good thing, because you don't want a cart pinned on her like that. That's not a particularly safe situation to be in, but certainly, I mean, once you get to the outside there, you can see Ty Fisher tries to get out of it, realizes he's got the bin axle, and I think
Peyton got right back in and fired up and drove away.
I'd love to see the timing and scoring when they first cross. I have a good chance Peyton's in the top 15 just off of that first lap, because there's at least 25 carts there that are just sitting there, and she got there earlier than pretty much all of them.
That is incredible. First of all, we've got our tough guy, or in this case, tough girl award right off the bat given to Peyton Westcott, and then and again a great sportsmanship move from Christian Cameron, because he basically sacrificed his own potential restart spot if they go off of that, where he'd go all the way to the rear instead of maybe trying to get going quicker by helping get that cart off of her. So kudos to Christian Cameron, and our badass of the day's got to go already to Peyton Westcott in the first 30 seconds of on-track action.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, at that point, I have to think her adrenaline just gone through the roof. I mean, first corner, first off, to have it dash like that where you flip in a crash where she had nowhere to go, a lot of those field had nowhere to go, that has to suck. But then to get right back on it, get back in the field, I mean, if that race had gone green, she would have been probably in a good position to possibly get into the top 10 off of that, which is just mind-blowing when you're upside down on that.
Yeah, so now the question becomes, right, where again do we set them up? You can see, obviously, this is why the officials are paid what they are and why we're doing what we're doing, because I would not want to be in this position whatsoever of trying to make the call of where any of these guys are slated to restart. You can see Nico Sarfati over there. He's got his GFC back towards the front, parked where these guys are at the outside of turn number 2. Oliver Weldon there walking around on the outside. But if it goes back off the original lap, if they don't send him to the rear, then it's easy. If they're trying to figure out who goes to the back and what happens from that point, yeah, just a big change. So
yeah, I honestly think at this point, maybe what you do is you have the tops. I believe Everson barely got the position or got through right as they were throwing the red flag. So I mean, it's tough because you have the 6 that went completely unscathed. There's about 5 or 6 from the back of the field that somehow made it through without, and then you just get into the whole melee of Peyton Westcott, the rest of the field. Oliver Weldon's back there as well. There's a lot of guys that got caught up in that how do you can't score them by position on the track because none of them cross the timing line.
Right.
So you kind of have to go back off the starting grid. But my question would be, for the guys that are first through sixth that made it through clear and actually did get through the timing loop, do their timing line, do they get reset back to zero and where they started? Because I look at a guy like Diego Ordiaz, Keegan Kaminsky, they did make up 5-6 spots from that, so they're going to have to go behind people that were notably in the crash.
Right. I mean, and again, how much damage did we just witness there in the first 500 feet totaled up of all those karts combined? I mean, you can see the front end of Sarfati's car, the NASA panel already knocked off to the right-hand side, and the bumper probably caved in a little bit, but I can only imagine the number of axles. We saw the heavily bent axle for Ty Fisher, and that's the other unfortunate part, right? For the guys that didn't get too much damage, it's a fine reset, and they're back in it. But, a heavily bent axle for Ty Fisher, if it's a, restart of the race versus a, go back to the pits and fix everything up, his day's done regardless. It's funny enough, Peyton Westcott flipping has a better chance of finishing this main event than someone that just got spun around and into the wall.
It's insane. And I think really, unfortunate for Ty Fisher, unfortunate for anyone really that got caught up in that, because now, I mean, first off, if you had any sort of damage, you were almost better off just completely aborting the corner.
Okay, all right, so now looking at, they're all firing up, and I think they're going to send them, they might be sending them to the scale line to allow everyone to work and fix the damage, because they're not sending them in any specific order. So I think, there's Westcott, everyone else. So I think they're going to give everybody a mulligan on that one, and then what that would do is then they would move the VLR Juniors back one session or two, and we'd go straight to the VLR Senior main event on the time clock. So this is commonplace. This has been done before in the case of these extreme scenarios of major start crashes. Obviously, you see it a lot more with rain. Poor Ty Fisher. What a rough ride Ty is going to have back to the pit lane.
It looks like the hub there is just full on bent. I think the axle's first off bent about as much as a pretzel.
Yeah.
And I think the left rear hub is...
That's got to be even worse. That's even worse than the Tullio. I mean, look at how much movement you've got there. He's nearly hitting the front side pod and then the back bumper. Yeah, I think in Ty's case here, probably better just to have him hop up and take the recovery vehicle, because he's got a long, slow lap to get over into the scale line as the red flag waves. So this is this is going to be a unfortunate long run here for Ty Fisher. Not a fun place to be, and you can see him bouncing up and down. That's not fun like an inflatable bounce house. That is painful.
No. Yeah, I think at this point he's probably, I guess he thinks if he gets it back, he can maybe get it back going if they somehow change the axle, change the hub in 30-odd minutes. But this is sad to see. I mean, it sucks for Ty. He had a good weekend, moving up from about 25th qualifying, had a couple top 10s in the heats. He was slated to start outside of row 6 or 7, I believe. So for him to crash like that on the opening lap, and it sucks because almost everyone else that was in that logjam is going to be able to start this race.
Yeah.
And Ty didn't do anything really differently than they did. He just kind of got caught up in the middle of a situation where he got thrown into the barriers. They didn't. They were able to slow down, have more forward reaction. That's the danger of starting kind of in those 6th, 7th, 8th rows in these big events, especially on a temporary circuit, because the guys at the front are kind of in the safe zone unless you get turned from there. But in terms of you kind of control your own destiny at the start in that sense. The guys in the middle have guys from behind them possibly turning them, and they have to worry about the stuff in the front, and then the guys that's behind can kind of slow up and at least mitigate the damages. And so in that kind of pile up, the guys that got it worse are the Peyton Westcotts, the Ty Fishers, even someone like Oliver Weldon that got shoved to the wayside, Christian Cameron. Those guys that started inside the top 20 but not quite at the front of the field really put themselves in a dangerous spot there, and there was nothing that they could have done.
Right. Well, I mean, at least now it's fun to watch from the outside for all of us here, because this is crunch time for the mechanics. This is going to be a mad scramble for the allotted time they're going to give these drivers to fix their machines, get back out onto the circuit. Ty Fisher's group going to be already going ahead, probably getting the hub ready to go, getting the cutter out or grinder out so they can cut the axle, get the axle out first and foremost, and then put a new one on in, because they'll probably need to split that one up in at least a couple of pieces. Not to mention anyone else with potentially frame issues. It's going to be a rush to the Tiago table.
I think Thiago, depending on where they slate this, if they put it behind VLR Senior and just like kind of swap them, not much they can do. If they put them at the end of the order, which I've also seen in the past when this happens.
Yeah, they're going all the way to the end of the order. That is the call from this one. That'll give these guys plenty of time. Just got word from Race Control. Junior VLR will now go all the way to the cleanup slot of the lineup. So Junior VLR will now run behind ROK Pro GP. That'll give these guys a lot of time to work. So that's the good news here. Kudos again to the ROK Cup USA officials for making the call, trying to let everyone get everything fixed back up, and that's going to at least give them quite a bit of time, because that'll be about an hour and a half more or less to get through these other 4 main events that we've got. Moves us up now to get set for VLR Senior. That is starting to make its way over to the grid. It also gives us a bit of time here to take a moment and hear from our partners. So we'll step away for now. We will come back with pre-race activity here for VLR Senior in just a few moments.
GetPride.com.
As the grid continues to fill up here with VLR Senior. Here's a look over in the Nash Motorsports camp. Obviously, they had a couple of drivers involved in that one. Alexander Gonzalez, Bernardo Bernoldi. You can see there's team owner Seth Nash, and among the many teams involved in the scramble right now to try and fix all these cars up. The good news is, again, they do have a decent amount of time to be able to get it done, since the VLR Juniors will now go to the tail end of the lineup for today. But there's a look into one of the major teams here this weekend, the Nash Motorsports Group, with unfortunately a lot more work than they were probably planning to have here for the morning group of sessions here today. The VLR Seniors are continuing to roll on in. I know Alexander Searles over there. We'll be seeing if we can track down Peyton Westcott and a handful of the other drivers to make sure they're okay and get a little update from them. In the meantime, when we get set to go here for VLR Senior, let's get set to roll. So let's take you through the starting lineup. Chase Hand having a solid week thus far. He will get set to lead us here to green. Alongside him will be Parker DeLong. The grid just a little bit off. Laurencio Mardan's actually a bit further down on the lineup. Steven Eisert and Jesus Vasquez Jr. will make up row number 2. Then it'll be Ryan Persing and Josh Campbell on row 3. Nate Cicero and Chase Jones on row 4. And Chris Martin and Liam Lech will round off your top 10.
Yeah, Grashton Redzian and Gino Sandoval on row number 6. Wes Duchak and Oliver Calvo on row 7. Weston Soliveria and Dylan Archer on row 8. As we go through the rest of the top 20.
And while we were ready here, now we've got her all ready. Let's go down to pit lane here and hear from the driver involved in that scary flip already. Our badass award of the day to Peyton Westcott. Let's send it down to you here, Alex.
Thank you, Xander Payton. I mean, you were involved in one of the scarier wrecks we've seen all year, and you were kind of the one that got the biggest brunt of it. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm all right, just a little bruised up. I'll be fine.
Yeah, that was one of the more badass things I've seen in quite some time, right? Up and over, flipped it back yourself. You're ready to go racing, right?
Yeah, I was ready to win. Come on.
All right, and yeah, one more thing. Obviously, push to the back of the grid now. You think you are going to have enough time to get your go ready?
Yep, right now we're getting it straightened out, and we're going to be racing soon.
All right, well, good luck out there, Peyton, and glad you're all right.
Thank you.
There you go. Glad to see Peyton Westcott smiling and up and okay here for VLR Junior, the one driver that got set up and onto her head in the very first corner. So hopefully the VLR Seniors are going to get things underway a little bit cleaner. It is, as we were going through the grid there, a little bit smaller, just around the 30 driver mark here for this one versus the 40 plus in VLR Junior. But again, if they get a spin out in the center of the racing line on that second or third row, we're going to see the exact same story play out again.
Yeah, it's one of the dangers of these starts like we were mentioning earlier, and I really do think the one thing about VLR Senior this weekend is there's been a lot less crashing compared to the VLR Junior category. And so I think that's one of the things that you can look forward to. Only a few casualties in each race, and at the front of the field has been mostly clean. But for Chase Hand and Parker DeLong at the front of the field, they've probably been the most consistent among the heats. Jesus Vasquez and Steven Eisert both had a couple of bogey heats here and there, so they're on the second row, but they have had the pace. And then Ryan Persing kind of fell off a little bit pace-wise over the course of the 4 heats. Josh Campbell, on the other hand, picked it up. They'll start together in row 3. So a lot of storylines here, but hopefully we can make it through one corner here. As it's Chase Hand and Parker DeLong getting set to lead the field to the 18-minute plus 2 lap main event here in VLR Senior.
As they come down the front straightaway, Chase Hand on the inside, Parker DeLong on the outside for the main event. Our first one didn't go so well. Can our second one on the timeline, our first green flag here, can it go through turns 1 and 2 nicely? Chase Hand with a good start. The field is going to survive the opening sweeper, but now they got to get through turn number 3 here. This heavy braking zone's got a couple drivers sideways. One's going to go in the wall further back. Little more contact. And, one spun in front of the field. Wow.
Yeah, Chris Martin there from the Sodi in the top 10 there. Out of the race now. Austin Olds in the barrier as well. Pascal Lou's in it as well. So that's a couple of fast guys there getting caught out as we've got a little bit of chaos there. But at the front is Chase Hand leading the field ahead of Steven Eisert, and then a gap back to Ryan Persing in the third spot. Jesus Vasquez with a little bit of a rough start here there. So he's lost a couple spots on those way down.
Yeah, the entire top 10 really had to fan out on that opening lap, and now we've got a major gap from Vasquez Jr. back to Josh Campbell already. Over a second and a half from 6th back to 7th here. But the top 6 together is still good news for that midfield if they don't fight too much, because as long as the leaders go at it, there's plenty of time to get going. Chase Jones going by Campbell there. Oliver Calvo following. Can they start to make some headway? There's Grayson Redzian. Good start for him to the top 10. Here's Calvo on Jones. These guys have been around each other pretty much the entire weekend, passing back and forth in a number of those heat races earlier on. Up front, we got a new leader, though. Steven Eisert's gone by Chase Hand for the top spot as the mid-pack comes to that final corner section. Steven Eisert, your top qualifier from Thursday, leads lap number 2.
Yeah, Steven Eisert, a breakout weekend for him so far. He's into the lead. Chase Hand, though, really has been the comfortable driver who's been up front pretty much every session. Today, though, he's going to have to do a little bit of work as Ryan Persing is bringing the rest of that lead group into the fray. Here comes Parker DeLong, Hand back to the lead. Not going to stay behind Eisert for too long. And that group that was once just a two-man breakaway is now down to the top 6.
Yeah, through turn number 8 here. Chase Hand on the black and white GFC leading, back under fire. Steven Eisert back to the lead in 9. Here comes Persing with a big run towards 12. They're all stacked up. That's good news for the midfield if they begin to fight and defend, and there was a little bit of a fade low by Eisert and Hand to kind of stop the bleeding for Hand and at least kind of keep the lead for Steven. Down the front stretch, does that gap shorten to Calvo's group? It might. Down to the inside goes Hand. They're going to wash out wide. Ryan Persing through to the lead out of turn number 2.
To defend here.
Yeah, Parker DeLong still there. And Cicero and Hand got to collide a little bit. And now Persing.
Whoa,
wow.
That was late on Hand. Vasquez gets the spot either way. They're 3 wide on exit. Eisert and Hand went from leading that group to now 5th and 6th in the span of half a lap. But at the front, Ryan Persing, the first time since heat number 2, up in the lead. He's bringing Parker DeLong with him. And how about Nate Cicero, the highest we've really seen him this week, and he's been kind of in that 5th to 7th range all weekend long, but now in the final, up to 3rd early on in his performance group, Cosmo.
Yeah, Nate Cicero turning up on Sunday. That's exactly what he did when he won the ROK Pro GP main last year, or second in the ROK Pro GP main last year. He was outside the top 10 most of those heat races. Now here in the main for VLR Senior, he's got a great shot at it already. However, with all of that going on, that gap has been cut in half from the leading group of 6 back to Oliver Calvo, Chase Jones and company as they run about 1.1 seconds back from Chase Hand, and more drivers further down in that midfield group going quicker. Gino Sandoval in 12th sets the fast time last time around. This lap's a little bit tidier for the leaders, so that'll open and spread them up, or spread them out a little more. But if we get another kind of 2-lap run of these guys throwing blows back at each other, back and forth, we're going to add a lot of drivers into this lead pack.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is it is a long race too. And we're talking there's still 14 minutes plus 2 laps in the main event, so there's almost double the session length of any of their heats, and it's more than twice the length of their last heat yesterday. So that's a lot of time for these guys to sort it out, and you're already seeing Jesus Vasquez, Eisert, as well as Chase Hand bringing them back together. Calvo, Jones, and Campbell did make a little bit of inroads on that last lap, but they're gonna need a battle, which I think is gonna come here in the next couple laps.
Yeah, as they come out of turn number 9, Cicero closing up just a little bit to DeLong. DeLong kind of checked the gap back, and obviously Persing felt the heat, so he blocked low there in 12. Parker DeLong having to follow him, and that's gonna connect the dots between the two trios. And looking back to Calvo's group, where were their lap times this time? You see 1.1 seconds for him last time back up to 1.2 as Eisert goes by on Vasquez. This will start to close them back in as Eisert throws a little late fade at Jesus Vasquez Jr. there into 3. And Persing, DeLong, Cicero all just back and forth, either defending or opening up, and that's going to slow them all down here.
Yeah, one thing to note, Chase Jones did get by Calvo in that second group, so clearly he thinks he has more pace to lead them, as we see Vasquez going down the inside of Cicero for that 3rd spot. Eisert's going to follow him through, as does Chase Hand. That second group, the 3rd through 5th, or 4th through 6 guys, seem to have the most pace on the track early on here as they're trying to get back down to the race lead, which is still held by Ryan Persing, who now has a few tenths gap here as he was able to pull away from Parker DeLong after all that defending.
Yeah, Ryan Persing with the biggest lead we've seen all race so far at half a second on that Nash Motorsports machine. Chase Jones, good news here for the MPG Motorsports team co-owner and driver. He is now within the drafting window of Nate Cicero, and now he's even closer as Eisert goes to the inside of Vasquez. Vasquez shaking his head there for a second like, well, I don't even know what's going on at this point, or what are we doing? Because now Parker DeLong gets an even bigger jump, and Cicero on Chase Hand. It's it's so tough to gauge whether or not it's worth it to go. As, Chase
Chase
Jones
Jones
into the wall, and he's going to try and keep going with probably some damage. You saw him nosing down the inside of Hand, but I don't think Hand even knew he was there. And as they hit the chicane, Jones, a 360, still going, and Oliver Calvo involved as he's trying to reset his nose cone. His nose cone now has broken the bottom mounting, so it's starting to mess with him a little bit.
This is in some ways kind of reverse deja vu for Oliver Calvo, having a very similar incident with Brandon Lemke a few years ago at this circuit. And in this case now, it's Calvo the one that's going to have to figure out how to drive with a messed up fairing. But in this case, really difficult situation for Chase Hand and for Chase Jones. It looked like Hand did not see Jones coming. Jones had his nose down the inside. They made contact over that curve, and then it shot Jones into the outside wall. So unfortunate for Jones, but I mean, that's what can happen in VLR Senior KAC or 100cc racing in general. It gets really tight, and those fine margins, sometimes you come off worse.
Here's what's crazy about it. Chase Jones is still in 10th right now, having wrecked. And if these guys fight up front again with how long this main is, Chase Jones could pull a crash and win off here. Now, I don't know what the damage looks like for the 954. I would think nosing into the wall like that, especially hitting with the right front tire first, that he's probably bent something in the front end, but we'll keep a tab on where his lap times lie. At the moment, he runs a little bit back from Dustin Salaveria, who had a long run forward to get up to 9th as he's cracked the top 10. And with your updated leaderboard now, this 6-car group is still the same. Calvo's trying to hang on to it with Josh Campbell following him about 7/10 back there in the 7th and 8th positions. As we cross the line, still got 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Parker DeLong wants the lead. He's been pushing for a bit. Now he's going to take it over in turn 1.
Yeah, DeLong to the race lead. I'm paying attention to Oliver Calvo. It seems like his pace is not that bad considering the damage. You see DeLong going defensive. That's going to bring Calvo and Josh Campbell back into the mix here. Jesus Vasquez going to be the first to make a move on Steven Eisert for 3rd. We've seen them go back and forth. Now Cicero to the inside. He gets 1. He's going to go for 2. Not quite able to get underneath Vasquez through the sweepers. Again, DeLong going really defensive. This is going to pack up that first 6, 7, even 8 back to Josh Campbell as they come down heading into turn number 11.
Down into it, into the hairpin. Cicero with a slider there was fully locked up on the brake pedal coming into the corner on the inside as they head onto the front straightaway. Parker DeLong and Ryan Persing have a little lead, but DeLong is going to low line it. He didn't know that they had a gap, and now luckily they still pass for 3rd as Eisert gets the inside of Cicero, but Parker blocking like this, they might have just had a chance to break away, not realizing it was only 1 car behind instead of 7. His low line is going to keep that pack still close, even though they're not working together at all.
Yeah, you can see now Hand and Cicero going hand in hand. We saw Cicero kind of looked like he was trying to trust the guys behind him to push him, knowing that the front 2 were trying to break away, and DeLong was blocking, and that simply did not work out for Nate. Thankfully, only 2 spots lost, and with how much DeLong is blocking, this is going to be a hornet's nest real quick.
Well, I mean, you just got a lot of youth in this lead pack here in VLR Senior. We see that a lot there as Calvo blows turn 12, goes a little bit wide, and Campbell gets underneath them. But the number of drivers in the front pack here under the age of 17 or 18, you got rookies in Steven Eisert, in your race leader, Parker DeLong, in 4th place, Jesus Vasquez. All of these guys are used to, maybe a little bit less of that experience and better spatial awareness that the veteran senior drivers get, like Nate Cicero. So Nate's playing a smart move. It's just not the smart move in this situation against a lot of inexperienced, younger, hungry to just fight for every corner drivers like Parker DeLong, who is parking the bus on the bottom side everywhere he goes. He's got to do that for a lot more laps, and not only can that potentially frustrate the guys behind you and get you moved out of the way, but you're kind of like in a game of poker showing your hand every single corner. And now the guys behind can go, okay, when Parker blocks low, he breaks exactly here because he's doing it the same way every lap, and they can figure out a way to get around you.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where once someone starts to block like that and everyone gets on a blocking train, you're going to be put at a disadvantage if you're not ultra aggressive. And I think that's what you're seeing here. Cicero's been shuffled back, and it's not really because of anything he's doing. It's more so he's just simply not matching the aggression level that these younger guys are doing. And it's an adjustment. I mean, Nate Cicero, in my opinion, was playing the smart game there, and he kind of got shuffled not once but twice. As now Vasquez, underneath his teammate, going to make an opportunistic move on Persing, and he gets it done. Now Eisert to 3rd, and we're going to see Steven Eisert maybe trying to move for 2nd. This is going to break up the group, maybe provide DeLong a little bit of space, but now everyone all the way back down. How about Chase Jones back into the lead group all the way down to 11th, nose to tail. And now we can see them continuing to fight as now Vasquez, Persing, maybe Hand, just the top two going to get underneath Isert in a second.
Yeah, Ryan Persing finally starts to stop the bleeding there and defend a little bit on the low side as Dustin Salavarria and one more tag the wall. Cicero gets put into the barrier, and he's got a bent axle there on the left rear tire. So Nate Cicero now out of the running here as he slows over to turn number 5. Just like you said, wasn't matching the aggression, kept getting shuffled and beaten up, and all of the hungry young drivers here at the front of the field. Steven Isert's been aggressive. Vasquez Jr.'s been decently aggressive. Ryan Persing, for being a driver that's just really starting to roll on the national scene here, has been, I think, pretty conservative all week. I was surprised he didn't get his elbows out more, but I would put my money on anyone that's going to really be able to get creative and get around Parker DeLong, whether it's with or without contact, on the driver in second or the driver in fourth. I think Steven Isert's shown to be really racy here this weekend, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. has been pretty smart about winning a lot of his battles. Let's see what he's got in terms of tricks up his sleeve as this second group starts to close back up again from 5th on back. Chase Jones, just incredible that this guy is still running in the lead pack here in 9th after literally crashing about 5 minutes into the main.
Yeah, I mean, Vasquez, what we've seen from him is he's really opportunistic. He hasn't been necessarily the ultra-aggressive guy like a Parker DeLong in terms of blocking, but what he has done is he's finding those little angles to try to cross over, not opening himself all the way up to the pack, but also giving himself a better line. And I think it might not work the next couple laps, but at some point he will calculate it up on DeLong, trying to signal to his teammate to work, as now we're seeing more swerving back from 6th on back. That's kind of split the group briefly, but I'm interested to see how much longer they take DeLong just completely parking the bus like this.
Yeah, not long at all. There it is, bump and run. Jesus Vasquez Jr. gives the chrome horn to Parker DeLong, and DeLong, if he blocks now, he is going to give the win to Jesus Vasquez. He's got to trust that he's got enough speed to run him back down. Let's see, he's got a little gap now through turn 8. That'll help. Vasquez Jr. through 9, Persing a little narrow, Hand a little narrow. Okay, now we've still got to pack together. For a moment, if DeLong had a driver on his bumper, I think he might have parked it back on the inside and tried to hold on for second and trigger a fight for third, but luckily he got a gap, for our sake at least. Unlucky for Jesus Vasquez Jr. because the bump and run, well, the second half of that phrase is run, and Parker DeLong's going to remember that,
and
there it is, trying to already move him in turn 1.
Well, number 1 of moving someone, if you're going to move them, at least actually move them.
Oh,
He's
there it is.
Try again. Now he's got it. Pays it back. That's going to give Persing the spot almost. He swats back over. And so Vasquez.
Look at Hand around the outside.
Whoa.
Chase Hand to second. What a move there by the GMC.
This is going to be really chaotic here. You can see Parker DeLong completely kind of reset that switch there on Jesus Vasquez. Hand's going to go a bit defensive into 9. That's going to give DeLong a gap. And now you can see Jesus going, hey, we need to move forward. I think he's still got his mind of not letting Parker DeLong win. Is having Oliver Calvo. Fairings off halfway to the side and whatnot, but he's still making moves back into the top 5.
Yeah, Calvo getting going on that Speed Sense Motorsports X-Spree. So Chase Hand now has to run down Parker DeLong. Look how big the train of karts has become with 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, as that's Josh Campbell shuffling Calvo back. Steven Isert with a big send on the inside in 4. Campbell stuck with Oliver Calvo, and Dustin Salavarria's involved in the 922, or Gino Sandoval involved in the 922. Campbell's bumpers destroyed there in the 926. And it was only a matter of time before we had another wreck there. That time it comes at the end of the top 10. It's going to break the group up tremendously. So back towards the front. Look at Wes Duchek picking up some ground here. He's moving forward. So is the 935 right behind him there of one of the RPG Cosmics as Chase Jones. He's now gotten further back away with Dustin Salavarria right there with him. Unfortunate for Gino Sandoval, who was really quick at moving up the boards, but now we're a much smaller pack at the front. Only about 4 really together. Isert in 5th, he got so lucky with that one that it just kind of unfortunately had Calvo get stuck with Campbell, because otherwise Isert, I think he was going to maybe go into the wall.
Yeah, I think Isert there actually kind of had triggered all of that happening with a late move, and it just worked out to where he kind of cleared the space behind them. I mean, if you're Steven Isert, you're kind of thinking you're lucky stars there, but now you just got to move on. And the top 4, I mean, on one hand, it's still a little bit spaced out, but as soon as Parker DeLong comes under fire, you just know he's going to block. It's how he's been doing it all race. And unfortunately for him, I think if Jesus Vasquez gets back up there, it's been established that bump and run is fair game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they've already set the standard here. Does Chase Hand want to get in on it here? We know that DeLong will use them. We know Vasquez will use it. Hand's just going to try the outside. Unfortunately, not going to work. Got out in the dirty part. DeLong released the brake pedal. Vasquez back to him. So the score is 1-1 now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. versus Parker DeLong on rooting each other out of the groove with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Does it get any bit hairier? No, he's just gonna, oh, wow, I thought he was gonna get there. He could not going into turn number 9, and the gap opens back up down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it was a half sin there from Jesus Vasquez. I think he thought for a split second that gap was gonna be open. Decided against it though. Now you get down, you're probably gonna have 4 more laps here at this, just about, depending on where the timer ends up, but certainly is crunch time. And I think the one thing about that is, with the bump and run with someone blocking it 12 laps to go is a lot different than with 2 to go. So DeLong again gonna block. Vasquez with the crossover, he gets it done. Move Jesus Vasquez Jr. back to the lead, and now DeLong is under fire from Chase Hand and from Steven Iser, who's got into 4th.
There we go again. Jesus Vasquez Jr. just picking these guys apart. He has been so good about that this week, of cutting his way up the grid compared to some of his competitors. And now his lead goes to 2 car lengths back to DeLong. Hand, is Iser going to throw it? Yeah, he is. Down the inside. Turn 3, the rookie gets through on Chase Hand in turn number 12. And so Steven Iser into the top 3 here, about a couple car lengths back from DeLong, right in a good spot where he needs to be if he can hold them at bay, because these guys are going to start to go at it. And DeLong, what does he do now as he sees Vasquez go low? He'll follow him down to turn number 4. And, oh, a little bumper there from Chase Hand. Gets alongside DeLong, lets him go. No change.
Yeah, ended up a little bit consequential from a time standpoint, but they'll all stack back together. But what this has done is it's brought 6th and 7th back into it. I mean, how about Chase Jones somehow ending up in a wall in the back half of the track on the early parts of the race? Now has a reasonable shot at a podium, maybe even a win. So great stuff here from Chase Hand. He's come up through the field as well as Dustin Salvaveria as in the top 6. And so now you're seeing what once was a 4-cart battle is now up to 7, as we're going to get almost a 2 to go, but I think they're going to cross the line just in time. So 3 laps of racing left here as Jesus Vasquez continues at the lead of the race.
Yeah, he'll park it down on the inside at this point here. Not a lot of time left, and they know it. Chase Hand with a big crossover. Is he going to get clear? No, he'll have to duck back in. Everyone back on the bottom side. Chase Jones still has a decent gap back to Wes Duchek as he's trying to at least maybe pick off one of these guys. He can go wide while everyone else is going low. Parker DeLong still there on Vasquez. Everyone on the inside. Jones having to really stomp on the brakes, and he can't pull the crossover off because they're all having to brake so early. Wes Duchek has really not been a factor this week on that DR, way back in 8th, but he's about to close up here on the lead pack as we come to the doubles ticks. 2 to go this time. Vasquez Jr. trying to hang on.
Yeah, the biggest thing here, if you're Jesus Vasquez, you cannot overshoot a corner, and you cannot let Parker DeLong beat you to the spot. You do those 2 things, and you're going to be able to win this. As you see down into turn number 3, one guy goes to the top again. It's Chase Hand. There's Iser going to split him. He gets the second. Now he's going to try briefly. Blocks down low. That's going to split the group just a little bit as Chase Jones gets a crossover for 6th there.
Yeah, he'll get around Dustin Salvaveria as over towards turn number 8. Vasquez now has to deal with Steven Isert, who has been one of the more antsy drivers, I would say. Isert's been throwing a lot of aggressive moves. Hasn't necessarily gotten over the limit yet, but he has definitely been willing to send it as they come out of turn number 12. Brian Persing still close, a factor potentially.
How about Nate Cicero's going to join this group too? We're going to have 9 carts. Somehow Cicero's up there, and look at Iser, almost got there. Vasquez able to cover it off last second. It is on here as we get to the final lap in VLR Senior. Down to turn number 3, Jesus Vasquez parking the bus. Hand going to try one more time around the outside, and it doesn't work. And coming into turn number 5, you can see now Jesus Vasquez with a cart length lead aboard this 9-cart trade here, but it's Jesus Vasquez and Steven Iser, the 2 senior rookies, going to fight it out here at the end here for VLR Senior.
Over to turn 9, final time here. 1 major passing zones left for Steven Iser, and he got a good run. He's on the bumper. How bad do you want to win here in the streets of Vegas? Iser looking for the crossover. He's going to get there. We're door to door, going to 13. Vasquez on the inside, sends it there, onto the front straightaway. They're going to drag race. Big run to the inside. Steven Iser wins in Vegas.
Wow, Steven Iser wins. How about Ryan Persing getting a second? Pushed Iser by his teammate there. A little bit of an awkward moment there for the Nash Motorsports boys, but a good 1, 2, 3 finish. All young guys in senior. How about Parker DeLong in 4th as well? The top 4, all young drivers that put on a show right on the edge all weekend long in terms of aggression. But that final was incredible, and congrats to Steven Iser. Won the pole in VLR Senior. At that time, it was like a huge kind of coming out statement for Steven Eisert, but to get the win on Sunday is just that much more special. So huge win for Steven Eisert. He will be celebrating this long into the night, an outstanding race to finish off the first actual final of the day.
Yeah, what a finish there. And again, pucker factor for Ryan Persing, the Nash Motorsports teammate to Jesus Vasquez Jr., pushing his competitor by for the win at the line. And again, cash on the line for, I believe, VLR Senior, Pro ROK GP, and Pro ROK Shifter. So that's a hit to the payday as well.
Yeah, and two guys that somehow ended up in the top 10. Chase Jones finishes up in 5th after the hit in the wall, and Nate Cicero had a bent axle, was half speed for half a lap, and still gets back up to 8th. So insane stuff there. Christian Carrillo, Liam Letchus rounding out your top 10. Down through the rest of the field, Oliver Calvo ends up in 16th after a number of incidents in that final. Josh Campbell with a torn up rear bumper ends up 20th, and the rest of your VLR Senior field. But now we shift our focus from the VLR Seniors down to Micro ROK as we get set to go for what has been a really exciting show so far this weekend, Xander.
Yeah, the mini rockers here with Marco Romero on the inside and Antonio Pizzognanito on the outside are getting set to roll here off the grid. We'll be chatting with a few, but let's take a look on that final lap sector before we go away for a quick break of that last lap around. Again, you can see obviously the white flag coming out here. Vasquez down to the bottom to defend. Played it pretty well. At this point here for Steven Eisert, I was thinking maybe something might happen in 3 or in 4, but it didn't. Chase Hand obviously getting shuffled to the wayside. Here you can see Hand kind of getting shoved a little bit. Cut Chase Jones a big break. He was headed straight for his left rear tire. And then all the way in the back section, obviously, this run over here, turn 8. This is what set it up. Yeah, turn 9, getting this amazing exit, and thankfully Ryan Persing was too far back.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out is the way that Eisert was able to do that, kind of what Vasquez was doing earlier in the race, was he was half a lane higher than Jesus, even though they were both defensive. And what that did, it puts him right on the bumper. That makes the next crossover easier. And then this to the line, I mean, Persing could have chosen either way. I think if you're a guy in the National Motorsports tent, maybe you're seeing one way or the other, but either way, he chose to go with the guy with more momentum, goes for Eisert. Eisert with a great crossover, even after the initial crossover, to kind of get through the S's. We haven't seen someone really pull that off from the outside into turn 12 like he did. So smart move by Eisert. He set himself up and he got the push at the end to get the win.
Heads up, and either way, it's a Californian that pulls off the win in that one. The West Coast boys taking the top 3 spots in VLR Senior. Mini ROK is on grid here, and Marco Romero will lead a sea of Benix and Paralins to the line to go racing here with an RPG, couple of Cosmics thrown in there. The 8 to 12-year-old superstars are one of the 2 cadet classes on the lineup. Comes your way here when we return from Vegas.
GetPride.com.
from Las Vegas as the Mini ROK main event gets set to go green. Marco Romero and Antonio Pizzogno, of course, make up the front row. It's Royce Vega and Martin Jaramillo on row number 2. Row 3 has Fianchi and Cole Medeiros. Row 4, Cameron Marcia, and one of the quickest drivers all week in Troy Ferguson. Alexis Bayarjan, after having a problem at the end of the final heat race, rolls off still safely in the 9th spot. Nico Orbezo on the outside in 10th. Braden Wagner has been in the top 5 for a few moments in the heat race as he rolls off down in 11th. Alongside him is Jaime Garcia. Then it's John McClellan and Luca Popescu on row number 7. Julian Sanchez and Valentino Santillan on row number 8. Callan Berghofer, Declan Dionerine on row 9. Maximilian de Guzman, Efron Campos Ordan on row number 10. In the final few spots, Dylan Lambert, Jack Speth, Abir Kabi, Geronimo Corral, Lorenzo Varela, Blake Diniz, Melville Dos Santos, Edward Kennedy on the final row. 28 drivers in total. I believe Drew Jensen was the scratch on the week here for the Mini ROKers, getting set to go green, Emery.
Yeah, getting set to go here. We've seen Antonio Pizzogno has done a really good job of just kind of neutralizing the effects of the three Binnick drivers kind of racing him, but Marco Romero has been right in tow. They are pretty evenly matched throughout the heats, with Pizzogno ultimately getting the brief edge to end up starting on pole for this final. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is going to be a really fun race here as we get set to go for Mini ROK here. 18 minutes plus 2 laps, by far the longest session of the weekend. We'll see how it all plays out here.
Yeah, here they come into the tram lines. Marco Romero there on the bottom, Antonio Pizzogno on the outside as they roll down the front straightaway in the tram lanes, looking good for the green. Can we get it on the first try by? It's a little early on the punch-off point, but we are underway. Green flag down to turn number 1. And the Mini ROKers roll through the sweeper. Looks pretty good in the front half, and I think we'll take them all over to turn 3.
Yeah, great clean start there. Marco Romero, my apologies, was on pole. He gets to the lead. Royce Vega into P2. Again, a Binnick 1-2 as you see a little bit of shuffling back through the rest of the grid. Oh, one car gets over
Jaime
top
Garcia
there.
on the Super Tune Parallel up and over and spun. And one of the GFCs, not sure if it was Wagner or Sanchez, stalled it coming out of turn 3 as well. So that also kind of fanned the field out. But out of turn number 9, a Binnick 1-2 here. Romero, Vega, Pizzogno on the way down the back straightaway.
Yeah, 1-2 for Binnick. You see them all shuffling back through the rest of the grid. One of the Binnicks there going down the inside. That's Troy Ferguson for about 10th behind Cameron Marcia. He's going to get the job done there. And now you can see all of that battling. Now, coming to end of lap number 1, Royce Vega wants the lead, and he's going to get it over his teammate Marco Romero into turn 1. Vega, he didn't quite get it clear there, but he does through turn 2.
No, Martin Jaramillo slams the outside wall in turn number 2. Heavy damage there to the U-Race Parallel, and his hands on his head. Thankfully, he is okay. That was a whiplash level wreck coming out of the sweeper. So we lose 1 out of the top 5. Fianchi should inherit 4th, and he does. And Vega takes us to turn 9.
Yeah, Royce Vega now in control. That's a really unfortunate event there for Martin Jaramillo. He did so well to recover from a bad qualifying effort to get himself into the top 5 for this. But now Antonio Pizzogno to the inside of Marco Romero. Move him up to 2nd. He splits up the 2 Binnicks, and he's going to bring Fianchi into the mix as well as Alexis Bayarjan as well. Yeah,
Bayarjan moving forward. Troy Ferguson moving forward. Cameron Marcia to 7th, Medeiros 8th, Popescu 9th, John McClellan picking up a few to 10th as Pizzogno gets down the inside and clear for the lead. Marco Romero back to 2nd, Vegas still 3rd as they exit out of turn number 4.
Yeah, move Antonio Pizzogno back to the race lead. This is what he's been comfortable with all weekend long, is out in front of the 2 Binnicks and whoever else is in the mix as well. And how about Fianchi? Has joined the mix. He's going to go for 3rd here on Royce Vega to the inside as we see Romero back to the lead. Vega, Fianchi all getting into it. Alexis Bayarjan into the mix as well. And now Pizzogno is going to go down to 4th. Vega down to 5th. And it looks like we've got Alex on the grid with the recap of your VLR Senior, guys. Alex?
Thank you, Emery. Steven, maiden win in the senior class, and what a way to do it, right? It was a dogfight from start to finish. From your eyes, first and foremost, describe that race to me if you can.
Yeah, nobody really worked with each other that whole time. It was blocking every lap or passing, one of the two. And yeah, I don't even know what to say. It was a good race. Crawled our way back up from 10th, I think, and yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned crawling way back up from 10th, right? Mentally, right? How do you kind of readjust your mindset after falling back a few spots, knowing you have the pace to win it?
Yeah, we had the pace from the start, but nobody really wanted to work with me. So just put my head down and, yeah, I just got in the position to win it.
Yeah, one more thing here, right? First win in senior at a pretty big event like this, right? Emotions got to be high. Describe them to me.
Yeah, I've never won a race like this, so it feels good. Again, I don't even know what to say. Like, it's a great win, especially momentum for next year since we can't run the Supernats. But yeah, it's a big confidence boost for me.
All right, well, Steven Iser, understandably very speechless, but yeah, congratulations on the win, Steven.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. There's Steven Iser, like he said, just no words there, and I wouldn't have much either with the way that he had pulled that one off. Through the midfield here, bit of fighting going on with Bayarjan and Cameron Marcia going side by side. Up front, Fion She's taking over the lead from Vega and Pizzonia Nito, and Romero under fire, back to the 6th or 7th spot now as they come out of turn number 12. A lot of time still left here in this Mini ROK main as the yellow flag waves down at turn 1. Let's go back down to pit lane for more. Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Jesus Vasquez, I don't want to put salt in the wound here, right? Because you were by far maybe one of the quickest guys. You led the most laps out there all until the last corner. Walk me through that final lap.
Yeah, you know, I was blocking and I felt like I was doing a pretty good job, you know. He tried over-undering me in the last hairpin, didn't quite get it, and then we were coming to the straightaway. And I tried going all the way out to get the best run, then blocking. Couldn't really do much about it. He just drafted by me because Ryan and Steve, they were bumping. Yeah, but I think it's a good result for my dad, you know. He has the top 3 guys with the engines. So, yeah, not much we could have done, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm going to ask pretty much the entire class the same question, but try to navigate me through exactly how that race unfolded.
Yeah, you know, it was rough. I feel like there was a lot of racing that, you know, didn't really need to happen. Like, you know, like the guys would get away, but then I would get past even though like we were catching them, and I just felt like it was like, you know, too much.
All right, well, congratulations on a podium anyways, Jesus.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
There you can see it, obviously dejected Jesus Vasquez Jr. after a less than fun probably race that he had to get through. Let's go down for one more here while we continue to wait for the packs to subside. Out of turn number 12, Fion Shi continues to lead over Royce Vega and Antonio Pizzonia Nito. A much calmer and smarter race playing out so far in Mini ROK. Troy Ferguson 6th, Alexis Bayarjan in 5th. Or Troy Ferguson 4th, Alexis Bayarjan in 5th, and Cameron Marcia back in the 6th spot, a little bit ways away. But lots of drafting going on here as the pack has split up. And so we'll wait to see if it comes back together and we get some more side-by-side racing. Well, we go side-by-side down to Alex for one more chat here on the pit lane.
Thanks, Xander. Ryan Persing, I mean, maiden national podium in the senior category. Got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, it feels great. It feels great to be on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, kind of describe the race to me, right? Because all weekend long, you've had the pace, been thereabouts in the top 5. Sometimes got bullied around a little bit as the new kid on the block, but nonetheless, podium, right?
So in the first heats, I realized that people aren't going to race me how I wanted to race. So I had to adapt throughout the time. And after I realized that I have to race dirty as the other people will race me, I learned that and I took that to the main and I took it to 2nd place. I mean,
yeah, and you know, one last thing, right? Drag race to the line, you got your teammate on one side, Iser in front of you. Not a lot you could have done there, right?
no, there wasn't a lot, but I was going to try to take every position that I could get, and I saw Iser had the better run, so I went behind Iser and I got 2nd.
Well, there you go, Ryan Persing, 2nd place finish, maiden podium in the senior category. Back to you, Xander.
There you go. Probably it seemed like he was even a little more fired up than Steven was for the win. But to Persing's credit, he was 100% right, at least on kind of getting out-aggressed or, you know, out-driven a little bit on the aggression level through the heat races and tried to turn it up here in the main. Did a little better and ends up with a runner-up result. As they head out of turns 13 and 14 and we go down the front straightaway, the Mini ROK field is getting tighter and tighter together. Fion Shi leading, but Troy Ferguson is a rocket ship right now as he's gone around Pizzonia Nito, and by himself he's caught up to the top 2 as they head down to turn 3.
Yeah, you can see there that Royce Vegas saw that coming, realized he had to make the move to get through to P1. He brings Ferguson with him, and it's now back to being a Binik 1-2 as we send it back down to Alex for more recap of that intense VLR Senior race.
Thanks, Emery. Here with the guy who probably was got the brunt of a lot of it there, right, Chase? The pace was there, the fastest we've seen you all weekend. Just a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the race was going to be super long, so, you know, my mindset was just being patient and, you know, avoid the carnage. We actually found some speed overnight. We made the chassis a lot better, engine a lot better. You know, did a ton of effort throughout the weekend, and can't thank my guys enough. You know, Matt Race, Billy, MPG Motorsports Race Factory, even all the guys at the shop. But yeah, the race was hectic to say the least. Fell back, ended up catching the lead pack, and you know, me and Chase Hand kind of had, I think, a little bit of a racing incident on the backside. Got shoved in the barrier, did a full 360, backed it into the wall, somehow kept going. Don't know how that happened, but you know, to be able to regain to the lead pack, you know, was pretty exciting, but also, you know, I didn't think we were going to be able to get there after that. So the whole package really shows, you know, all the speed we had, and unfortunately we're a few spots short, but, you know, a win and 5th this year isn't too bad, and we'll come back swinging again next year.
All right, good job, Chase.
All right, thank you guys, man.
Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, as you can hear, Chase Jones, last year's winner in VLR Senior, this year a top 5 result, and to do that at least after a crash is still impressive. Another guy who had a crash and still drove back into the top 10 was Nate Cicero. He's standing by as well.
Thank you, Xander. Nate, I mean, I'm still going to call you Mr. Rock the Rio because you seem to always have pace when it matters most. Just unfortunately, the luck wasn't there this time around.
Yeah, I just got to thank Rawson Performance Group. You know, we had an absolute rocket of a kart that race. I got put in the wall twice. We were running up in 3rd, then fell back a little bit, got put in the wall, went back probably 15th or lower, came back to the front group, got put in the wall again, and still managed to get back to the front group in the on the last lap there, and ended up 7th. But yeah, super disappointed about the result, but at the same time, you know, we found the pace. Kart was amazing. Even with damage, we were running super fast. So, you know, maybe next year we'll come back and get in VLR, but we got one more class to go in the GP, and we'll see if we can find our magic pace on Sunday again and hopefully get up there.
Yeah, you mentioned ROK GP, right? The pace is good in VLR Senior. Can we expect a similar result there in ROK GP, just without the wrecks?
I hope so. I hope so. I think we can get up there. I feel like I was driving pretty good that race, so do the same in the GP, and we'll see what kind of car we have on us.
All right, good luck in the ROK GP, Nate.
Thank you.
There you go from Nate Cicero here. Back up front, the battling has finally begun as we are past the halfway mark in the Mini ROK main. Antonio Pizzogno, your new leader. Fianchy's been shuffled back. Troy Ferguson is 3rd. Alexis Bayarjan and Cameron Marcia make it a 6-kart party here for the lead down to turns 1 and 2. And we've seen Pizzogno and Marco Romero especially get after it, but Vega and Ferguson still teammates. I don't think they've been as much of the aggressor as Pizzogno and Romero have with each other, and I think that's a big part of the reason why, even though it's still Benek versus Orsolone like we've seen this week, a much tamer battle to this point for the lead.
Yeah, certainly. We saw Fianchy get up there for a little bit, his first lap slot of the weekend. We've seen really all of these guys outside of Pizzogno and Romero get into it, but be very kind of cordial with each other, kind of giving themselves a space, not really passing back and forth, kind of more so giving each other a lap or two to lead, and then deciding, hey, do I want to pass this guy or work with them? And so that's interesting to see. But one thing that is also interesting is Marco Romero got shuffled all the way back to the back half of the top 10. And he's kind of stuck now. He's over 4 seconds back from the lead group. He's losing half of a second per lap. This is a guy that all weekend long was in the top 3 almost every single lap, and now he looks like he's under fire really to just even keep it in the top 10. So not sure, maybe some damage from the opening lap or two from Marco, or maybe they just simply missed the setup. But regardless, unfortunate as he's now lost another spot now, all the way down to 8th. This has been a nightmare race for Marco Romero, who has his 2 teammates up at the front of the field continuing to battle, but it's now really just not turned out for him. He's now behind Julian Sanchez as well. So he lost another spot. He's got over 5 seconds to the lead group. It's just not going to happen here on Sunday for Marco.
No, he needs a lot of that VLR Senior action to bring him back into the mix, and I just don't think he's going to get it. All these guys playing very smart at this point, to their credit as well. I mean, they're even starting to inch away from Bayarjan and Marcia at the back of that group and could drop them down to 4 cars again. Marcia and Bayarjan, I don't know, maybe about a half tenth to a full tenth a lap slower when they're just running on pace. When they shuffle the lead, they're quick enough and close enough they can kind of get back up to them, but they haven't been able to break in, as there's one driver that's pounded the wall out of turn number 3 as well. Not sure who we lost there, but Romero and Sanchez were dueling a little bit, as well as John McClellan, so that might have come out of that second grouping. Down the back we go still though for Pizzonianito and the green and black Orsolone Parolin. It is just clear racetrack ahead of him with 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, right now this seems like a little bit of patience, but as I say that, you can see Royce Vega and Troy Ferguson going to the inside. They're going to get a 1-2, make it back to a Bennett 1-2. Pizzonianito has an easy space to slot into third, and he's immediately going to go straight back on the attack. Pizzonianito up to second. He does not want to stay behind for too long, and he's going to now block. That's going to allow the 5th and 6th place guys, Alexis Bellejon as well as Cameron March, to get right back in the mix. So those two, again, maybe not quite the pace that they need to run all the way at the front, but in a race like this where you know it's going to get defensive as Ferguson goes down the inside, you don't need all that right pace. You just need to be close enough.
Down the backstretch here, everyone trying to pick the right lane. She on the inside of Pizzonianito by Arjan, going to get through. Marcia trying as well. He will not. He'll slot back into 6th as Pizzonianito takes us onto the front straightaway. Royce Vega with a decent size lead back to Troy Ferguson there at the end of the lap. So nearly half a second back to the Bennett teammate. Not out of the woods, but at least he can put some laps together here. As Pizzonianito trying the inside on by Arjan, not going to happen. And now Marcia pulls up to the bumper over to turn number 5.
Yeah, Pizzonianito again gets shuffled back, immediately looks for the pass. That time was not there. He's got time. I think that's the key point. He's got over 3 minutes plus 2 laps. You know Ferguson's had the pace all race on to close in. We're already seeing it now. He's pulled away from Fionchi, if anything, really. So Troy Ferguson, I feel like, has the fastest kart in this group alongside Antonio Pizzonianito, but it's going to come down to just kart placement. Right now, these front two now have enough of a gap that if they wanted to, they could simplify the battle quite a bit here as Vega leads another lap. Ferguson's right on his bumper now, though, and we'll see if Troy Ferguson's going to work with his teammate.
Yeah, he's got the potential right now, and I'm sure the Bennett guys on the fence line are saying, hey, Pizzonianito, who's been the only one to really hang with you guys, and as well as Fionchi, are a little ways back. If you two stick together, I think we're going to be able to get away. So out of turn number 5, with Pizzonianito now finally getting around by Arjan, a little gap up to Fionchi. So as they go over to turn 8, with no one hooked up for 3rd, no one really hooked up 4th, 5th, and 6th, if Ferguson can really make up some ground on Vega and push him, they might be able to split off from the 6-car group, but they are disconnected right now, which is not where they need to be.
Yeah, I think the thing for Ferguson is he doesn't necessarily have to get all the way away, but at least enough to where they can battle for half of the last lap without having to worry about defending against the group. That's kind of the goal if you're Troy Ferguson, because he's quicker than Fionchi. You can see that he's getting an extra 10th or so every single time, and it's just working out as he continues to stay on the bumper of Royce Vega.
Yeah, as they head over to turn at number 5 right here down to the infield and the left-hander, Vega still leading, Ferguson closing up, and then a little gap back to Fionchi through the chicane. Now in the infield section here with 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That VLR Senior race was the last lap every single lap. This mini ROK race has been the typical kind of main event we see out of a draft class. You have the first stage of the race where there's a lot of shuffling in the first few minutes. Then the pack splits up inevitably off one botched move, off a crash or something. You get to the middle of the race and it becomes a pace-based race. Everyone lines up, a few passes here and there, but for the most part, you're just running in a train. And now, when exactly does it open up to the defending and the all-out battling for the final stage of the event? I guess now. Turn 3, Ferguson to the inside and clear.
Yeah, Troy Ferguson makes sure he gets done before you get to 2 to go, and it's one of the toughest things about these timed races when you don't have the time in front of you is it's hard to really gauge exactly how many laps are left. So if you're Ferguson, you want to get the job done before they start blocking, because especially around this place, it is so hard to make a move once they run the defensive line. I mean, we saw it in the VLR Senior. Yes, Iser was able to make the move, but it took every bit of those last laps to get it done. And now Vega does not want to sit in second for long. The 2 Bennicks are going to fight. That's going to bring the rest of the pack back in as Antonio Pizzonianito's gone back into 3rd. And now the 3 fastest karts that are left in this lead pack are back to 1st, 2nd, and 3rd as we get down to 3 laps of racing to go. It's a 6-car breakaway, and we'll see what happens here now as Ferguson has a little bit of breathing room coming down into turn number 3.
Yeah, just a little bit back, and on the flip side, not a lot of breathing room for Royce Vega back to Antonio Pizzonianito through turn number 5. Out of the corner here, over to the infield section. Troy Ferguson continues that lead, but now Vega with a great exit through the infield. He pulls back away from Nito. back up to Ferguson, over to 9. This time by will hit 2 laps to go as the timer hits 0. Down the front straightaway here, 2 to go as they head for turn number 1. It is Troy Ferguson, Royce Vega a car length back. Can Vega get back to him here by 3? This is where Ferguson's been a little better. Coming out of that infield hairpin, then going over here to turn number 5. Out of this section, I would say the advantage probably goes more to the way of Troy Ferguson than I would go, splitting the Bennix up. I would say the advantage out of turn number 5 more to the hand of Royce Vega than to Troy Ferguson, just because of the launch he gets and then how good he is through that section. But Ferguson better for sure out of the super low speed turn 3, the super low speed turn 9. That launch he pulls away is massive as Bayarjan takes over 4th here from Fianchi, and we're headed to the white flag, Emery. Troy Ferguson still looking good.
Yeah, it looks like Ferguson just is able to pull out just enough, and I think Vega's cart has gotten a little bit tight on him, maybe bouncing just a little bit, biting up a little bit, but Ferguson's still going to go defensive, and that's going to open it up for Royce Vega on the final lap. He could not quite get the crossover set up, but now it's a blocking race, and that opens up as now Vega even lower tries to get down on Ferguson. They're side by side. Pizzonia Nito's going to get in as well, and Troy Ferguson hangs on through turns 5, 6, and 7 up towards the long sweeper now. This is going to get interesting here. Ferguson's going to have to defend against Vega. They all go to the low side. Vega gets the bumper, and they're side by side coming into turn 11 with Royce Vega to the inside, but Ferguson hanging on.
Ferguson all the way low here. Bayarjan opens up. Marcia opens up. Look at Alexis Bayarjan. He'll get all the way to 2nd. Marcia's going to go side by side for 3rd. Coming down to the line. Troy Ferguson trying to hang on. Bayarjan with a run. Not enough though. Ferguson wins in Vegas. Bayarjan, Vega, Marcia ends up in 4th. Antonio Pizzonia Nito down to 5th, and Fianchi down to 6th. But Troy Ferguson just so good out of those 2 slow corners. And of course the main one, that run he gets out of turn number 12, it put him, even though he was defending, enough speed still to keep Alexis Bayarjan at bay. What a run here. Troy Ferguson, one of the fastest drivers all week long. Didn't have the best luck through the heat. Starts 8th, pulls off the main event win here in Mini Rock.
Yeah, great effort from Troy Ferguson. Again, those slow speed corners that protected him. It meant that he was able to overcome a crossover attempt from Vega. And Troy Ferguson, after a weekend where he had a mechanical failure in Heat 3, looked like he was going to have to start decently far back in the field, gets himself to the front, and wins ahead of Alexis Bayarjan, another driver that issues in the heat with a crash. Royce Vega in 3rd, Cameron Marcia 4th, Antonio Pizzonia Nito 5th, Fianchi 6th, Marco Romero with a rough effort to 7th after having so much pace all weekend long. And that completes the rest of your Mini Rock race, as now we get set to go for the Master Shifter category. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. has looked dominant so far this weekend, Xander.
Yeah, as Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Didn't get every hole shot, he at least did get every single race win. And now we're seeing him change up and decide to elect the inside lane. That's the first time he's gone for it. He won all of the heat races, picked the outside lane every single time to start on the cleaner side of the racetrack. But for the main, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. obviously either feeling like there's more grip on the inside or just wanted to switch things up on Jordan Musser, has decided to go to the driver's right, the dirtier side, but the shorter run to the apex at turn number 1, and he's put Musser on the outside lane.
Yeah, it's definitely a trade-off. I think Pizzonia Jr. really looks comfortable on the outside in at least 2 of the heats, but he also had 2 bad heat races as well in terms of the start. So I think the inside line's a safer line because you might not get the whole shot, but you'll at least slot in the second, whereas if you don't get a good start off the line from the outside lane, you might fall back to 3rd or 4th just off of the lack of grip and the lack of traction on the lack of track positioning on the outside as opposed to the grip and traction advantage that you have. So it's kind of a trade-off. Pizzonia Jr. decided to go to the inside. I think we'll see later in the day Kyle Wick will like the inside, whereas Danny Formal preferred the outside throughout the weekend. So it's interesting to see the strategy. I think both Musser and Pizzonia have been evenly matched on the starts, and it's just about trying to figure out what best suits them.
Yeah, it's just a surprise to see them change what suits them on, or at least what suits Pizzonia here on Sunday, right? I mean, you think you'd want to stay in your comfort zone. Well, he's not won every single hole shot from the outside, at least he knows what that side of the track is like. You know, you wouldn't want to throw yourself off on game day after, you know, doing something that at least you worked on all the way through the week. But, you know, if we're looking just off hole shots, it didn't really matter for him too much. He was still racy enough. He knew he had enough time in all the heat races, even the fourth and final shortened heat race that they had to get to the lead. So whether or not he gets the hole shot when he's got an extra 10 minutes to play with, maybe not as important. And so at that point, you know, switch it up, run the bottom. If he gets you off the line, he gets you off the line. And could be dissecting it a bit much for that reason, because truth be told, while the field's been relatively close to Antonio, he still had a leg up on speed in every single session to this point. The only change is just that they're on new tires, so maybe on stickers they'll be a little bit closer to him, but it hasn't even mattered whether he's gotten the whole shot or not.
Yeah, and that could be actually another thing that would favor the inside line that I didn't really consider. This is the first start they're having on sticker tires, and usually when you go against the inside line, it's because of the lack of traction, because the inside is the dirtier part of the track, the outside is the cleaner side. But that can be mitigated a bit by having fresh sticker tires, that maybe you kind of offset that lack of traction with the new tire rubber that will give you an advantage, certainly compared to what they saw earlier in the weekend. So I don't know. That's something I had not really considered, but I think with the new tires, maybe that shifts it back towards the inside just a little bit more as we get set to go, and they get set to go off the grid here for their final race of the weekend. Again, 18 minutes, 2 laps, the distance in these shifter races. That is a long race, a lot of load, both physically and on the carts. I think you're going to see a lot of changes over the course of the race, and we'll see. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. has had the match on the field on the shorter distances, but maybe with a longer distance, we know he's really aggressive on the brakes. We know he likes to swing the rear tires out there. That could play a factor in how he races this one, as Jordan Musser lines up alongside him. Row 2, Jose Montalvo, Lozano, and Jonathan Vitolo on row number 2. Scott Pressey and Lucas Scouter in row 3. Ron White and Marcin Quada in row 4. Patrick O'Neill and Francesco Vassallo in row 5. David Jones, Renee and Martinelli Diaz in row 6. Martinelli, one to watch with a lot of pace this weekend and through the rest of your Master Shifter grid. So again, one full warm-up lap, then we'll send them around, get set to go for the starting action. So this should be a pretty interesting start to watch. Again, different sides for the front two. We've seen Pizzonia Jr. start on the outside every single start so far this weekend, and we've seen Jordan Musser start on the inside every start. Well, now that gets flipped. You've got Jose Montalvo on row number 2. He showed a lot of pace there in that third heat, or the fourth heat, and for a while looked like he could have challenged both Musser and Pizzonia before ultimately falling off. Jonathan Vitolo should be one to watch as well. He had the incident in the fourth heat, but still, with the amount of parity in the middle field of this pack, was able to start himself in the 4th slot for this main event. So it's pretty an exciting race here as we get set to go. I really do think that this is going to come down to just how well they can manage the tire, because we've seen Antonio Pizzonia on sheer pace has not been matched all weekend long, but when it comes down to it, if his tires fall off, then that opens the door for Jordan Musser, who has not been that far away, only a tenth or two off over the course of the weekend. So getting the tires warmed here, again, it's a cool day here in Las Vegas. A lot of wind, that will have impacted the tire warm just a little bit. You see Pizzonia getting set to go in his grid slot. They're taking it reasonably fast for it being a shifter start, knowing that you want to keep the temperatures in the tires. There you can see Montalvo getting into the line behind him, as well as Jonathan Vitolo in that second row. And so as we get set to go for the start, still filing out the rest of the grid. It's going to be an exciting one here. 18 minutes, 2 laps of distance. Musser and Pizzonia have been on the front row all weekend long. Now they switch it up, getting the last couple guys on the grid slot as we get set to go, Xander.
The Master Shifters here lined up as race director Chuck Yoder is ready to fire them off. Pro ROK GP on deck here. And again, we still have that crazy VLR Junior main to roll afterwards as we go to the lights here for the final time this weekend. And ROK Shifter Master, who gets the jump off the line? Pizzonia versus Musser. And it's Pizzonia by a nose there into turn number 1, but what a start from Jonathan Vitolo.
Yeah, Jonathan Vitolo used the grip from the outside really well. He gets into second ahead of Musser. Musser immediately going to try down the inside, can't make anything happen, and it's going to stack everyone up behind him. And so now Pizzonia already with a 4-car length lead, and Jonathan Vitolo, the last time we saw him was in the barriers in heat number 4. Now he's going to have an opportunity here to see if he can do anything about Antonio Pizzonia, but already a big gap for Antonio Pizzonia as we see Ron White looking for a move coming down into turn number 9.
Yeah, down the back straightaway here. Jordan Musser still on Vitolo, but such a big lead already opening up for Pisonia was bad news for the rest of the field. This could be a long slaughter at this point if that lead continues. Here's Musser for second, trying on Vitolo. Vitolo hanging tough on the outside, keeps him crowded tight, holds the spot. Musser has to hang back there in third.
Yeah, Musser's going to have to get creative here because Vitolo does not want to give him that spot. Here we go into turn 5. Gonna try it, not quite clear. They're gonna go side by side down towards the sweeper, and I think Vitolo's got it for now, although Musser's gonna go down through the sweeper inside. Vitolo's still trying to hang on, but this time Musser, the track position, the grip, gets him the job done into P2, but now he's got a mountain to climb if he wants to get back up to Antonio Pisonia.
Yeah, that's a big gap here already, with considering that maybe in a couple of the heat races, Musser seemed to be close to Pisonia pace-wise, maybe only a half tenth or tenth off. At best, he's been even, and he's got to find a way to make up 2.2 seconds because Antonio, so good right now on cold tires and a cold racetrack. It's just been incredible to watch, and that lead is opening up even more so here. Already half a lap with Musser out in front. It's not coming down at all. Jordan Musser needs to find a new gear or maybe bank on Antonio fading off here in the later stages of this long main event.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest strength that Antonio Pisonia has had that we've seen so far. Is early in races, he lights the tires up. I think it's because of his aggressive inputs, which coincidentally might come back to hurt him a little bit more in the later stages of the race, but the amount of temperature he generates under braking and under turning. I mean, that time, Musser, though, did close the gap just a little bit, and Pisonia off to a nice start. 2.1 seconds the gap now as Musser gained about half a tenth that time through.
Yeah, he did gain just a little, but half a tenth, it's going to be borderline. He need to do that every single lap, and he would arrive probably right in the final couple laps of this race. That would mean he need to be perfect, and that's banking again on Pisonia not finding more speed at the same time. Let's check out this battle back here. This is just outside of the top 5 and looking in for Ronnie White there on the black and orange CRG on the bumper of the Burrell of Luis Gautier, and he gets through in turn number 12. Ron White up into the top 5. Remember, that's a guy who was hovering the top 4 most of the heat races, but a crash in one of them had him starting deeper in the field, so he's already picked off a handful. Good start to the main event for Ronnie White as the battle for third looked like it was about to heat up with Montalto closing on Vitolo, but he had a little bobble there, kind of missed the shift coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, Musser again that last time, a little bit less than 2 tenths slower or quicker than Antonio Pisonia. I think at this rate, it's not so much that he's going to be able to catch him as much as it is he's got to stay consistent, because if he doesn't stay consistent, at some point Pisonia's going to crank in a couple fast ones and expand that lead back out. So he has got to do this kind of pace up on a little bit more every single lap, as we see this time through another one again, loses a tenth, and that suddenly changes it. Now, instead of needing a tenth every lap, you need a tenth and a half to 2 tenths, which is a lot more difficult to do time after time after time. As now we have an interview down on the grid with Rajan. Take it away, Rajan.
It's down here with Alexis Gaujeron. I tell you what, Alexis, what an absolute amazing race you had today. And also, too, you found out right there at the end that somebody ahead of you ended up with a penalty, and you end up the champion. Tell us about your race.
At the last corner, everybody's going to the inside, and I just go at the outside. So I crisscross everybody, and I finished second. But you say the first got a pushback, so I win.
Did you have anybody you wanted to thank for this week?
My family, PSL Karting, B-Rail, my, I would say this in English, my supporter, and yeah.
All right, well, congratulations. Your American champion happens to be a young Canadian. Alexis, congratulations. Have a great day.
That was something I have to give credit to the viewers here for those a little bit confused. By Arjan, obviously we saw him end up second, but what happened to Alexis was that Troy Ferguson had a bumper penalty. A pushback penalty has removed the win from Troy Ferguson, and Alexis Bayarjan, I don't know if he knew that or if he was just so stoked to be in second with the way that he got it, because he pumped his fist across the line there in that mini rock main. But I guess Ferguson, that pushback penalty, at least if it stands, is going to knock him off the podium.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Troy Ferguson and everything, right? But how about Alexis Bayarjan? I mean, again, kind of been in that 5th, 6th range all weekend long. Did not quite have the outright pace that we saw from Pisonia or from Royce Vega or Marco Romero. But at the end of the day, in the main event, gets himself in that lead group, makes a couple good passes, the switch back out of turn 11, like he mentioned, put himself in the position to finish second. And again, you never know when someone has a bumper penalty or a penalty, although having said that, he might have known that he did have a penalty, and that's why he celebrated.
Yeah, either way, Alexis Bayarjan, congratulations. The Canadian gets the win here at ROK Vegas 2023. Back to the focus that we're shifted here on in this one. A little bit of a battle forming back for Rene Martinelli versus Scott Presti. Good Florida buddies going at it for that 7th position. That's the only battle you can really look at on the racetrack, as 2nd, 3rd, 4th, there's 5th and 6th, Luis Gautier. Presti under a little bit of pressure from Rene Martinelli, who has been into the top 5 a couple of moments, a couple of laps through the heat races, maybe not super consistently there, but I think he's got a little more speed than Presti. So let's see if anything comes from this here, headed down the front straightaway. While they battle, we've also got Alexander Searle down on pit lane with some of our ROK GP Pro drivers. Let's go to him.
Thank you, Xander. Mateus, first and foremost, your little mini companion there, Alexis, got a pretty solid podium for you. You seem more pumped for him than you were at your heat races. What is it about this kid that makes him so special?
Yeah, for sure. He did a great final. He ended up winning the final after the first one, got a bumper penalty. Really happy for the kid, really happy for all the team. I see the work they put in, all the effort, everyone working so hard to make this happen. So it makes me really proud to see my teammates, especially the little guys, win. So it's really good, not just for me, but for all the team. So yeah, really happy for him.
Yeah, and shifting my focus now to the feature race coming up very shortly, right? You've been the guy to beat all weekend long, the benchmark, should I speak. But how did warm-up go for you, and how do you expect these colder conditions to kind of shake up the grid a little bit?
Well, yesterday has been a great day since the beginning, so really happy. Today we did the warm-up. Warm-up is more to see if everything is okay to go for the final, so I made sure I just finished the warm-up with everything feeling good. So yeah, great feeling, good warm-up, so now we go into the finals.
Yeah, and after warm-up, how different, if at all, does the track feel compared to yesterday, right? Much cooler temperatures today.
Feels colder. I think slides more for everyone, but now it's starting to warm up again, so I think we'll be kind of similar yesterday's third heat, more or less. So yeah, yesterday we had a good pace. I assume we have the good pace today as well.
Good luck, Mateus.
Thank you.
That's the guy with the target on his back in Pro ROK GP, just like Antonio Pizzonia. 4 heat wins from the Poland qualifying for Mateusz Morgado. We've seen a few drivers get closer to him as the weekends progress, but nobody has been able to keep him out of the lead for more than about 2 laps.
Yeah, certainly Mateus has looked really good consistently throughout the race, and you can see that he hasn't been really under pressure at any given point. He's always had at least 2 to 3 kart lengths on the field at any given time. Now this weekend he has Blake Nash and Frankie Mustin, probably the 2 most consistent competitors, lined up in 2nd and 3rd. They're both going to be, I would say, the biggest stretch of the early part. But how about Harley Keeble? Had the penalty in the heat race to set him back a little bit, but now he gets to start on the 2nd row. He'll have all the chance to show the pace that we've seen at various points. So it's not home free yet for Mateus, but certainly he's looked really good so far this weekend.
Out of the final turn down the front stretch for Pizzonia, back to the Master Shifters. It is just a dominating run here with a great whole shot start that was much needed to kind of ease him into it. Out of turn number 4 and 5, and now we're just past halfway. 8.5 minutes plus 2 laps remain here, and not much left to really chat too much on. Jose Montalto was on the bumper of Jonathan Vitolo early. He's faded back to 4th. Vitolo still 3rd, and through the rest of the grid, everyone split around a 2nd or so, with the exception of Martinelli and Scott Presti. They are still nose to tail, just kind of running almost as a tag team in 7th and 8th, but they haven't traded the spot yet. Martinelli, you would think you get in within a 10th or so, you're going to be close enough to make a move on Scott Presti, but he hasn't been able to do that one just yet.
Yeah, not quite yet for Martinelli. It is tough to pass in Shifter, to be fair. This track in particular, you don't have too many passing zones. It's pretty easy to defend against, even in the single speed classes. So I think that's one of those things that we're seeing Martinelli maybe not willing to risk it for a 7th place, not going to throw everything at the vendors to try to get that last spot. But, it is what it is. It's still equal pace. I'm sure at some point he'll find some way to get around him. I mean, because he clearly has a little bit more pace in him than Presti does. But at the front, I mean, Pizzonia has been able to click off laps that are about equal to what Muster's doing, which is all he needs to do. It also shows Jordan Muster, I mean, he's been consistent, but it's a different level to close in the gap compared to just maintaining it, and we're seeing that right now. Had Muster not gone shovel back on the start, not lost that 2.5, 2 seconds in the opening couple laps, he might have a shot as finally Martinelli gets his way through coming into turn number 1.
Yeah, it took him long enough, right? He was stalking his prey for about over half the race. Martinelli, 7th now. Presti back to 8th with 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And he's already starting to pull quickly away from him. Jordan Musser last time was 0.2 better than Antonio Pizzonia. Then Pizzonia still owns the best lap overall in the session, but it went from 2.5 back down to 2.3 seconds. So if Antonio Pizzonia slows down any more, Muster might get there. That lap, they even back out, stays at 2.3.
Yeah, and they're running pretty good pace. So Pizzonia's fastest lap of the race is 42.0. Yes, it's on new tires, but that's only about a 10th or so off of what we saw, a 10th to 2/10 off of what we saw the Pro Shifter guys doing all day yesterday. And again, 2 or 3 heat cycles on them, but still good effort from Pizzonia Junior. But one guy that is looking for a good effort after starting outside the top 5 this all weekend is Ryan Norberg. And he's talking with Alex down on the grid. Alex?
Thanks, Emery. Ryan, it's been an up and down weekend, mainly kind of down for you, right, compared to what we normally expected to see from you throughout the year. But colder day today, cold for you from Orlando, right? Just like me, I'm pretty cold well. But how did warm-up go for you, and how do you expect it to affect kind of the feature race coming up shortly?
Well, we made some changes in the warm-up, and I think it was positive. I mean, overall, it was just a better direction to go, and we know a little bit more where to go, so we change in that way. And so, yeah, ideally it helps us in the race. Right now, we have the speed. It's just we got to try and then hopefully, the leaders don't get so far ahead. So, yeah, overall, I mean, we're just looking to try and get out clean on the start and chase our way down.
Yeah, from what you learned in warm-up and even yesterday's heat races, right, long race, one of the longest feature races we have all year long. Do you guys think you have what it takes to go up there and challenge Morgado up front?
Yeah, of course. I think we do a really good job on our tire wear, but sometimes the gap is just too much. So that's what it's going to come down to is if the gap's not enough, like not that big, we should be all right. But if the gap's insurmountable, it's going to be really difficult for us to make that up. So, yeah, ideally it's just clean start and then we go after it.
All right, good luck, Ryan.
Thank you, man.
Ryan Norberg, a Florida native here, definitely not used to the 50 degrees and 20 to 30 mile an hour winds we're getting out here in the desert. But he's been here before. He's been in this exact position 1 year ago when he came back through the grid to win the main event after being a non-factor all weekend at ROK Vegas 2022. So definitely possible for Flying Ryan, Mr. 8-time, to pull one off. And we saw him start to get some speed at the end of the day yesterday. But like you said, the whole field's got to make sure they keep Mateus Morgado within striking distance. Let's go back down to pit lane for a little bit more here as we get set for the Pro ROK GP main and close in on the final few stages of this Master Shifter ROK main event.
Thanks, guys. Blake Nash rolling off on the front row of the grid. It's been a pretty solid weekend for you, just lacking a little bit to the guys in red here. You guys found anything overnight?
Yeah, I think so. We did some carburation tuning, some gear tuning. Cassie's been great all weekend. The Nash Motorsports boys put together a great package, and Speed Lab Racing Engines have been working hard, and I think we showed a little bit of our true pace this morning. We were fastest, so looking to carry that on to this race.
Yeah, long race. I mean, 18 minutes plus 2 laps, anything can happen. I mean, tire wear, not really a factor, but still a little bit, right? If it's 25, 30 laps, how do you guys feel on the long run?
I think even since we first showed up, I think our long-term pace has been quite good. So, yeah, I just got to get a good start. The outside hasn't been great, so just looking to stay clean, slot into 3rd or 4th or 2nd, or wherever it may be, and get my head down and go from there. Yeah, I just got to stay clean, stay consistent. We can't let Morgado check out. That's kind of been the trend this weekend. He's got out to a good lead, and he's been putting together consistent laps. So if I can pressure him, get to the lead, make him work a little bit, then I think we should have a shot at winning this.
Yeah, and it's a key point you make there, right? You've had the outside a few times this weekend. It hasn't really panned out for you. Anything you could do to adjust that to give yourself a better shot in turn 1?
Yeah, I mean, just hoping that the guy in third doesn't get a great start. I can slot in. It's kind of what I did in that last heat. So yeah, I'm just hoping that happens. If not, I mean, maybe holding the outside, but generally that doesn't work. So I'm just looking to slot down to the inside as soon as possible.
All right, good luck, Blake.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
An outside starting spot has unfortunately been Blake Nash's familiar territory here this weekend, but at least for him, like he said, he's only gotten better as the heats went on, and at the end of heat number 4 and in warm-up today, he was one of the fastest drivers today, ending as the fastest overall on the session. Just needs maybe a little bit of luck to try and pull that one off. So we've got our master shifters headed down the backstretch. This time, your leader already still out of the final turn and on the front straightaway. Antonio Pizzonia, 23 laps in, 3 seconds out front. This is the closest fight we've got at the moment. Vitolo, Montalto, and Ronnie White 3rd, 4th, and 5th with a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go. In the meantime, we'll go back down the pit lane here. Fast Frankie Mossman has been up and down the top 10, but unfortunately not at the best spot, which is the top of it all. He's standing by.
Thanks, Xander. Frankie, I mean, like Xander said, up and down weekend for you, but pretty much on the up and up, right? Starting top 3, can't get much better than that. You guys think you have what it takes to take the flight to Morgado there?
I definitely think so. I'm happy. I feel like it's a lot safer than ending up second, so I'm fine with our heat finishes and everything. Stayed consistent, solid, and I'm happy with the top 3, and I know that it's going to be a dogfight, and especially with how many laps are going to get in, I know that it's just going to be about not letting them get away and just doing the best that we can.
Yeah, we spoke a bit earlier this morning, right? Warm-up, you felt like you had the pace. Lap times didn't really show it, right, just because of the fact you had nobody to work with. You guys feel good in long runs on new tires?
I definitely think so. We're going to see how it has been. We've done 4 heats, and some of them got cut short, so we haven't gone these long runs like this. And especially with 18 minutes plus 2 laps, and with such a short track, it's going to be 25, 26 laps we're going to look at. And so, I mean, I bet everyone's going to find out right now.
All right, good luck, Frankie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Xander.
Yeah, the longest session they've had to this point was qualifying at 14 minutes in total, and not a lot of them decided to run that entire session because they had to save those tires to make it through all 4 heat races. So I don't know really, how guys can say that they are confident. Obviously, some may just believe that they were still good at the end of the heat, or they were good over the course of, their tires looked good by the end of heat number 4 in terms of taking care of them. But speed-wise, at least, you're still flying pretty blind into this long main event, and that's again where these guys are at right now. Unfamiliar territory. Ron White, Jose Montalto, Jonathan Vitolo, totally different levels when you compare their lap times to each other from 12 minutes ago. At the beginning, Vitolo was pulling away from Montalto, then Ron White, on the other hand, got through and then kind of stabilized in the middle. But now they're all closing up here with 2 laps to go, and might even end up trading that final podium spot because we are closer for 3rd, 4th, and 5th than we've been pretty much all race.
Yeah, it's all coming back together. Montalto got pulled away from a little bit by Vitolo at the start of the race, and then it's now pulled it back together. And Ron White's kind of coming out of nowhere as we continue to look on, as it looks like we've got more down on the grid here with Alex.
Marin, first and foremost, right, pretty cold today compared to yesterday. I want to talk to you about what you can expect, right? You guys haven't gone out for warm-up yet. How do you think it's going to plan out in the shift class for you?
It's just going to be a long race. I mean, we're going to have time to. we're gonna have a lot of time to get warm, I think, during the race. So it's going to be cold, but I think everybody's going to be ready for it, and we'll see how it goes in the warm-up. But I don't expect anything different from the heat races we saw yesterday. We know Danny's fast, we know Carl's fast. Jacob's going to come through from the back, so we'll see. It's going to be a good race.
Yeah, and you got the boys in red, 1st and 7th here. Besides Morgado and Ramos, anybody you see can go up there and challenge your buddies over here?
Honestly, I haven't been following it too much, but I know Mossman's fast. Ingrad is fast, so it's going to be an interesting race. You've got to watch out for the RBG boys as well, because they always turn up on Sunday.
All right, well, good luck later today, Marian.
Thank you.
Antonio Pizzonia Jr. ends up as our winner here in ROK Vegas. A great year for him. The number 1 plate's going to sit on that Kart for a little while longer. The Orslone Racing VLR driver is victorious by 3.3 seconds here over Jordan Musser and company, Jonathan Vitolo, Ronnie White, and on down there with Jose Montalto, who fell back to 5th on that final 2 laps around. Luis Gautier ends up in 6th, Rene Martinelli in 7th, Scott Presti, Marcin Clota, and Patrick O'Neill, the top 10. Now, Marian's not the only driver we've asked about his thoughts on the Pro ROK GP category. We also talked to a number of the Pro ROK Shifter drivers of who they thought was going to be the one to beat here on Sunday. Let's hear what the other headline drivers had to say.
We're asking, who do you think will win Pro ROK GP?
Obviously, I want anyone in the RPG to give Morgado a fight. Right now, Mateos looks a little bit ahead of everyone. This morning, we went 1-2 in RPG, so praying for them, but it's looking like a tough one.
Who do you think will win in ROK GP?
Usually you can never count Ryan out because even last year he was slow in all the heats, and in the main event he drove.
Apologies about that there a little bit. We will get set here for Pro ROK Senior. Let's at least take you through your starting lineup for the headline category from the morning. VLR Junior will follow this one up, of course, though. But as we get set to go green, Mateus Morgado in the PSL Karting VLR will lead us off after sweeping all 4 heat races. You heard from Blake Nash there, feeling like it's not the most fun place to start. That second position, that outside lane starting spot that he has been all too familiar with this week. However, at least it's near the front and within earshot of Morgado. Frankie Mossman and Harley Keeble make up row number 2. Both drivers with a good amount of speed through the heats, and we haven't seen them lead laps yet, but we've seen them get pretty close. Keeble especially rebounding from that abysmal outside the top 10 quali effort to crack the top 5 here for the main on Sunday. That's what you'd like to see over the course of your weekend, everything trending upwards. Aiden Ingrata and Jesus Vasquez Jr. make up an all-rookie row number 3 with Diego Ramos on the inside of row 4, and keep an eye on him especially. He was just as fast as Morgado through the end of the day on Friday, and then when Saturday rolled around, he had motor issues in the first heat of the weekend and it sent him back. He could be going forward pretty quickly alongside his teammate, or chassis teammate in the Prime Power Team VLR, Nolan Bauer. And then there's that RPG all Cosmic, row number 5, Brian Norberg and Nate Cicero. Almost an identical starting lineup for the two of them from last year when they drove through the grid for a 1-2 finish in the main event here on Sunday. Santiago Fernandez and Andre Nicastro on row number 6, Alessandro Tullio and Liam Lech on row 7, Leo Scorpioni and Gianluca Savaglio on row 8, Dane Idelson, Josh Campbell, Luke French, Hal Peng Zhang, Frederick Lund, and then Emma Scarborough rounds off the field here for ROK Pro GP. But the engines have fired now. The mechanics will slowly vacate the grid and find a place to watch. We've still got the VLR Juniors that will run after this one, after their crazy crash in turn number 1. So you got 2 more races to watch here for the morning rotation of sessions. But Emery, your pick here for this one, who do you got?
I mean, I could go with a boring answer and say Mateus Morgado has won every session this weekend dating back to qualifying, and really has not been challenged since that qualifying session. But, you know, it's Vegas. We like to go for some risky plays. I'm feeling a Frankie Mossman one. He's been fast on temporary circuits. He's gotten better over the course of the weekend. He's consistently been in the top 5. I think this is the session. If he can get to the lead in the first 2 or 3 laps, he can dictate the control of the race. And I feel like that Speed Concepts Racing OTK has everything it needs to get to the front. So Frankie Mossman, maybe not the smartest pick, but I'm going with him because I feel like at the end of the day, you need pace, you need luck, you need racecraft. I think Frankie can get all 3 of those, Xander.
Frankie Mossman definitely has had some aggressive moves that would make you believe he could make his way up to the front with only 1 to 2 spots ahead of him to get there. I still think that Norberg and Cicero are a very interesting pick, but I'm going to go on a long shot here. While Norberg is on a winless streak that has now extended over 1 full year, an even longer winless streak is the guy starting just in front of him. Diego Ramos, as quick as he's been, as consistent as he's been, if that motor can get itself back up to life here today, I'm a believer that the Brazilian can drive up the order from 7th on the grid and challenge his fellow countryman and teammate Matheus Morgado, maybe even dethrone him, because if he gets away in 3rd and gets up to 2nd, gets close to Morgado, he's shown that he's not afraid to go at it. When we think back to the SCUSA Winter Series earlier this year, the two of them were trading blows early on for the lead, and that's what allowed the pack to open up, and eventually Donovan Bonilla to slip by both of them and everyone and get the win. Ramos is not afraid to go head-to-head with Morgado. If there's an opportunity, he'll take it, and I think the speed, I think he's probably got some of the closest chances of anyone to get after the 362. Same exact package.
Yeah, he's the only guy that can say that. He's the only guy that can say that he has everything that Matheus has underneath him. At this point, the track position will play a role, but at the same time, 18 minutes and 2 laps is a long race. We're looking at probably 27 laps of racing here for these ROK GP guys. So this is going to be a long race. Nate Cicero and Ryan Norberg will like that. Matheus Morgado, if he has any fall off, we'll see how it happens. Again, this is double the length of any session that they've really run all weekend long. So it's going to play out pretty interesting here, and we'll see how it goes. They get set to go into the tramlines with Matheus Morgado and Blake Nash leading the way, Xander.
Into the boxes here. Pro ROK GP getting set to go green. Morgado versus Nash. And a red on car on the inside, the blue Nash Motorsports EOS car on the outside, and Morgado, what a jump he gets. Nash is going to fall back behind Mossman, might be able to get down in front of Ingrata. He will. Into 3rd for Blake Nash as Morgado, and everyone is low. Morgado blows the corner. Mossman to the lead out of turn number 3, and Matheus Morgado back to 6th or 7th in turn 5.
Yeah, Matheus with an immediate slide job on Jesus Vasquez, pushed him way out wide there to get into 5th, and it looks like there was contact there with Frankie Mossman. We'll see as he comes around the sweeper. I believe that front bumper still intact. You can see now this has completely turned the race on its head. Now Harley Keeble getting a spot up to 3rd ahead of Aiden Ingrata, and the front two now, Mossman and Nash, need to get away because Matheus Morgado is going to come up. Based off of what we saw on turn 3 there, might be some red mist behind the Brazilian's helmet there.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be frustrated and hunting forward. Matheus Morgado now under fire from Diego Ramos. Ramos gets by his teammate right there for 5th. So Diego going forward, and now Morgado blocking back from Jesus Vasquez Jr. to hang on. So the pole man, after getting what could have been, it looked like just as much as he might have gone in a little deep on the dirty side of the racetrack there, there was a lot of go-karts bumper to bumper right behind him. And I don't want to put blame on anyone without estimating it, but if that was the case there, that defensive move in turn 3 for everyone just accordioned all the way up, and the guy that didn't have a cart in front of him ended up being the leader, and he got sent down to the weeds. So either way, like you said, red mist might be coming for Matheus Morgado, because this race, this weekend, seemed like it was playing perfectly for him, and now he has just had it ripped out of his grasp on the opening 2 laps.
Yeah, I mean, Matheus Morgado now is going to have a lot of work to do. I mean, we're talking almost 2 seconds worth of gap. Again, such a long race, but you have to think about the guys he's going to have to get past to get there. Diego, obviously, if he's got the pace, which it looks like he does so far, will work with him. But beyond that, Aiden Ingrata, Harley Keeble, not an easy one to pass. And then up through the rest of the group, Blake Nash and Frankie Mossman, all of them are going to be trying their hardest to keep it behind it. So Matheus has a lot of work to do, but thankfully a lot of time, as you see Mossman continues to just have just that little bit of a gap, but Harley Keeble is arriving on the scene pretty quickly here in 3rd.
Harley Keeble, yeah, definitely closing in. And don't forget ADT and Jesus Vasquez Jr. at the end of this train behind Morgado. They're looking pretty sporty as well, especially Vasquez. Keeble, though, that time by quickest, or at least was for a moment. It goes to Vasquez Jr. by the end of everyone going through, but Harley Keeble still is quicker than the top 2. Mossman, your leader. Blake Nash 2nd, Harley Keeble 3rd. Keeble already got his maiden U.S. Pro win earlier this year. Blake Nash is still looking for that first career Pro National victory. The same for Frankie Mossman, who felt like he had that shot at it in his rookie debut here for ROK Vegas last year, as Nolan Bauer is out. Nolan Bauer has hit the wall in the infield chicane.
Yeah, Nate Cicero, another guy that we lost on the opening lap. That's a big one. Now Ryan Norberg, his teammate, is in 10th, so not a disaster start for Norberg, but he is off of this pack. It's full 2.5 seconds back, so a lot will have to happen if RPG wants to be winning here on Sunday. But at the front of the field, Frankie Mossman now back under fire from Blake Nash. It seems like it kind of accordions back and forth with each other. because Nash had dropped for a little bit, but now that last lap picked it back up as Ingrata's going to come under fire from the two Berlard boys.
Yeah, Aiden Ingrata right now not quick enough to at least close up to his teammate in the lead. He's just kind of holding even or slipping backwards a little bit. Blake Nash, like you said, accordion back a little bit in the infield. He kind of gave up what he gained, but now he's back on the bumper. Morgado right there pushing with Ramos. He's starting to come to life here and has definitely been able to kind of calm himself back down these last few laps where he's pulled back away from Vasquez and ADT, and the two VLRs are rolling. Morgado resets quick time. Nash half a car back from Mossman, not close enough for anything there. Nothing going to happen for 4th, 5th, and 6th yet either. As we go down to turn 5, there's a move for 2nd. Keeble through. Harley Keeble up to the top 2. And for the guy that qualified 12th and on Wednesday felt pretty down about his chances to win, he's looking really good early in this main.
Yeah, this is what we've seen a good bit from Harley Keeble through the rest of the season. He comes alive on a Sunday. We saw it in Cincinnati. We saw it on the KA side of things at GoPro or at Trackhouse. We've seen it again now here. The best he's looked all weekend long is in this main event. He is now closing in on Frankie Mossman for the race lead. And now you can see, I mean, this is big opportunity here for Keeble. He doesn't have any pressure from Mateus Morgado yet, nor does he have it from the guys behind him. So the more that him and Nash can work to get up towards the front, the more it kind of prolongs their stay there. Because, I mean, if you're Harley Keeble, you want to get to the lead before Mateus gets back to that lead group.
Yeah, and if you're Aiden Ingrata, you need to be doing exactly what you did right there. Set the fast time of the race. We had talked about him getting ready to come under fire. Well, obviously that was a wake-up call, feeling the heat from the two Brazilians behind him. Aiden Ingrata, quickest on the racetrack last time and pulling away a little bit from Morgado and Ramos. Out of the final turn and down the front straightaway, Keeble's closing back up to Mossman. He's a car length back through turns 1 and 2. He goes quickest now on lap number 7. So Harley Keeble, fastest again there on the PK Sports. Sodi, could he get them a win in his first ever temporary circuit race? Down the inside, new leader, Harley Keeble out of turn 5.
Keeble for the first time all weekend gets to the point. He has been struggling, whether it be because of track position or pace. Now he finally has his Blake Nash to the inside, move him up ahead of Mossman to 2nd. So Harley Keeble now with about a 5 car length gap. This is the biggest lead we've seen in this main event so far. It belongs to the driver from the UK driving aboard the PK Sports Sodi kart.
So now Blake Nash has been second fiddle pretty much every session. He's P2 again. That's unfortunately been a comfortable spot. Always the bridesmaid and never the bride. Blake Nash's story has gone over the last year and a half or so since he's really coming to his own in the pro categories. Out of turn number 4, Mossman there. Ingrata closing in on his teammate. That'll be for 3rd soon. And Mateus Morgado right there as well, resetting the fast time. The top 5 have, that's all it's shrunk down to as Ramos is too far away. And look at Morgado. He'll get back up to 4th. The pole man is still in this one. He's not out yet. Down to turn number 12, Mateus Morgado, hot off the heels of the fastest lap, picks up a position and continues his march back to the front.
Yeah, Mateus is going to get there. It's not a question of if but when, but Harley Keeble running a good pace at the front, bringing Nash and Mossman along with him. They have not dropped off the pace, but Mateus Morgado now 1.5 seconds to the lead. He has the opportunity here now with clean track ahead of him. He can get back up to this group, and we'll see if Ingrata and Ramos can keep with him.
This is a great chess match of a race right now with everyone kind of peaking at different points in the top 6, but overall very evenly matched. Unfortunately for the likes of Ryan Norberg and Santiago Fernandez, the battling on the opening lap, Norberg said, we've got a shot, but we need to get going and not have an insurmountable gap. That's what they're looking at right now. They're 3 seconds away from ADT and 8th. You can see Norberg looks like he might even have a pushback bumper penalty as well with how low that front bumper's sitting. He's clean and away right now, but he is nowhere near quick enough to try and hunt down this lead group without a lot of heavy fighting. And no one is really doing that. They're all just taking turns at the point, trading positions every once in a while, but they're not fighting instantly back with each other, and no one has really gone defensive at all. It's been just a very calm and conservative first leg of this 18 minutes plus 2 laps main.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at this point, if you're Harley Keeble and the rest of this top 3, it's in your best interest to kind of play it more conservative and try to maximize the amount of time you have to Morgado into the rest of the grid, because the last thing you want is more guys in this field as they come down to complete another lap. Visibly, you can see Morgado is getting closer. Last time it was 9 tenths, this time 8 tenths. He is dragging himself along with him, and as well.
We got problems here. Diego Ramos has an issue, folks. Diego Ramos down the order. What happened to the 313? He was right there with Morgado, and I thought earlier in the race at one point he might have had those engine gremlins that hurt him on Saturday morning kind of look again, because down the backstretch the gap opened up massively, and I don't know if he either tagged the wall or that engine finally let go. You can see the wall's been touched by someone coming out of turn number 9, but Diego Ramos is out here of this main event. So unfortunate deal for the Brazilian, and it now has Jesus Vasquez Jr. and ADT a good ways back, but at least a spot higher. They're up to 6th and 7th, and the Brazilian Diego Ramos will have to wait until the Super Nationals for another attempt to end that winless streak dating back to February of 2022.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a heartbreak for Diego. He looked so good at various points this weekend, but just could not get the luck on his side. But Mateus Morgado still has a chance to redeem himself for the Red Army and get that last 3 spots there. He's moved himself up. There's no question that Mateus has the pace to get to the race lead. It's just going to be how can he work his way through this top 3. And I mean, you can see they've worked well together. They're not really fighting at all. Keeble's been setting a better pace than Nash or Mossman were at the lead, but he's bringing both of them along with him. And how about Aiden Ingrata? Has not been completely dropped yet. 8/10 back, he's losing about 2/10 a lap. So if these guys do start fighting it, we'll bring him back in the mix. But Keeble, Nash, and Mossman know they have to keep themselves in a line of stern, not give themselves too many opportunities to fall back into the clutches of Morgado. He'll get there eventually, but the more time you can buy yourself, the more it simplifies the race going forward.
And for Blake Nash here in this position, what do you want to do, right? He's had a couple of times. Oh, wow. Looks like he might have just tagged the wall. Blake Nash coming out of turn 9 was right up against the barriers, and I'm trying to look there at that left rear if it maybe started to bend a little bit. He was on the ragged edge for sure. Looks to be okay down the front stretch, but man, was that cutting it close as he was just starting to push a little more to try and maybe make a move for the lead on Harley Keeble.
Yeah, Blake Nash started getting everything he possibly could. And you can see, I mean, this group is all together. As we get a look at Diego Ramos' car, something.
Oh, the brake
pedal is gone. That was interesting there. So Diego, heartbreaking into his race. I mean, he had been into the top 5. Looked like he might have had the pace to at least be up there with Mateus. Maybe not quite as quick, but certainly in contention for a podium, and it goes all by the wayside. So good to see what happened there with Diego Ramos, and now Mateus Morgado will be the one to put all of his efforts behind for the Bro Art boys.
Yeah, out of the last turn here, Harley Keeble by a car length over Nash. It's back down to 0. He was able to get away as Nash had that bobble out of turn 9 a few laps ago. Blake really good out of turn 12, and on that run of the front stretch, he's going to try and take it in turn 3. Little hip check, but he's through. Blake Nash, the new leader, down to turn 5. Mossman into the side of him, nearly drives him into the wall. Frankie Mossman out of the lead, and Morgado gets to 3rd.
It's going to get really intense really quick. Mossman backs the lead with a very opportunistic move. Now we'll see if he starts to defend. This is where it gets hectic, as now Keeble into the back bumper, and that's going to stack everyone up. Morgado gets underneath but does not have the run to make it stick. Now he's going to send it on Keeble into turn 11, makes it stick, and now Aiden Ingrata back on the scene. So what was a 3-cart battle is now a 5-cart battle, with Frankie Mossman having a little bit of breathing room now going forward.
Blake Nash and Mateus Morgado agreeing to work together as they go down the front straightaway. And now for Morgado, he's almost back to where he started. It's taken more than 12 minutes of racing here for him to just claw his way from 6th to the lead, as Keeble sends it on Nash in turn 5 and drives into the side of him and takes, and the two of them that were in the lead group, Blake Nash and Harley Keeble, are stuck together and their races are done.
Oh, and Keeble not happy at all. Both of them showing their displeasures. Looked like he kind of sat there a little bit longer to kind of keep Nash there, and they're both going to be well out of contention. So a lot of chaos there into turn 5. We saw that be the action spot earlier in the race. We saw Mossman the lap before kind of finesse his way by Nash, and it all comes to a head into the race for both guys that were in the top 3 for most of this race so far. And that's really simplified the front battle. Now it's a 1-3 for the Speed Concepts guys with Mateus Morgado in between, but Frankie Mossman will have had no idea exactly what's happened behind him. So now this turns into more of like a 1-on-1 or even a 2-on-1 battle for Frankie Mossman against Mateus Morgado, with possibly his teammate there to help.
Frankie Mossman a year ago was sitting in the shoes of Blake Nash and Harley Keeble when he and Zachary Clayman DeMello collided in the final few laps of the race, fighting for the lead and the win. And now this year here, he kind of got a little lucky with the way that played out, because I think if Blake Nash might have got back to him, he might have, returned the favor of giving a little bit of elbow grease going on by. Mossman kind of threw him a little pod going through turn 5. So for Frankie Mossman, that's a double kind of win for him. It took out a couple competitors. It also took out one of them that might have felt like he had a bone to pick with him. So now it's just down to him and Morgado. The only downside of that is that Morgado is faster. He set the fast lap of the race last time by with 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Mateus Morgado is reeling in race leader Frankie Mossman down the backstretch.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes doesn't sound like a lot until you realize the heats yesterday were 6 minutes long plus 2 laps. So you've essentially got 3/4 of a heat race for Mateus Morgado to make up 4 kart wins. And if we watched the first 4 heats yesterday and Friday, Mateus had no issue closing any sort of gaps. And so this is very ominous for Frankie Mossman. But in a final with your teammate in third, you can kind of afford to back up Mateus if you have to and kind of start running defensive early, because also with how spread out the field is, realistically, the only guys that could possibly get there are Jesus Vasquez and Alessandro Tullio, maybe Ryan Norberg in 6th, but even that would be probably pushing it. So Mossman can afford to be a defensive here as long as he looks back and sees that Mateus is there, and he does that right now. So if I'm Frankie Mossman, as soon as Mateus gets to my bumper, I'm defending. Even though the book says you've still got 7-8 laps left, I think it's early enough at this point to where you can probably afford to start defending, knowing it's your teammate in third, knowing that you have that much space behind them.
Yeah, and we've seen, obviously, in that VLR Senior race, it can be done to white line it for a lot of the session. Parker DeLong was able to do it pretty much to perfection. The only issue here is that he's not. Morgado gets through in turn 5, takes Mossman a little bit wide, and he's going to get a gap now. 2 car lengths, maybe 3. Mateus Morgado, that was a strategic move there of sending it so deep and opening up his hand so much that Mossman had nothing to do but just get dirt on his tires. The only issue here is Morgado kind of had a little bit of an awkward line through turn 9, and Mossman, a good run out of 12, is somewhat close across the start-finish line. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps. Mossman's back there. He'll be close enough. If he feels like he needs to dive bomb Morgado, he can get him in turn 3 right here.
Throw it in here. Not quite close enough, though. I think he was just a little bit too far back to feel confident about. Here's where Mateus is so quick. That slow speed exit of turn 3, he is just able to get so much momentum around that kart that it gets him that 2 kart lengths that he needs, and now it's more spaced out again. But we'll see how this goes through turn 9 again. This time, wider line on entry. That should help him a little bit on exit. It does. Mossman goes wide, tags the barrier, and now is going to be a good battle as Aiden Ingrata gets himself up to the second, and that opens the door for Mateus Morgado to ride off into the sunset here, as he has about a 5 kart length gap now. Unless
Ingrata can pull something out of the hat here. Aiden Ingrata sometimes can be one of the most unpredictable drivers of when he's able to find that extra bit of speed. So I wouldn't fully count the cards just yet here and stack the chips in the favor of the Brazilian, because Aiden Ingrata is still that wild card. Mossman might have a little bit of damage now to the axle with that contact in turn 9, and unfortunately that first career Pro Nat win may not be coming this day for Frankie Mossman. But at least here a podium would be a much better result than where he ended last year. The good tell of whether or not Ingrata is going to have a chance is when we get back to the line, what will the lap times look like? Last time by, he had 6/10 to gain. I don't want to say he gained a ton this lap, but it might be a little better at the stripe.
Exactly the same.
Dead even.
Yeah, you're going to need a little bit more than that here if you're going to get up to Mateus Morgado. I mean, Grata's looks good at different points this weekend, but he just cannot put laps together to quite match him. He's got about 4 laps of racing left. So,
check this out here. Meatball flag for Alessandro Tullio back in 6th. You saw Ryan Norberg had got around him. ADT, a broken rear bumper bolt's going to take the Inter-MS Kart Republic out of the race here. He just got the meatball this time. ADT going to go out from what was a potential top 5 result, as here he is down the backstretch. There goes Norberg. Here comes the officials. There's the meatball. There's the broken right rear bumper bolt for Alessandro Tullio.
It's a nightmare weekend for him. I mean, underneath the International Motorsports 10, it seems like both him and Karel Paschwitz have had similar weekends where they have the pace, but just nothing, absolutely nothing going right. So Tullio's weekend is going to end 3 laps from the finish unless he decides to stay out and just take the DQ, I guess. But, I mean, at this point, Tullio, nothing to look forward to there. So unfortunate end to what just seemed like an up and down weekend that never quite got on track. So For him, that's unfortunate. For Aiden Ingrata, though, he's got to find something and find something quick, because right now Mateus Morgado has the pace covered. He's not losing time to Mateus that much, but he is not able to close it, and that's what he needs to do, and he needs to do it pretty fast here.
Yeah, 2 to go this time by. He's going to need a Hail Mary here, or a mistake out of the former FIA world champ. For Mateus Morgado, he is just 2 laps away from a clean sweep of every session of this weekend and every main event in the ROK Cup USA national calendar. Florida Winter Tour champion, round 1, round 2, round 3 winner, and he's just about 50 to 60 seconds away from being the ROK Vegas 2023 champ out of turn 9. Ingrata and Mossman second and third. Norberg's drive through the grid, like he said, needed a bigger gap, or a smaller gap than what he ended up getting stuck with, because what's so bittersweet for Mr. 8-time, he was the fastest on the racetrack last time by, better than Morgado by a full 1/10 of a second. Had that opening lap changed a little bit, Ryan Norberg might be the one we're announcing leading us to the white flag, but it was not him. It's not his day, sadly. It is right now in favor of Morgado, and the battle is on for second.
Yeah, the 2 speed concept boys going to fight it out for that second spot on the podium. A little bit of money on the line here between Ingrata and Mossman. Coming up to the sweeper, we'll see what Mossman has up his sleeve here. It's been a good effort for both of them this weekend as they get set to go for the finish. Ingrata's going to get crossed, but at the front of the field, Mateus Morgado has it covered.
Yeah, down to 12, final time. Ingrata to the inside, defending Mossman for the over-under. They'll fight to the line, but Mateus Morgado is perfect in 2023. He wins ROK Vegas here at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. Aiden Ingrata hangs on over Frankie Mossman, second and third, and Mateus Morgado, what a weekend. I have not seen someone have this level of domination over the course of a headline category like this in a couple of seasons at least here. ROK Vegas pole winner, ROK Vegas Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3, Heat 4 race winner. And in the main event, even when the cards were dealt a little bit rough on that opening lap, getting shipped out to the weeds and falling to 6th, Mateus Morgado keeps his head down, keeps his cool, drives back through the grid, and wins it here with a late move around Frankie Mossman for the win. There's the way they stacked up here. Jesus Vasquez Jr., just kind of a quiet race for him in the 4th spot. Good start, but really not enough speed to hang with the front runners. Ryan Norberg's drive from the 5th row ends up in the 5th position. And then on the other end of the spectrum, chaos for Harley Keeble, Blake Nash, Nolan Bauer, Diego Ramos, and of course Nate Cicero barely even got out there. He got cleaned out on the opening lap. So about half of our top 10 starters ending up not coming across the line there by the time the checkered flew.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, unfortunate for Cicero, did not even get a chance to see what that pace was. He was optimistic about after the VLR final. Unfortunate for Blake Nash and Harley Keeble. I mean, it looked like a racing incident to me in terms of just kind of one guy not giving his space on the entry, one guy not giving his space on the exit. So for Keeble and for Nash, that was unfortunate into what looked like a really good race. Otherwise, Alessandro Tullio with the beat ball flag still finished the race in 6th position, so unfortunately he'll get probably disqualified in the post race. But at the mid-time, we're going to take a look here at the replay of the first lap as Mateus Morgado, he ended up winning the race comfortably, so it worked out for him, but there were some nervous times there for the PSL drivers. We see here what happened to Mateus coming into turn number 3. There's
just a little bit too late there. We'll have to rewind that a little bit more to get a look at that first lap deal. Cicero's still going at that point. We'll pull that up again here, see if we can get a better look at a slow motion of if there was any kind of shoving going down on into the braking zone between Morgado and company on the replay. I'd love to also have another look at that Keeble versus Nash incident. I mean, it was pretty bang on with the way that we looked at it in turn 5 late in the going as well, but the two of them going at it and going out in that one. So let's take a look back to the start here for our Pro ROK GPs. Well, as you can see here, they were slated to be the last class of the morning. The juniors are underway. Here it is at full speed, coming through turns 1 and 2. Morgado lines up on the inside down. There it is, and just a little late there. Yeah, it looked like, I don't want to say it fully on Mossman, but it might have had a bit of daylight there back from Frankie's rear bumper to Morgado's front.
Yeah, just a little bit of a light tap. I mean, it wasn't like a massive punt where you just sent him into the barriers, but I mean, I also think first lap, cold tires, accordion effect, everyone's going to the blocking line. It's understandable what Mossman had going on there, so not too much. But I think we're going to get a look here in just a second. The other incident that was really notable in this race was the one with Harley Keeble and Blake Nash. And I mean, both of them kind of benefited from that first quarter along with Mossman. And for the first half of the race, everyone was playing really neat and tidy.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here.
But we'll take a look here because this is where it all kind of came to an end for not just them, but in terms of the ultra aggressive part of this race.
Yeah, Nash was already kind of locked up and going into the corner. Keeble had committed pretty early to get to the inside, but it would have had to have been Nash turning away, and I don't know if he didn't see it. And then from this point, frustration for both of these guys to go out this way as they were fighting hard to get there. And I think either one of them at the speed that they had, they probably would have been able to ride with Morgado at least around Mossman and maybe challenge Mateus at the end. Who knows what could have happened, right? But that move there, an early exit for both.
Yeah, certainly. And I think Keeble on his end, I mean, he had probably the most pace of anyone leading the race, other than Morgado, obviously. And for that move, it's one of those where you see Mateus up the road a little bit. You've got to make the move to get himself up there. And so in this case, I understand why Harley went for it. I think Nash, having seen that last lap around where he got, having seen the last lap around where Nash kind of got put by the wayside by Frankie Mossman, I think maybe that impacted his decision to be a little bit more aggressive defending it. But regardless, unfortunate for both of those guys. They both missed out on a chance for ROK Rio victories. We get set to go for VLR Junior, the second attempt to get this one going.
Let's take a look at that last replay here. This was the moment of the race here that won it for Mateus Morgado. Closing in a car length away to Frankie Mossman, and whereas he had been loving this passing zone here at the inside of turn 5, locks up, sends it inside, and again, just kind of takes that momentum and forces Frankie really to adjust his line and go to the outside of the track, pick up those dirt and marbles, and that right there won the Brazilian that main event. VLR Junior's on deck now here with Nick Eggleston on the pole, and this is again a full restart. These guys were supposed to kick off our morning show. They crashed with more than 2/3 of the entire field stopped in turn 1. Peyton Westcott got flipped up and over onto her head, and now they are all back out. She's back out there as she crosses the line right there, bottom of the screen on that blue Nash Motorsports car. So as they finish the outlap and get set to go, already one attempt at the start did not go well for these young superstars. Let's see if this second try around with maybe a bit more time to breathe and wake up this morning will give everyone a clean run through 1 and 2.
Yeah, and Ty Fisher as well, all out there in the 8th position. So he got himself back started. So again, everyone getting a chance to repair their cars. We might have seen a couple that did not make it to the grid, but everyone else, bar a couple, are out there ready to go for VLR Junior. So Nick Eggleston on the front row. He's going to have another shot at the start. I mean, this is really minor stuff when you compare to the overall flow of the race earlier, but he did get jumped off from the outside line. So it will be interesting to watch what happens because Archer Eversman had a really good start on the outside that last time through. So we'll see if Eggleston does anything different on his approach, and hopefully, knock on wood, we can get through a few more than just 3 corners this time.
Yeah, we're going to try him again here out of the tram lines and or into the tram lines and on the front stretch now. Nico Sarfati, he gets probably the biggest help here in this one, gets back to start 3rd again. So can we get a clean restart of the VLR Juniors? No, there's some more shoveling in the back, but at least up front it's okay. Down to turns 1 and 2, through the big sweeper. Anyone getting turned? Yes, oh my gosh, we've got a huge crash again. 12 cars there collected here, less than last time, but a ton stuck together. This is about halfway further back and involved one of the biggest names here in the junior class in the second half of this year. Turner Brown already up and walking away, and there's more contact out at turn 3 further back. So the chaos started this time further back in the field, but it definitely still hit there in the first corner.
Yeah, still hit. I don't think we're going to need a red flag for this one, but I mean, still 12, 13, 14 carts getting into it in turn 1. They're still clearing it out. Turner Brown left his cart there, and you can see now as they come down to the end of lap number 1, they're going to get cleared just in time. Yellow flag still waved to give the ROK officials a little bit more time, but now at the end of lap 1, Nick Eggleston gets himself into the race lead. He's got a 5-cart breakaway down to Isaac Malka at the end of that train. As we see Keegan Kaminsky making a move for that 6th spot on Alexander Gonzalez there. So Kaminsky's going to try to make him charge up from 10th on the grid. He's got a little ways to go, but he's off to a good start, already making up 4 spots on the opening lap in a bit.
Yeah, great start for him to be 4 up that early. Really just to even be making it through the first lap is a big win for anyone in VLR Junior right now. But let's see how they look coming to the end of lap number 2. It's going to change for second. Archer Eversman to the outside. He'll lose 1, almost 2, but he hangs on over Miller there through 13 and 14. It's Nix Eggleston over Nico Sarfati here for second. Eversman third, then Miller, then Malkiet, and then the little gap back to Keegan Kaminsky and Alexander Gonzalez.
Yeah, certainly down Miller to the inside on Everman again, and Malcott's going to make it stick as well. So Everman kind of fading back a little bit. Again, he was the leader on the first start. Now, though, he's back at 5th, continuing to fade. Keegan Kaminsky is going to be on the senior trying to get to 5th as well.
Yeah, here comes Kaminsky inside as Eversman left the door open in 8. And a little bit of elbow grease going through allows Alexander Gonzalez to get around as well. And here comes more. That's Oliver Weldon now to the inside. A big train of cars are going on through, but Weldon left the door open. Eversman back through. And right there is Christian Cameron as well on that karting collective. Sodi down the front stretch for Eggleston. Back to Sarfati. The top 6 are going to get further away, unfortunately, from Archer Eversman, as he's all the way to the outside in 1 and 2 now.
Yeah, Diego Ardiaz getting through as well. Here comes Weldon and Cameron, now Ardiaz as well. So those 3 all fighting together. And I think all 3 of them have the pace to get to the front. I mean, we saw Christian Cameron at the front yesterday. We saw Weldon and Ardiaz have so much pace really all weekend. So if they can work together, this final is long enough, they can get to that front group. As Kaminsky to the inside of Isaac Malcolm, they came up to 4th as there's now a big gap from the top 3 to 4th, 5th, and 6th. As you see, Eggleston continues to lead. Kaminsky leads that second group, and then Weldon leads the third group, which is going to have a lot of work to do if they want to make it up to the front of the field.
But if it's anything like what we saw in VLR Senior, this race, you can crash and still end up in the top 10. At the moment, that's not how it's going to look, but Stephen Miller is at least going to go for second, and he'll take that from Sarfati. The big turning point would be if Nix Eggleston gets shuffled out of the lead, because his speed right now, more than enough to keep dropping drivers out of the pack. But if he gets shuffled back, if we get someone slower leading the group or a lot of positions being traded, including the top spot in this lead pack, all of a sudden we'll be back up to 10 or 12 deep. Down the front stretch we go, or back stretch we go here for Eggleston over Miller and Sarfati. If they go side by side, we'll make sure to catch it, because we're going to go side by side down to pit lane with a race winner and one very happy Brazilian. Mateus Morgado gets another big win on the year here in ROK Pro GP.
Thanks, Xander. Mateus Morgado, you are inevitable, I'd say, right? But first and foremost, before we get into how that race unfolded for you, lap 1, turn 3, I mean, what's going through your mind? You came out of that corner P6.
Yeah, for sure. The other driver behind me tried to race dirt, but I think he played the wrong cards, because he ended up getting me pissed, and all I could see was the win. So it was just aiming for that, and well, I just wanted to say congratulations to him for helping me to win my race and making me push harder. So, but all the team, top job. Kart felt perfect, engine felt perfect. It's just been amazing.
Yeah, you were clawing your way through the field, lap after lap, setting purple laps all the way through. But, a few laps from the end, you kind of caught Frankie off guard. Is that something that you were planning a few laps prior, or just kind of fell into your lap?
No, I just followed. Was waiting for the opportunity. Once I got closer, I went for the pass immediately. So yeah, really good.
All right, awesome. Well, congratulations, Mateus. And I mean, can we expect the same sort of pace in Supernats? What do you think?
Yeah, we're coming stronger for the Supernats. We're feeling good. Me and my teammate Diego will be showing our faces on the top, so it'll be another fight to go.
All right, well, congratulations, Mateus.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Well, there you have it. He knew. He didn't think it was the line. He saw exactly what, unfortunately, the video showed. A pissed off Mateus Morgado now, in terms to note for everybody else, is not someone that's going to throw his race away. If anything, he's going to push harder and come back and drive on by. So congratulations to Mateus Morgado. Let's keep it going here with a little more of that post-race debrief from Pro ROK GP while we're just getting rolling into VLR Junior with Stephen Miller leading the way.
Thank you, Xander. Here with Aiden and Grotto. Aiden, you've kind of received the short end of the stick for most of the weekend, but when it mattered most, a P2 finish, it's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. Morgado got by me halfway through. We lost a little bit of time, then we closed back up. He got to lead, I got by Frankie, and then he just had a big gap. I mean, it was the same gap. Like maybe I caught him a little bit, and then he would pull me in the midfield. So it was tough. He was the guy to beat all weekend, and I mean, me and the speed guys, we really had a piece, I feel like, to maybe contend for the win, but it was just unfortunate. I want to thank Speed Lab Racing Engines, Mario, for the amazing engines, my mechanic Scooter for the awesome tuning, the chassis was on rails, and yeah, everyone under the team. I wish I would be at Supernats, but I don't think I am going to be at Supernats. So I'll be on the sidelines, and you'll probably see me in the winter.
All right, well, there you go. Aiden Grada, P2 finish. You know, hopefully, maybe we can see a Supernats, maybe last minute ride put together, but nonetheless, good stuff, Aiden.
Thank you.
Another good performance from Aiden Ingrata here, who has been really stellar here in the second half of the season with about half as many races as the rest of the grid, with a good amount of car racing on his ladder. But it's cool to hear that we'll get him back in the Winter Championships. Let's go down to the other half of that battle for the win. Frankie Mossman led a lot of laps today, and you heard Mugato's side. Let's hear his. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Frankie, I mean, this is one of the first times all weekend we've seen you up front, pretty much the first time, right? And you led the most laps the entire race, not the ones that mattered. Describe the race to me.
I mean, I felt that we were really strong. The car was really set up towards the end of the race, and once we had that Harley and them go by, I felt like we were in a really good position. I kind of knew what was going to happen, and I saw it kind of unfold in front of me. And then when I went to try to go by Blake, it just made contact. And then I just felt like the car got worse towards the end, and then it just became harder and harder to drive. And I'm glad that we ended up third, and see where we end up after penalties.
Yeah, I mean, Mateus seemed to have caught you off guard a little bit, right? Kind of a move that we didn't see coming. Is that what it felt like from your driver's seat, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I knew that I wasn't strong coming into 4 and everything. Really, my bottoms kind of struggled, and especially trying to get it pointed after the cart was kind of hurt off. And so, I saw how fast he was coming. I just wanted to try to be there towards the end of it, like how he was.
All right, well, nonetheless, P3 finish there, Frankie. Congrats.
Thank you.
Back to you, Zach.
Thanks, Alex, here. Let's take it back over to the VLR Juniors as they exit from turn 12. Stephen Miller has not yet surrendered the lead after taking it away from Nick Eggleston, but there's been a couple more drivers trying to join the party of 3 up front. There's Keegan Kaminsky, who has clawed his way up the leaderboards to 3rd. Nico Sarfati still 4th. Now Kaminsky to the inside of Eggleston. That's for 2nd and clear. He's through. But even beyond this top 4, Diego Ardiles is going to make it 5 because he just went purple last time by.
Yeah, Diego Ardiles has come from all the way back outside the top 10 on the first couple of laps to get himself into 5th and close down the leader. Oliver Weldon as well coming along with him in 6th. Those two, we pointed them out earlier as the two in that main 3rd group that had the pace to close up. But now, with how long this race is, and Ardiles going for 3rd, and now Eggleston's going to get into the back of Kaminsky, and so in one corner, Diego Ardiles, through really only one move, is going to get 3 spots, as both Kaminsky and Eggleston lost a good amount of time. And really for both of them, they were very fortunate that Kaminsky did not get spun all the way around there, but it does lose him track position and puts Diego Ardiles up into 2nd now, where he can chase after Stephen Miller, who has a bit of a gap.
Yeah, Stephen Miller here. That gap is the biggest that this class has had so far here in the main, at 7/10, and maybe even a little bit better. The downside is the fastest driver is the one that's starting to eat that gap up. Ardiles, with consistent quick times, I think at the rate he's going, only he's going to need about maybe 2 laps, maybe 3, to arrive on the doorstep of Stephen Miller. You can see already how much he closed up on the end of the back straightaway. And just like you heard from Marin Kremers earlier this morning when we interviewed him, the RPG fellas know how to get going on Sunday. Ardiles has been a factor to a degree here in VLR Junior, maybe a little more so in GP, but my goodness, is he a rocket ship right now. Huge run through 1 and 2. He's down now to 2.5 car lengths away, maybe less, as Weldon gets it done on Eggleston there.
Yeah, I think the 2 to 3 laps estimation might have been a little bit short-sighted, because now it only took about a lap there for Diego Ardiles to get up to Stephen Miller. He has had so much pace in this race, has come out really strong, and now you can see into turn 9, he's going to try maybe a little bit, but he's a little bit too far back here. But now down the straight into turn 11. Last lap he went for 4th. This lap he's going for 1st. Diego Ardiles to the race lead.
Yeah, Diego Ardiles out of turn 12 now. His job just kind of changes from pounding laps away. Now he's got to worry about containing everyone behind him, because once you get out to the lead like this with the guys as close as they are, I would be surprised if they know they're not going to work together. Kaminsky to the inside on Miller, and Ardiles gets a gap, and this is a dream scenario for Diego. clawing his way up the leaderboards, being the fastest, and then instantly once you get to the lead, pass for second.
Yeah, we have seen a lot from Diego Diaz this year, dating all the way back to Homestead at the start of the year where he got his first pole. The rest of it did not quite match up with it. He struggled a little bit in terms of racecraft over the course of the season, but now you get to Vegas time and it looks like Diego Diaz is right on the money here in the final for VLR Junior. And right now, he has not been able to stretch out the lead. Keegan Kaminsky is also very fast and has also moved up 8 spots in this final. But for those two, they have the pace on the field, and it's really up to them how they want to manage this, because I think at this point it's turned into a pack race. You've got 5 of the, I'd say probably the 5 best karts in the field running 1 through 5 now. So all of this mixing up amongst people that maybe don't quite have the natural pace kind of goes out the window when you have that sort of speed spread. But Diego Diaz has put himself on the best spot here with only a few laps remaining.
Another pass there with Miller falling back further as Nick Eggleston gets around him. Oliver Weldon gets around him. Miller back to 5th. Sarfati in 6th. Oliver Weldon might be the kind of sleeper pick in this one, and it's par for the course with how he's been all weekend. It feels like every heat race, Oliver's just been clawing his way forward, bit by bit, taking what the race and the car will give him. Now here with 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, can Oliver Weldon on the Gainbridge LN kart for the JC karting team pull off a win here in ROK Vegas in KA Junior, one of his probably final karting seasons we'll see. His brother's already graduated over to the Skip Barber Racing School Formula Car Series, and with the Andretti Global Driver Development Program fast-tracking those superstars up the boards, I don't know how many more races attempts he'll get at this street race. But if he could walk it off today with a big-time win, it might be the one that ends the run for him.
Yeah, real quickly though, how about Max Altman, one of the guys that is not going to get all the way up to this lead group, but from 39th on the grid, he's up to 12th. So a sensational run from him in this race, and another good effort from the rest of this field. But at the front of the field, I mean, we're talking Diego Diaz and Keegan Kaminsky continue to work with each other, but Oliver Weldon has really come into his own these last few laps. We saw the pass for 3rd on Eggleston, and now we're seeing him really put the laps together. In about a lap there, he's halved the gap to the front too, and I really do think that he has probably the strongest kart, whereas earlier in the race a few laps ago, it looked like Diaz was able to walk up there. Now it's Oliver Weldon doing all the work, and some of that's the draft, but I also think Weldon in particular looks really strong at this point.
Right, and we've seen it at some racetracks where drivers come through the grid, get to the lead, and then all of a sudden you stall out, you know, and it's places like Newcastle Motorsports Park or places with a lot of like runoff or grassy area instead of asphalt runoff, and the track just gets dirtied every lap. But there hasn't really been a lot of attrition outside of the opening couple laps, so I don't feel like the track's getting any bit dirtier for the leader to explain why the pace would kind of go away for Ardiles. And it doesn't seem like, based on what we've seen in the draft, is much there. It's just a matter of getting out in front and everyone else elevating their game once they see it and are following. Kaminsky's quick. He's right now in that purgatory level zone where he's quick enough to hold on to him, not quick enough to pass him. Oliver Weldon might be a little bit better because he is tracking towards those two, but big slide there for him in turn 12. That won't help too much. He loses about a car length now to Kaminsky.
Yeah, I think if for Diaz, the best case scenario here is Kaminsky stays behind him, because really Keegan Kaminsky, I don't think as of now has the pace to make many passes. I think certainly he's got to wait for lap 15, but that's not going to happen because Weldon is going to take the opportunity to pass him coming into turn number 3. And now it's a new guy in second. It's Oliver Weldon, the highest he's been since Heat 2 on Saturday. He now has the chance to or on Friday. He now has the chance to run down your race leader in Diego Diaz. So Weldon now going to bring this whole pack with him. Stephen Miller has kind of faded into being a little bit of a side character here, running in 5th. Not really showed the pace at the early part of the race, and now he's got to make up a lot of track position in only a few laps.
Yes, Stephen Miller on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. The benefit here, he can just kind of ride, though, take care of his stuff, and, you know, save up his breath for one last push in the last few minutes. And with Oliver Weldon now into second, just like you said, better for Weldon, better for the pack, really, as Kaminsky is going to get thrown to the wayside there in turn 3. Down and through is Eggleston and Miller. But Oliver Weldon already is tracking closer to Ardiles. We're going to have a fight on our hands here for the lead right at crunch time. And as soon as they make that move, this 6-car pack is going to turn into a frenzy.
Yeah, and there's also going to be very little forward thinking. I think it's going to be a lot of blocking as soon as Weldon gets up there, because you're getting down to the point where there's only 3-4 laps of racing to go. 5 at this point, I would say, but certainly not enough to start running full-on forward thinking. Also, another thing to note is this 6-car pack has a huge gap back to Christian Campbell in 7th. So no matter what they do, they should be home free in terms of bringing the rest of the field into it. So we're going to see how Diego Ordiaz defends if he notices that Weldon is there and how aggressive he goes, because that will dictate how much this pack consolidates together, as Nick Eggleston goes purple on that last lap in the 3rd spot. So gonna get really tight here. You've got the 5 best cars, the 6 best cars, I would say, in the lead pack, all of them working together well. As Weldon gonna go for the lead in turn 9. Oliver Weldon, for the first time in this main event, puts himself on the point here coming into turn number 11.
Right at the right time, although Ardiles is going to go back in on him here in 12, and this is where the pack is going to start to get a little bit exciting. Out of 13 and 14, Nick Eggleston picking up the pieces. He moves into 2nd. They can see here the little things you pick up on as a driver as Eggleston goes to the lead. When the flagman on the front stretch starts to get that white and that checkered flag out and prep for the 2 to go, that's how you know it's time to start making your move before the major signals are given. Down to turn 5, Weldon to the inside, gets into the side of Eggleston. Eggleston hangs on, and we stay the same over to turn number 8.
Yeah, Ardiaz there at a point that maybe make it a little bit exciting there on Weldon on the exit, but instead stuck behind him. That's going to let this whole group get back together as soon as they start drafting. And now, Nick Eggleston, you led the race early from pole position. Going to have to do it again now as Weldon going defensive on Ardiaz. This is not what they need to have happen, because the more that he blocks for 2nd is going to open up for Eggleston to try to get away. As it is, though, we're going to come down. Looks like we're going to get 3 to go, as there's still 1 more lap to go to 2 to go. And Ardiaz says, okay, I cannot take this blocking for Weldon. He wants 2nd back. He's going to get 2nd back as Stephen Miller going for 4th on Keegan Kaminsky. That's going to split the groups up for a little bit here.
Yeah, that'll be about a 3-car length gap. Weldon, Ardiles, Eggleston in the front group. The blue car is there. Stephen Miller in 4th. The black and white GFC of Kaminsky in 5th. And then Nico Sarfati on the all-black GFC in 6th, who has just really been watching the front 5 duel but hasn't been able to make anything of it. Out of turn 12, the 2 to go signal will fly. For the last race of the morning group, it's a 6-car dogfight coming onto the front straightaway. Out of turn 14 by a car length and a half, Nick Eggleston is knowing that they've got to run, so he already is covering it off low in 1 and 2. Over to turn number 3. To the inside he goes. Ardiles looking to go lower, but not confident enough.
Yeah, Ardiaz did not quite have the room there to do it. He had a peak there, but not quite enough as they come into turn number 4. You can see there, Ardiaz, the rest of the field, all going defensive into that corner. And now, coming onto the sweeper, it looks like Eggleston has a little bit of a gap. That is crucial now. He's still going to go defensive into 9. Ardiaz goes defensive. Miller's going to give the bumper to Weldon and go side by side down the straight. It looks like Weldon is going to get thrown by the wayside here by Stephen Miller. He gets up to 3rd and Kaminsky to 4th. But at the front, Nick Eggleston has 1 more lap of blocking to go. We've already seen him get all the way back to the front. Now he just has to hang on for 1 more time.
Yeah, 1 more lap here around the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino temporary circuit for ROK Vegas in the ROK VLR Junior category. Ardiles, a slider, and the bumpers come together. Stephen Miller to the lead, over to turn 5. Kaminsky to 2nd. Ardiles went for it, gambled all the way down, and him and Nick Eggleston now are 3rd and 6th. But it's not over yet for Stephen Miller, because Keegan Kaminsky is still only a car length away. Out of turn 9, can Stephen Miller finally make up for the little bobble in heat 4 from yesterday? Down to 12, Kaminsky high, Miller low, big run. Kaminsky kind of gets into the back of him, hurts his momentum. Out of 13, out of 14, side by side coming to the line, but it'll be Stephen Miller who wins it in VLR Junior.
That was a brilliant job there by Stephen Miller, parking it on the exit of turn 11 and then again through the S's to get himself and prevent Keegan Kaminsky from having any shot at a crossover. So really nice effort from Stephen Miller. Kind of got thrown into the lead there with Diego Ordiaz taking a shot at Nick Eggleston, but from there it was brilliant decision making from Stephen Miller to win ROK VLR Junior. And a few laps ago we were like, hey, like he's kind of playing this battle just a little bit patient. He's running in 4th or 5th. Looked like he was probably not the quickest out there, but all the chips fell in his favor, and he hits the jackpot here to win VLR Junior.
How about that here for Stephen Miller? What a year it's been. What a run it's been since the move to the Nash Motorsports Group. Sometimes it takes drivers a little bit to adjust to a different chassis. He was on a Kart Republic for the last season and a half to go to the OTK. Sometimes it takes time to adjust to the new environment, but he's dropped in there as if he's been with these guys for years. back on down the rest of the order here. You can see the rest of the middle half of the grid that ended up running through. Ty Fisher, the one that had that crazy bent rear axle from the first attempt at the start. He gets a top 20 there on the TV kart. And further on down the order, Peyton Westcott, unfortunately, her luck doesn't improve with a mulligan after flipping in the opening attempt here for the main. She ends up with a DNF here early around the midway point in this one, and a number of other drivers collected as well. But it's all good for Stephen Miller as the morning sessions are concluded here with VLR Junior all wrapped up. We're going to keep the live stream on for those of you that are tuning in here, but we will not be back live for quite some time. With the afternoon warm-ups and then afternoon mains. Let's take a look at that final rundown at turn number 3. Here it is. You can see Ardiles was queued up, locked up on the inside, and then right as he turned in for the corner, he just misjudged it, got it a bit too hot, and Eggleston had turned in. And once he turned in there, the right front hit the left rear on Diego Ardiles. It was game over. And then this final lap, of course, Keegan Kaminsky trying to close Miller. This was smart here. He could play a normal line, knew that he had plenty of a gap, and then only halfway defended here. Didn't go all the way low, just low enough, parked it on the apex, made sure that he got a little love tap from Keegan to break his momentum, and from there on, it was just holding the throttle wide open and take it home. Stephen Miller, a perfectly played final lap.
Yeah, I think if anything, though, it really wasn't a hold it wide open. You can't really tell from the angle that we got, but from what I saw in positioning, it almost seemed like Miller kind of held Kaminsky on the inside in 12, knowing that he was on his rear bumper, and kind of prevented Kaminsky from doing what we saw Steven Iser do to Vasquez earlier. And so I'd have to talk to Stephen Miller on this. I have a theory that he either got off the gas a little bit or maybe just tapped the brakes just to kind of keep Kaminsky from having the easy crossover lane. So regardless, the turn 11 job was nice from Miller. He does a good job defending. But how about Diego Ordiaz? I mean, it didn't work out for him, but he sent it into that corner. He had a gap there. It's tough because it's like, on one hand, you look at it, you're like, oh, you had the whole rest of the lap. But on the other, you don't know if you're going to get a gap that's big around a temporary circuit where you can white line it the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, you asked, your driver to give it 110% and then some, and you work all weekend to give yourself a shot at it. You got to take your shot and sometimes even position yourself right, hope you do everything right. It just doesn't end up panning out. And in that case, again, if Nick Eggleston waits a split second later before he turns the wheel in the corner and he doesn't hook on the bumper of Ardiles, it might have stuck. And at the same point, if Eggleston just moves over one lane tighter, it might stick. If even Ardiles brakes just a tick earlier and doesn't wash out that little bit where the bumpers come together, it sticks again. And Stephen Miller may not be the one that we're saying is on the top step of the podium after it. But, at that point, no points on the line, a one-off weekend. You fought hard to give yourself a chance. You got to take it.
Yeah, at some point you have to go all in, because if Ardiaz just sat there and let Eggleston defend the rest of the race, it would not have ended up quite as well, I don't think. So for Diego Ardiaz, it's a shot worth taking. For Stephen Miller, though, a masterful job on that last lap to climb from fourth into first, and by the end of that half a lap there, and then just hang on. Good defending, knowing where to place his kart, where to kind of be a little bit more cautious on the gas and not open himself up for crossovers. That is some real veteran stuff for Stephen Miller, and it caps off or continues another great year in junior for him. I mean, he has been so good this season. We've seen him have some incidents. We've seen him have some turmoil, whether it be with Ernesto Rivera or just kind of getting himself into needless incidents like yesterday. But when he is on, there's nobody in this field I feel like has quite the grasp on the field that Stephen Miller does.
And credit to Keegan Kaminsky, too. What a week it's been, kicking things off with a very scary crash on Wednesday practice to come back and end up second here on the box after it. A very, very good performance from Keegan Kaminsky as well, and can't enough be said there for the GFC crew, because they had a lot to fix on his car. They've had a few big incidents. Ethan Boer with that scary crash in the ROK Shifter final heat race on the day as well. First heat race on the day. So there's a lot that they had to put back together and go through the spares as we get set for more here coming from main events in Vegas. We do again have the stream live for you guys to watch warm-ups. There's the lunch break, but in the So, but before we come off the air here, we'll be chatting with a few of those VLR Juniors. So I know Ron, John, and Alex are waiting on the scale lines to clear and trying to gather all of their drivers together. And we want to hear a little bit because that was a great race, a good finish, and a lot of fun. And on top of that, of course, lots of aftermath for them to debrief on. Let's go to Ron John here first off down in the scale area. Ronnie?
Xander, got Keegan Kaminsky down here. Keegan, what a race. What a crazy start we had earlier in the day. Had to wait all day again and then come back, and another big crash there in the turn one. Tell me about your race.
It was a really good race. Got shuffled back a couple times in the middle of the race, but was able to push my way back up and be able to finish P2.
Tell me about the race, though. How was it?
It was amazing. It was so fun to drive. Like, all these drivers are so competitive, so fast. I was really nervous for myself.
You want to make a shout out to some folks?
Everybody at GFC, everybody at Formula Works, P1 Engines, my dad, my mom, my mechanic, Alex Saragusa. That's pretty much it.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you over at the podium here in just a little bit. Second place finish for Keegan Kaminsky.
Thank you.
Out of breath there, but in good spirits. What a day here for Keegan Kaminsky to come back from that one. And again, didn't have the best starting spots. So to go line up on that grid, I'm not sure if he would have bet on himself to finish as high as he did. A great performance.
Yeah, I think the thing is Kaminsky had that pace all weekend long, and we saw it as well with Ardiaz and with Weldon. Over the course of a 25-lap race, they're able to get themselves up into the right position. And in Kaminsky's case, he was the first on the scene. He got a good start. He got up into the lead pack early. And then from there, it's just about establishing yourself, getting yourself in the right positions. Kind of got a little bit fortunate there on the last lap, but still, he stayed in the top 5, continued to work at it, and came away with an awesome finish. As Ron John's got another interview down there to wrap up VLR Junior.
Down here, Nick's obviously not the position you wanted to end up in, so tell us a little bit about that race.
Well, thank you. We were fast all race. Then led most of the race, then come to last lap, just defending. Then my front bumper just got jugged by another driver. So just, I don't know.
Just, I guess in some instances, that's just part of the racing event that goes on here. But tell us about your team and stuff. You want to make a shout out to a bunch of them?
I would like to thank you for Ruthless Karting, my parents, my dad, my mom, my stepdad, my sponsors, Crust, Apex Motor Club, and the Candy Shop in Brigham Orthodontic.
All right, congratulations, Nick.
Thank you, sir.
Again, like Nick Eggleston, and like we were breaking it down between him and Ardiles, just one little blip on the really well put together main event for Nick Eggleston, because he led so many laps there on the Ruthless Karting Express. We only got to see him on the Kart Chaser stream, really up at the front at the Rotax Grand Nationals, but kind of a mixed bag of races he's been at this year to come away with leading as many laps as he has here in Vegas. End up, unfortunately, not at the top step of the podium, but still a good result is impressive and something that he should still be very much proud of.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I could personally relate to this with Nick's, because I had a chance at my first massive national win a few years ago, and in a very similar situation, I didn't block all the way down. I feel like it's so easy to be haunted by that, but on Nick's side of things, you have to look at the positives. He run a whole lot of laps. It was probably his best national showing all year long. From start to finish, from pole on Thursday, pole for the main event, led a lot of laps in the final, just did not quite end up the way we wanted to. But one guy that did end up with exactly what he came into this weekend wanting was Stephen Miller, who after a tumultuous end to yesterday, is today in VLR a lot happier. He's down with Ron John.
Hi guys, yes, Stephen, wow, where did you come from?
Yeah, that was a great race. I was just sitting behind everyone, waiting for my tire pressure to come in, and then boom. Right
All right, I tell you, what an amazing event you had. It's been an amazing year for you. You got somebody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Nash Motorsports, my sponsor Sunprint, my mechanic Hans, and Charlie Smith over there.
All right, well, congratulations, your American champion, Stephen Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that'll do it. A very happy Stephen Miller and a big smile on his face after winning out on the last lap battle in VLR Junior. We come back here after the lunch break and after morning warm-ups, but if you want to keep the stream on and give a little bit of a break, feel free. We'll be back later this afternoon.
welcome back here live from the Rio Hotel. ROK the Rio getting ready to go underway for Master ROK. And it's going to be Martin Stone and Ignacio Vivian on your front row. Martin Stone's been the guy to beat all weekend long, the benchmark, so to speak. But Ignacio Vivian on board the Inter MS Kart Republic has been flying. He was really, really quick in the warm-up session just about an hour ago. So let's see what he can do, right? New conditions here, Xander. It's warmed up a little bit, so I'd say a little bit more similar to what we saw in the third heat yesterday is what these drivers are going to have to face. The different challenge is going to be how much longer this race is.
Right. I mean, and in this class here, there was even in the heat races a bit of variance throughout the sessions, and there were only 8 minutes plus 2 laps in terms of who was fast at different points. However, here, the good part for everyone at least is that the field size is the lightest one we've got on the weekend at just 9 drivers strong, with Miguel Mir and William Isaias on row 2, Mundi Lawyer and Scott Roberts, who we saw probably set to start actually on that second row had he not had that crash on the final lap of heat number 4 yesterday. And then further back, the last couple beginning to form as well. Well, this is the first of the 5 classes here for the afternoon. For those of you just joining us now online, of course, after this group, we'll go into the micro rockers, the youngest superstars in the ROK Vegas structure. Junior ROK will follow. VLR Master will go, where Martin Stone is going to try and double up, beginning hopefully with a win here. And then ROK Shifter closes off the day as we get underway for the first of the afternoon sessions. And it's a good start there for the inside lane. Martin Stone to the lead. Miguel Mir moves up into second. Roberts able to drop down from 6th to the inside, and now he's going to get quickly to 3rd. So just like that, Scott Roberts is back to about where he would have lined up had he kept it out of the barriers out of turn number 3 yesterday afternoon. A good start for the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, and of course a picture-perfect start for the man that's been dominant all week in Martin Stone as Roberts gets through on the inside of Mir. He'll bring William Isaias with him. Here comes Ignacio Vivian. He'll go to 4th, and now Isaias to 2nd on Scott Roberts. Everyone frantically trying to get into the closest spot they can to Martin Stone to try and keep him within striking distance, but already Martin Stone out in front by about a good 2nd here at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, gloves are off early here, Xander, and I mean for the most experienced drivers on the grid and these Master ROK guys, there goes Ignacio Vivian back to where he started up in the P2. He had a pretty poor start, dropping down to 5th, but back up in the 2nd now, so Inter MS 2nd and 3rd, but all this battling, it's about a 2.5 seconds now to the RPM driver Martin Stone, and for how quick he's been all weekend, I'm really shocked that these drivers behind him have elected to start battling early, but so far, so good. Everyone's kept out of the barriers so far, but yeah, like I said, about a 1.5 seconds now, your advantage for Martin Stone, but still 16.5 minutes plus 2 laps. Anybody's game. It really depends on where the tire pressure is set up.
Yeah, you would imagine everyone's going to be pretty low and light here early, and to the group's credit, they just made up a little bit of time on the race leader, Ignacio Vivian, getting around William Isaias. Ignacio was very quick throughout the weekend. Continue to close on up pace-wise on that Inter MS Kart Republic. Now getting up to 2nd here by the end of the opening lap with a not-so-great start. And still, even with a pass being made, closing in on race leader Martin Stone. So the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart that has topped the boards in every official session thus far this weekend is not necessarily home free just yet, because they are closing in ever so slightly to him, and in fact they might make a bit of a bigger dent this lap since they've all been single file. A good look there at Miguel Mir coming through in that Orsolone Tony Kart, back in the 5th position, potentially under pressure from Mundi Lawyer here in a few moments as we cross the line. Big time gain for Ignacio Vivian. That was nearly 3/10 better than the race leader as he resets fast time.
Yeah, something I want to mention here is when I was sitting on the grid, watching from the races earlier on today, it's a super strong headwind. As we have all, I think that's Mundi Lawyer and a few others all spun around there.
No.
It makes you wonder if maybe there's something slick on the racetrack with how easily those carts went around, but nonetheless, the bottom 3 drivers all facing the wrong way, doing some synchronized pirouettes up in turn 5. But yeah, like I mentioned, super strong headwind going into the first corner and a major tailwind in the back straight. I've seen a lot of draft passes that I didn't see throughout the weekend, entering turn 1, and that might be assisting the drivers of Ignacio Vivian and Isaias and others to stay in tow with Martin Stone because of how strong the draft is today compared to other races.
Right, but then on the flip side, if it's a headwind down by turn number 1, you're talking a tailwind on the run down the back straightaway over to turn number 12. Granted, they're definitely having more of a full throttle run on the turn 12 down to turn 1 and 2 complex. But either way, through turn 8, it's paying off for them because both of those pink and chrome KR machines are closing down the margin to Martin Stone. In fact, now Ignacio Vivian can almost get there. He's maybe 3 car lengths back as they exit turn number 12.
Yeah, really good run here for the Inter-MS drivers, closing the gap even more here to Martin Stone. It was 5/10 last time. Looks to be much closer this time around. Let's see it, 4/10, another 10th gain. So their advantage that they had a few laps ago is not as much as it was this time around, but still, Inter-MS Car Republic drivers of Ignacio Vivian and William Isaias, mainly Ignacio Vivian, as Isaias has seemed to fall off just a little bit. Scott Roberts in tow as well. There he goes, Ignacio Vivian, purple, 44.7, so he's absolutely flying. The only thing that concerns me, though, Xander, is that maybe he's a little bit too fast too soon.
Yeah, maybe, right? We've still got so much racing left to go. 13.5 minutes plus 2 laps. We know we're going to be near that 26 to 28 lap marker for the entire main. So this is good and bad, right? I mean, we're not necessarily super quick on lap 2, but if he's peaking already, he's going to fall off a cliff by the time we get to lap number 20. Although Martin Stone, that time kind of stabilized a little bit. Vivian still was a tick quicker, but not by nearly as much here with 6 laps complete. 4.5 tenths for Vivian up to Martin Stone as they exit turn at number 5 and head through 6 and 7. That infield kind of right-left chicane, the big flow section over to the sweeping turn number 8. And Stone a little wide there on the left-hander. Vivian a little better in what looks to be the high speed. Maybe Stone having the advantage in the low speed stuff as they go down to turn number 12.
Yeah, I think Stone has this thing set up for a super long run pace because he's still sliding through some of these corners, which tells me that his tires are not into play yet, which is not good news for the guys behind him once his car comes into play. This time around, Martin Stone seems to have extended his advantage. He does. He goes purple. The RPM driver now coming into his own here with still 12.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. But Ignacio Vivian hit the first time all race long he didn't go purple. It was actually your leader, Martin Stone.
Scott Roberts is still kind of hanging on to the leading trio at the moment. He's about 7 tenths back, more or less, from William Isaias in third. So Scott Roberts there in the 4th spot on the SCR Red Speed. Close at the moment, just quite not there as they head onto the backstretch once again. Vivian this time, another good run out of 9, closes in, but right here, turn number 12 seems to be a much better exit for Martin Stone. And of course, that is a super critical corner around this racetrack just because of how long you are full throttle from there. It is a full throttle run through the left and the right onto the straightaway, and again, pretty much full throttle through turns 1 and 2. It's not till you get to the hairpin at turn number 3 that all of a sudden you actually finally let that right foot come off the pedal. So if you're good in that back hairpin, you're talking a third of the lap that can affect, either good or bad. Ignacio Vivian that time a little better coming across the loop. Here he's pretty good. He's really good in the roll speed out of turn 8. Now we're going, though, back to Martin Stone's strong point, this hairpin section. You can see he's just going a little bit wider, a little bit of a later apex. That time it didn't pay off as good back to Ignacio Vivian, but it's still enough. He should be close to safe down by turn number 1 as they bounce the limiter into the first corner.
Yeah, an absolute flyer there from Ignacio Vivian. He goes purple once again. He was 3 tenths faster than Martin Stone. He's within striking distance now to maybe sneak a nose in through turns 4 and 5. Not close enough here. Martin Stone pulls a little bit of a gap out of 3 and 4, but again, yeah, goes purple 44.4, 2 tenths quicker than Martin Stone has all race long. But this is the part of the racetrack where we've seen Ignacio Vivian be a little bit quicker. Let's see if Martin Stone keeps the rear underneath him just, but he still goes wide slightly through turn 8. A good exit there out of turn 9, though. He's going to be under no pressure whatsoever through the strong part of the racetrack for him, through the final hairpin. Like you said, Xander, he goes a little bit wider, gives him a little bit more of an arc throughout the corner, get on the gas earlier than Ignacio Vivian has, and look at that run it gives him out of the straightaway.
Beyond your top 4 that are on screen, again, you saw the crash that collected Mundy Lawyer and Daryl Redland. Both of them ended their days after that. Scott Weiner still continuing to roll back in the 7th spot. Miguel Mir, of course, still rolling right now in the 5th position out of frame. And last but not least, they're split in the middle of them in that 6th position as we roll through here for Master ROK is, of course, Kyle Moore. He's not really made up any ground on the leaders, and he's currently by himself in the same way as Scott Weiner there. About 24 seconds back for him, 10 back to Scott Weiner, which at that rate right now, we might be seeing a little bit of lap traffic, which we have yet to see in Master ROK because the races were a bit shorter. That could also affect these guys and bring the gaps closer, put them further away, as there's the first little mistake we've seen out of Martin Stone in a couple laps, kind of going wide there through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I was going to mention there, he turned it a little bit early, and it actually cost him on the exit quite a bit. So that's going to give Ignacio Vivian a decent run through the infield. And when you go wide there in turn 1 with how much, rubber is laid down, there's a lot of marbles offline. And so Martin Stone's going to feel that throughout the rest of this lap and into maybe even the next one. So Ignacio Vivian now, this is his time to pounce. Down the back straightaway once again, Martin Stone still extending his advantage slightly over the Kart public driver. Once again, Martin Stone a little bit wider out of the final corner, but Ignacio Vivian seems to copy his line, finally figuring out where where Martin Stone's a little bit quicker and seeing if it works out for him. Martin Stone once again 300 faster than Ignacio Vivian. These two drivers have been really impressive all race long with matching each other's pace, stride for stride, seeing if they can force a mistake out of each other right now, but nothing in it. 8.5 to go.
Yeah, and as we get to the last little bit of the race, maybe then we'll start to see the disparity between one or the other. But like you said, just an evenly matched slugfest between these two, just back and forth on the time charts, this time favoring back the way of Ignacio Vivian. Up the road, you can see there's Scott Weiner in the 654, so we are catching the back half of the group, and we'll probably end up getting further up to Kyle Moore as well, because he's already 21 seconds and fading from Miguel Mir, who finds himself about 5 seconds away from the leading quartet. Down to 3 pairs of 2 right now. William Isaias right there getting reeled in by Scotty Roberts. Martin Stone reeled in at least last time by Ignacio Vivian. Let's see if he can pull that gap back away as they head to the infield sweeper, turn number 8 here, just past the halfway mark in this 18 minutes plus 2 lap main, and that was a big slide there for Martin.
Yeah, I mean, all race long, we've seen that from the RPM driver. That's about as exaggerated as it's been all race long. So Martin Stone still doesn't seem to be as comfortable as he's been all weekend long. The rear tires are not cooperating with him whatsoever. So Martin Stone struggling on board the RPM OTK there. Ignacio Vivian has, he senses that, right? But so far, Martin Stone still doing just enough. Ignacio Vivian last time by goes purple there, but Martin Stone doing just enough through the section of the racetrack where he's strong enough right here. Ignacio Vivian through the infield section of the racetrack. Martin Stone slowly starting to pull away, but again goes wide out of turn 5. That's going to reel in Ignacio Vivian once again through the turn 8 complex. Now let's see if Martin Stone can keep the rears underneath him this time around. A little bit better there, but he goes still wide. Ignacio Vivian all over the rear bumper now down the back straight. This is as close as he's been all race long. Anything to it here? Nothing yet. Still 6.5 to go. Ignacio Vivian playing it smart.
Yeah, that would have been a risky send for sure, a car length back. And if you're betting on yourself here that you can keep that pace up with still 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps on the clock, just kind of keep on riding. But you're right, I mean, that was the closest Ignacio really has had to an actual chance at getting by Martin Stone. Out of turn 3, a little bit wider for Martin. He's kind of using that extra bit of racetrack that could potentially bite him, as we saw it bite Scott Roberts at the end of yesterday, which, by the way, while we were seeing Roberts close up to William Isaias, the last 2 laps, Isaias has pulled the gap back away from him, and third place has started to stabilize, as Vivian is now the next one to go right up to the wall coming out of turn number 9.
Yeah, and I think Ignacio Vivian's best spot right now is in the exit of turn 8. That's the corner that Martin Stone seems to always go wide in. And I think if Vivian just opens his hands up and keeps the throttle in it, he might be able to make a bit of a send in the 9. So I think he's going to be mental noting that, because that's the section of the racetrack where he's able to get right to the bumper on the entrance to the corner and kind of compromise Martin Stone a little bit. So let's see what he ends up doing. He's seemingly close enough, and right now, at this stage in the race, I think he has a little bit of a pace advantage over the RPM driver, who I thought just, maybe set up for the long run. It seems as though they might have missed it a little bit compared to where we've seen the pace all weekend long. But there he goes again wide. If Vivian just sneaks a nose in there, I think it might work for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question handling-wise, Martin Stone is struggling on those high-speed corners here, but he is really planted in the low-speed hairpins like at turn 12 and turn 5. That's where he's able to kind of pull the gap back away from Ignacio Vivian, and then both of them setting up for long runs on power, including this one all the way down to turns 1 and 2, and by the time they get down through that sweeper every lap, that gap is up to 2 to 3 kart lengths But like you said, coming out of turn number 8, Ignacio is able to get it down to maybe half a car length, maybe a car length away. And yeah, maybe with a few more laps here of growing a bit desperate, he might try a big send down to the inside of turn 9 or prey on a bit more of a slide here for Martin Stone out of 8 that is even bigger window of opportunity that gets open. Beyond him, William Isaias continuing to pull away from Scott Roberts. Their gap from 3rd to 4th has opened up to over a second now. So Isaias looking pretty safe to complete an International Motorsport 2-3 run here onto the podium, with Roberts that time dropping back another 4/10 away from him to 1.4 seconds in total. Through turn 3 we go. Vivian with a little bit of a bunny hop through the middle of 3, and that's going to cost him some time. Let's see if he can make up for it out of 5, which has been notoriously one of the better corners on the racetrack for Martin Stone.
Yeah, but that bobble cost him quite a bit there. He turned in a little bit early, mistimed it. But once again, Martin Stone sliding a little bit more than usual, even through turn 9 now. So Ignacio Vivian, he knows that the kart right now is not working for Martin Stone. He just needs to put together a good couple corners to make a lunge happen. Right now, way too far. Like you said, through 11 and 12, this is where Martin Stone seems to shine over the rest of the field. I want to do a quick shout out though. These guys have put together an absolute clinic on the field. 4 drivers have had to pit because of they're about to get lapped. So these guys have been the class of the field. Really impressive stuff over the long run here, but 3.5 to go. Ignacio Vivian lost 2/10 last time by with that mistake. It's going to cost him, especially now that he seems to be just outside of the toe. It's going to be tough now for him to make up that ground, Xander.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy with less time on the clock, and Martin, who maybe was saving a little bit up in the tank throughout the early part of that race, can now start to use it up and build himself some insurance before they get to that 2 to go signal and the fighting could begin. William Isaias has been the constant through this all. He hasn't necessarily slowed down. He hasn't necessarily picked up speed either. That time by, pretty much dead even to Vivian. Vivian's a little better that lap around, but with just maybe 5, pushing 6 laps remaining, 6/10, he needs to be picking up 1/10 per lap to get back to the bumper of Martin Stone. And I say back to it, but truthfully, he really hasn't gotten to touch it all race long. Just that little bit of a cushion, little bit of barrier, that little bit of space for Martin Stone has kept it where we have not seen any on-track passes for the lead, only for second on back.
Yeah, really the last on-track pass we saw was about lap 1. Maybe during the pirouettes that we saw earlier, one guy got ahead of the other. But other than that, it's been a pretty single file, follow the leader style race. But Martin Stone out front, he has been the leader all weekend long. Nobody seemed to touch him. Yeah, he's been the benchmark, right? And again, like you said, Xander, left a little bit in the tank because that kart seems to look really, really good now when it matters most. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That kart has stopped sliding around on him. Whereas Ignacio Vivian, now it's starting to fade away for him. It looks like the rears are going away for that inner MS driver. So Martin Stone sailing off into the sunset at this point.
Yeah, and the sunset indeed. As you can see, the glare we're getting now as the sun begins to work its way closer and closer down to that Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino skyline. We probably won't get a fully shaded racetrack by the time we get to the last couple of sessions on the day, with the little bit of delay that we had from the VLR Juniors wrecking it up on the first session in the morning. The ROK Shifters and VLR Masters might have a bit of a cooler racetrack than what they were anticipating after the day wrapped up yesterday, and they were staring down the timeline for the main events that had them slated to race around 2 to 2:30 p.m. local time. Either way, though, in this one, the gap opening up, and I'm not sure if it's going to change. We still, every lap, are seeing Martin Stone go on the ragged edge sideways, exiting turn number 8. And even if that's the weak point, though, it's not nearly as critical of a corner because you're right back on the binders in turn number 9. So in terms of picking where to have the balance push towards, either the slow speed corners where you want a quick rotation, or the long speed where you want to be having a little more understeer built in to kind of keep the wheels from sliding out. In this case, Martin Stone and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Group opting to try and just get the exit of the hairpins as their strong point have definitely made the right decision, it appears, because the gap now has opened up to almost 8/10 and has only been just either even or positive for them in the last 10 laps or so.
Yeah, for sure. And as the battle for the lead seems to fade away, William Isaias, Ignacio Vivian's teammate, has actually been the quickest of the 3 the last couple of laps. He has closed that gap to about 7/10 to his teammates. So Let's see, with 6 seconds left, are we going to get the 2 to go or 3 to go? We're just going to miss the 2 to go signal there. So there we go. William Isaiah is going to have 3 laps to possibly get his teammate here, Xander.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get to him. He's got a little ways to make it up. While they get closer, we'll go side by side down to pit lane here with Emery Lida. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I'm here with Harley Cable. Harley, obviously your race didn't quite go as planned, but talking about the Micro ROK race coming up next, you've got a couple drivers here that you've been working with, Zane Burgess and Josh Bergman, starting pretty far up in the field. Talk about how their weekend's been going so far.
For the two of them, it's been pretty good. I mean, Josh has had a bit of bad luck. They're very fast, but they're still very young, so they've got a lot of potential. I mean, some of these kids are 2-3 years older than him, so to be running up the front and to be as fast as they are at their ages, they're doing a very good job and they've worked very hard for it.
Yeah. And talking about the program as a whole, I mean, you've been here for a few months now working since the Orlando race, and in those time, I mean, we've seen you run up at the front as a driver a lot and have all the landmark successes, but we've also seen you working behind the scenes with those kids. And just tell me what it means for you, both as like a leader and being able to kind of get through with that side of things for you, and also just kind of helping them develop and get better throughout the year.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, I can help them as much as possible, but at the end of the day, if I tell them to do something and they go out and do it, it's what they've done. You know, it's their job, and they're doing a good job with it.
All right, well, a couple of Sody cars starting towards the front here in Micro ROK coming up next. Harley Keeble, not the finish you wanted today, but still a good day for the Sodys as a whole. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery, there. And yeah, like you said, with Harley, he's done a really good job with the Sody camp. He's pretty much expanded that program to what it is today. But back out front here, half a lap to go for the RPM driver of Martin Stone, who has not put a foot wrong all weekend. He has a little bit of a gap here through turns 11 and 12. He's going to cross the line here, and Martin Stone sweeps the weekend in Master ROK. He wins ahead of the Inter-MS drivers of Ignacio Vivian and William Isaias. A little bit further back is going to be the Speed Concepts driver of Scott Roberts, who's going to round off your top 4, and then further back, the Orsalon driver of Miguel Mir rounds out your top 5. A little bit of good sportsmanship from these 3 guys who have pushed each other further and further above their limits, I'd say. And yeah, really impressive stuff here, Xander, from Martin Stone.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect race. Led every lap from the pole, caps off what's been a great weekend for him in Master ROK GP. And again, now gets a bit of a read on where the track is going for the VLR Master category that he'll be racing in later on this afternoon. Before we get to that, though, of course, as the results continue to cycle on through the screen further back and down the line, the Micro Rockers are getting set to get after it. Juan Diego Garcia Arce and Maxwell Macha will lead us off when we return here from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. You're watching Car Chasers coverage of ROK Vegas 2023.
GetPride.com. Welcome back here live from the Rio All-Suite Hotel. Master ROK just got finished. We're going to get ready to go for some micro ROK racing with Juan Diego Garcia leading the way ahead of Maxwell Macha on board the SLA Stody Kart crew. Second row, Zane Burgess and Dante Ortega. Zane Burgess all weekend long has been clawing his way back through the field after a few mishaps in the heat races. It's a good starting spot for him in the final here. Then it's Mikey Collins and Camila Canache as well as Mauro Nario in your top 5. Then it's Sebastian Piemonte and Aiden Go in your top 9. Bernardo Hubert rounding out your top 10, Xander.
You go further back outside the top 10, and there's a few more players that could potentially make some noise. How about Josh Bergman back there in the number 4 PK Sports Sodi? Alex Chandler has also spent a good bit of time inside the top 5 over the course of the heat races. He rolls off further down the order. Luca Becquerel, Wynn Gottschalk, Liam Van Beek, Asher Pavon's had a couple of spurts of hope through Friday and Saturday sessions. George Ho and Sebastian De Mozak, and then further back to the end of the lineup, you have Brandon Ang and Cam Becker, Nico Salazar and Neva Desra, Vion Bindi and Dutch Westbrook, Benicio Leal, Ethan Torres, Jaden Francisco, and Grayson Walcott, the drivers that'll make up the youngest group on the ROK Cup USA structure. But the two constants all week have been Juan Diego Garcia and Maxwell Macha. Macha came up and gave me a high five at the lunch break, and I said, hey, Max, what's the plan? You going to push away with Juan Diego just like we have seen you guys do in the 4 heats? He's like, yep. And that was it. Locked in, smile on his face, and ready to go. And it's amazing always at ages of 7 and 8 years old, the amount of mental capacity they have on the racetrack to be able to plan out the race, be strategic with their moves just as much as they are focused on hitting the apexes. And at a street course like this, where the barriers are as high as their helmets are side to side, run right up to the limit, inches away from the wall. The full grid's together though as they exit turn number 13. Race director Chuck Yoder is awaiting them as they make their way out of turn 14 and onto the front straightaway for the second of our 5 classes here on the afternoon show. Ladies and gentlemen, the youngest superstars are on the power. Micro ROK is green down at turn number 1, and it's a good start for Juan Diego Garcia and Zane Burgess, who slots into second through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, really fast start there. They're on the gas way early, but Burgess all up to P2. Macha's going to try to hold the outside. He's going to run out of room there, guaranteed. But they're side by side still. The Stody Kart guys, that's not what we want to see as a Stody Kart owner there, but what a move on the outside from Macha, reclaiming that second spot. Burgess falls into third. That's Ortega now in fourth. I think one of the bigger losers there was Camila Canache. She lost a few spots there. She was held out around the outside, but let's see if she can make up a few spots there. It's a good move. Ortega on the inside of Burgess, who had to really avoid the outside barrier there just to miss it, but a good start there for Dante Ortega on board the Orsalon crew. It's a 1, 3, and 5 for them.
Passed by Sebastian Piemonte there as a little over-under action. Good start for Josh Bergman in the number 4 PK Sports Sodi, but really a big shout out to Dante Ortega for the good start to get up to third. That kid absolutely came to life. He ate his Wheaties Saturday morning and started working his way up the board to give him a good starting spot for this main. The number 25 runs in third, is back further. We've seen Mikey Collins go by Bergman, and all that hard work on the opening lap going back to neutral for Josh as he falls behind Sebastian Piemonte and has more lurking on there right behind him. So Josh Bergman back to the 8th or 9th position, it appears, through turn number 8. Well, up front, Macha doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Push away with Juan Diego Garcia and try to split them off from the rest of the field. Dante Ortega trying to latch on and keep that from happening there as he runs in third with Burgess pushing him along in fourth. It's funny, a pair of Sodis and a pair of Orsalon Parallels, you would think they wouldn't be paired in the way that they are, although now, though, Burgess going to go to the inside. And one thing there, you can see all the trash on the front straightaway from the winds picking back up here in the afternoon. That was part of what we talked about in the morning show, that there were heavy gusts of wind forecasted for today. Originally, the warning was sent out last night at around 8 p.m. local time, and it's supposed to last all the way till about 11 p.m. or midnight tonight. Well, when you looked on the weather apps here this morning, the 2 major windows of big, heavy winds that we're set to have were from 10 a.m. to noon, which was pretty much during our morning mains, and from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., which is during the afternoon mains. As we see one driver just tagged the wall there. So the wind's picking up, and that's going to continue to dirty the racetrack for the leaders to snowplow through it and clean it off for everybody else. That's bad news for Garcia and Macha fans watching along.
Yeah, that was Mikey Collins who slammed the outside wall there and lost a few spots. I wonder if that's going to do any damage to his go-kart. One thing I'm going to mention here, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but a long race, but especially for these young kids who probably haven't seen this many laps in succession in quite some time besides maybe a test day. So they're going to be challenging not only their ability to wheel the go-kart, but stay mentally focused and physically focused after a long run here. 15 minutes plus 2 laps. That is a lot of laps for these young kids to make. Mikey Collins proving there is no damage to his go-kart, at least not showing it. Good move there, back up into the top 6 for him.
Yeah, as they head on the backstretch here, that group, unfortunately, with the move to get up into the top 6 is great, but they've lost touch with the top 4. Now they're going to be about maybe a second back from the rear bumper of Dante Ortega. Zane Burgess, on the other hand, moving forward. This will help get him even closer to the front as Max Omacha, for the first time today, takes over the lead. He goes by Garcia Arce, and the bright yellow helmet, the Floridian, leads the field through turn number 3.
Yeah, good move from Macha. He had to make it done. Like you said, Zane Burgess had brought Ortega with him, so he looked back and saw that he needed to make a move. Otherwise, he'd be the first one they'd get to, right? As we have to look back quite a bit to see who went purple there. Marina Brandau, good lap for them. But yeah, good run for Max Macha so far to reclaim the lead. But this battling up front, they have a bit of a buffer to the drivers behind them, but the likes of Marina Collins and others, as they're 3 wide further back. I think that's Camila Canache involved as well. So she's trying to claw her way back through after a pretty poor start. She's to the inside there, so she's going to move up into the top 9, trying to drive her way back. She has been one of the standout stars all weekend in the Micro ROK class. Still looking for that first national podium for her, but yeah, good run. What's so far with 13 minutes left.
More shuffling there in the back half of the top 10. This middle group has been fun to watch here, just at the edge of the frame. Again, Mikey Collins trying to get away from it there. Sebastian Piemonte trying to do the same thing. Aiden Go right in the mix of it. And then you got Bergman, Canache, Alex Chandler, Mario Nario, all in the mix here. The 98 of Aiden Go on the Speed Sense Motorsports X-Spree. Now moving further and further up here. A great start for Aiden as he closes back up to Sebastian Piemonte's Kart Republic. And while that group was 3 wide a moment ago, they're back to single file, which is what they need. They also need the leaders to do a little more side-by-side action as Josh Bergman goes to the inside of Aiden Go and is just barely, I think, going to nose him out. He does through 13 to hold that spot. That was a pretty deep send by Bergman. It sticks, though. He's up to 7.
Yeah, good stuff there for Bergman, but here comes Piemonte right back. Oh, no, sorry, that was Aiden. But, yeah, good chop there for Josh Bergman. That was close into turn 1. We saw a little bit of side-by-side there as well from Macha and Garcia Arce, but so far, so good. Like you said, you talked to Max Macha earlier. He said he was going to push Garcia Arce. It's the other way around so far. He's actually expecting Garcia Arce to hopefully help him out in his campaign for a victory here. But these two starting to extend their advantage over Zane Burgess and Ortega. The problem that Burgess has is that he seems to be a little bit quicker than Ortega through the infield section of the racetrack, and it means that Ortega is not getting to the rear bumper of Burgess. Remember, 2 karts are faster than 1.
Yeah, the 2 karts indeed faster than 1. So can they link back up there, Burgess and Dante Ortega, that is, and hopefully bank on the leader splitting up, or is this going to be a 2-driver breakaway as Aiden Go trying the inside? Not going to happen there that time on Josh Bergman. A big door slammed in his face, and now unfortunately Camila Canache looking there, and she'll get the same treatment through turn 3.
Yeah, relentless stuff here from these Micro ROK kids. Yeah, they may be young, but they have their wits about them. They know exactly how wide their kart is and exactly where to place it at all times. But all this racing is helping the 2 leaders extend their advantage, and really the top 4 to kind of break away. It gives them a bit of a buffer to start racing inevitably when the laps start to wind down. But these 2 guys right here, Piemonte and Mikey Collins, have hooked up, and let's see what they can do. They have a 2-second gap to close up to the drivers ahead of them. But right now you saw Macha give the go-ahead to Garcia Arce, saying, please push me. Let's see if he actually agrees to it. So far, so good. Like I mentioned with Burgess, though, he's starting to pull away from Dante Ortega, and it's actually costing him lap time overall.
Yeah, Dante Ortega losing a little bit. A good start for the number 25. It looked like he might have had the speed to run for the race win, but just a little bit off in comparison to his Orsolone teammate of Juan Diego Garcia Arce. Still a very respectable run if he ends right where he stands currently in the 4th spot, but he needs to get up to the bumper of Zane Burgess to keep their race win hopes alive if nothing else changes, because with Garcia Arce pushing with Maxwell Macha, they are just inching out of this range, and now I think this time by they'll be fully outside the drafting window. So Maxwell Macha Juan Diego Garcia going exactly to plan as they round 13 and 14 and head down the front stretch. And I believe we might have some issues further back as Jason Burgess was hopping across the racetrack. Might have had a wreck near the back of the field or something of the sort. Down to 3, Macha and Garcia Arce. Last time by 8.5 tenths. This time by almost 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, they're just doing exactly what they need to do. Super mature drive from the two youngest, or some of the youngest kids in the category there. We saw a little further back before we cut back to the top 4. It was, 2 to 3 wide there entering turns 11 and 12. And Camila Canache, her run forward has kind of halted back outside the top 10 now, but still it is anybody's game for that 6th through 10th area. There's Mikey Collins. He and Piemonte are working really well together. They still lost a little bit of ground to your leaders, but if these two right here, Dante Ortega and Zane Burgess, can hook up and work together, when Macha and Garcia Arce eventually start to race, it is anybody's game in the top 4. But right now it's looking like old school NASCAR with tandem racing right now.
Yeah, here's the tandem switch. Mikey Collins to the inside of the Kart Republic and Sebastian Piemonte. They are 2.5 seconds roughly back from Macha, and obviously neither one wanting to give way as Piemonte goes right back around to Collins in turn 3. They've still got a 2-second barrier back to Josh Bergman's group that exits turn number 5. This is where there's been a little bit more passing and back and forth. That's Luca Becquerel in the 35. Looking inside. Remember, he started way back in the field. He's now up safely into the top 10. Move him to 7. Camila Canache further back lets Bergman in line as Aiden Go is there. Now Canache to the inside. No, not enough. Camila Canache gets, again, one driver as she's trying to pass, just go to their normal arc and shut the door.
Yeah, good stuff there. A battle for 6 rages on, but the more these guys fight, the more the leaders get away. Wow, what a late lunge there for Aiden Go. That's going to stick somehow through turn 1, and now Bergman's to take advantage of the Orsalon driver as well, who had to go in the marbles. Here comes Canache. She's going to be on the outside. That's not where you want to be entering turn 5. And now Aiden Go goes defensive. It's a bit of a questionable move there, but it's going to work out for him. He's had a pretty solid run here throughout this feature race so far, and Josh Bergman, his run through the field has kind of come to a halt as well. He chops the nose there on the Orsalon driver, so Bergman getting a little bit frustrated now. He is tired of going backwards. He wants to go forward. Speaking of going backwards, Camila Canache getting passed by a few drivers this lap as well, so her run through the field has also stopped. Here goes the 35. That is Luca Becquerel back to the inside of Josh Bergman. Bergman, maybe that bumper seems to be dragging a little bit. I don't know about you, Xander.
Yeah, let's take another look at that here when the number 4 machine rolls by the start-finish line. Josh Bergman there in the middle of this fight. Yeah, that right rear bumper is down. Is it disconnected or is it just dragging here? If it's still connected, it's okay. If it's starting to wave backwards, Josh Bergman may get a meatball flag, and it looks like to me, yeah, fully disconnected as he goes wide there in the infield. So unfortunately, Josh Bergman, he's now on borrowed time at this point because it's only a matter of laps with this much left in the race before the ROK officials are able to spot that and send the meatball flag the PK Sport North America driver's way. So not a fun ending here to Sunday for Josh Bergman. Unfortunate. Obviously, he looks like he's pretty unaware of the situation right now, still trying to get after it. And the truth be told, with a mainly right-hand dominant track, he's not going to feel it that much. Maybe in turn 8, that'd be about it. So Bergman across the line is going to get at least one more lap before that meatball will go, as there's another change for position on screen. So Bergman further back down the leaderboard. Maxwell Macha and Juan Diego Garcia Arce continue to lead us up to 2.2 seconds over Zane Burgess and Dante Ortega while we shuffle around the field with some more side-by-side action. Let's give you some side-by-side interview action as well. Emery Lida is down on pit lane.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Sarah Bradley. Sarah, it was a pretty good heat races for you. You were able to come away with the top 7 starting spot. Tell me through it.
Had some really consistent finishes throughout all the meets, and
Got you. Looking ahead, I mean, you've shown good pace. It looks like the racecraft's been a little bit hit or miss for you. Just tell me about kind of where you're looking to make the passes at.
Ooh, do you really want me to tell?
Just a little hint. Doesn't have to be exact.
Oh, I know where I like to pass at, and they're not gonna watch. I like turn 9.
All right, turn 9, we've seen a lot. We'll see what it goes here. Good luck, Sarah.
Sarah Bradley here looks like she's beaming with confidence right now on the OTK machine as she gets ready to roll forward with the Speed Concepts Racing Group here in this main event for Junior ROK. Of course, that's coming up next. The Junior VLR main was a barn burner start to finish, so I'd expect nothing less than more fireworks when the ROK Junior GPs hit the racetrack as well. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go here as the field comes out of the final few turns and down the front stretch to put us now 15 complete on the day, or on the race. Maxwell Macha, Juan Diego Garcia Arce out in front by 2.5 seconds. What you're watching on screen is about midway through the pack, because there goes your leaders. There goes 3rd and 4th, and Zane Burgess and company. Here's 5th and 6th, Sebastian Piemonte and Mikey Collins. And then you got to go back another 4 seconds before you find Aiden Go and a handful of the drivers around that top 10 bubble spot, all in about a 6 or 7 car pack, going back to Alex Chandler and Camila Canache. Into turn number 12, still going well according to plan. 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps remain in Micro ROK, and no changes up front here, Alex. Maxwell Macha leading the way over Juan Diego Garcia Arce.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from both these drivers. They've created a big enough buffer that they can afford to race for a few laps here without the drivers behind them catching up, especially with the pace that Burgess has over Ortega. Ortega has fallen off the back of the Sodico drivers around the outside there. Marina Brandao, her run continues through the field. She's up to 7th place with the purple lap, so good run for her around the outside of Aiden Go. You don't see the outside of turn 1 happen very often, but yeah, like I said, those two right there on our screen have extended their advantage even more. 2.7 seconds to 3rd place, Zane Burgess.
Yeah, 2.7. It's been 1.1 to 2 tenths per lap as it's run since the roughly halfway mark or so, maybe even a little bit more. Consistently going better, consistently head and shoulders over the field as that battle further back continues here with Macha and Garcia Arce. 16 down, 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We'll send it back down to Emery on the grid for a little more prep for the ROK Junior GP main. Here, let's check it one more time here. We'll go down to Emery Lida on pit lane for Junior ROK GP while we stay green here in the Micro ROK main event.
I'm here with Steven Miller. Steven, you were able to take home the win in VLR Junior, but on the ROK Junior side of things, it looked like you kind of had a little bit of up and down heat races against Garzone and Toniolo. Just talk to me about how you're planning for this final.
I think I should just hang on there, hope for the best, and then last lap, let's do our thing.
All right, and again, you saw the last lap prevailed last time. I got to ask you, because I saw coming through 11 and 12, it looked like you kind of sort of held Kaminsky there, coming to the last corner, getting that slingshot run. Was there a strategy behind that, or just simply winging it?
Just winging it, man, you know? Just got to do what comes to mind.
All right, one last thing. We've seen some aggressive blocking from both of the guys you're racing against this weekend. What are your thoughts on that as it heads to the final? Are you going to try to work with them or kind of just go in a free-for-all type of battle?
I'm just going to work with them, and if they want to do that, they're going to get the penalty. So just hang around and see if I can get the win.
All right, Steven Miller starting from pole position here, trying to make it 2 for 2 today here at ROK the Rio. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. While we were underway, just a minute plus 2 laps to go, and it started to kick off a bit. Maxwell Macha, that entire lap, went defensive for most of it, so it's starting to kick off here. They have a bit of a buffer, 3.5 seconds. There he goes, Garcia Arce to the inside. Macha's going to have to go on the marbles on the outside there, having a lift for Garcia Arce. He's through. The Orsalon driver, number 36 with the orange helmet. He's back to the point with 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Like I said, they have a 3.5 second gap to play with, but if they battle any harder, Zane Burgess might have something to say about this one, but so far, so good for the Orsalon driver. It's Maxwell Macha now having to play catch up here as Garcia Arce did all race long. Garcia Arce has a bit of an advantage now over the Sodi Kart driver. Masha through turns 8 and 9 pulls back a little bit of the gap here. Let's see where they're stronger now. Through turns 12, this is the first time all race long that Macha's had to play catch up on the Orsalon driver. So now rounding the final few corners, they're barely going to miss the 2 to go signal. So 3 laps to go this time around, 7 seconds plus 2 laps. Macha back up to the bumper with the help of that headwind into turn 1. Through turns 1 and 2, does Macha go to the inside or nobody defends? Wow, Garcia Arce feels comfortable enough with Macha behind him to where he didn't have to go defensive there. So Macha playing it smart here. He knows that if they race any harder, the Sodi Kart of Zane Burgess will have something to say about it. Looking further back, Dante Ortega has fallen off the pace quite a bit. He actually just got passed by Mikey Collins. So Mikey Collins on the U-Race Paralyn there, he is absolutely flying as well. His cart has come alive later in this race, as well as Piemonte and Marina Brandau. She's in the mix. So this is anybody's game from 4th on back. But yeah, there's Zane Burgess. We saw him just in the background there, all on his lonesome. These 2 drivers, though, it is an absolute dogfight. Gloves are about to be off here with 2 laps to go. Garcia Arce looks back. Look at the run. Macha gets through one. A slight defense there from Garcia Arce. Nothing to it between the drivers through turns 1 and 2. Defensive move there, but Macha's going to the inside. He's back through on Juan Diego Garcia Arce, who goes wide now. Bit of a mistake there through turns 3. Gives Macha a bit of a buffer here, but he goes defensive anyways through turns 4 and 5. Wide exit there. Macha over his shoulder. Realizes he has a bit of a gap to play with here through turns 6 and 7. Nothing in it between the 2 drivers through turns 8. Long round corner. Anything between these 2? Nothing yet. Macha doesn't have to go defensive, but down the long back straightaway now. Huge tailwind helping these drivers out. Let's see what Garcia Arce decides to do. Slightly defensive there from Macha, but nothing quite yet. They're about to go through turns 11 and 12 for the final lap of the race. Who's it going to be? Orsalon or Sodi Kart? SLA or Orsalon? Here we go. Macha all to the bottom of the racetrack. Entering turn 1. This might be a crossover incoming from Garcia Arce. Macha goes a little bit wide here. He's going to have to go defensive through turns 3, all to the bottom of the racetrack. Garcia to the outside here. Crossover incoming from the driver in the Orsalon Paralyn. Nothing in it between these 2. Turns 5 and 6. Macha to the bottom. Garcia to the high side here. Exiting turn 5 and 6. This is where Garcia Arce has been really strong all weekend long. Macha's going to have to go defensive through the fast sweeping hander. Down the bottom of the racetrack. Wow, a huge chop there. There's contact. Macha goes wide. He's going to hold on the lead there, but here comes a crossover from the Orsalon driver. Down the back straight of the final opportunity for Juan Diego Garcia Arce. Who's it going to be? Macha gets a huge bump. He's going to hold him on the inside. Bump and a run incoming from Garcia Arce. Macha goes wide. They're side by side through turns 11 here. Who's it going to be? Macha entering turns 12 here. Flat out down the straightaway. Macha looks like he's got an advantage here. Side by side. It's a drag race to the line. Who's it going to be? Maxwell Macha by 41 thousandths of a second holds on to win it for SLA and Sodi Kart. What a run for the number 3 yellow helmet, Maxwell Macha. Garcia Arce just misses out on a victory here at ROK the Rio. And then Zane Burgess, 1.8 back there. A few more laps and he would have had a chance. Dante Ortega, he claws his way back up in the 4th. And how about Marina Brandau up into the top 5? Camila Canache with a good comeback drive. Only 3 thousandths off of a top 5 for her. So what a good finish. Aiden Go in 7th. Luca Becquerel in 8th. And then where did a few of these other drivers end up? Because there's a few like Josh Bergman, who we know had the meatball flag. But yeah, a few drivers shockingly, had to fall back just a little bit here, Xander.
Yeah, a couple of ones shuffled further back at the end of that one because it did get a little bit hairy in the midfield. But, of course, we were focused on that crazy battle for the lead and the win. What a race to the line. Josh Bergman, Maxwell Macha, Juan Diego Garcia Arce with the big win. Bergman, of course, one of the many names that goes out. Piemonte goes out. Mikey Collins goes out. The 2 of them were racing hard for that 5th spot. They collide late in the going, and they end up with the DNF. But what a performance for the SLA Kart Racing Sodi of Maxwell Macha. He is victorious here in ROK Vegas. Junior ROK GP, though, on the grid now as the Micro ROK results get set to go. We heard, obviously, from Sarah Bradley. Said she likes to look at turn number 9 for an awesome passing zone, and that has been so much fun to watch here in the single speed classes ripping off that speedy sweeping turn number 8, and then you just dive it down to the inside in turn number 9. But of course, a little too deep there, with the next corner being a right-handed hairpin at turn number 12. You can get crossed over and lose a lot of spots pretty quickly, and we've also seen turn 9 have a fair share of calamity with pass attempts. In either case, one guy that doesn't need to pass is Stephen Miller. One win on the day. He's probably got to take the pressure off, or maybe it puts it on to go ahead and get the job done in the afternoon too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, after coming off a victory in VLR Junior, and a lot of the kids in this class running double duty, right? It puts a target on your back, I'd say, going into this one. He has been one of the drivers to beat. I think Oliver Weldon has had a little bit of an advantage over Miller throughout the weekend, but Stephen Miller looking to make it 2 for 2 this weekend. This is his best performance so far on the year on the Nash Motorsports side of things. So he has got that EOS go-kart rolling this weekend. Shout out to his mechanic Hans Thompson as well, who's been working Stephen Miller a little bit this weekend, but Miller so far making him proud there. And there's Sebastian Garzone on our screen. He has been super quick all year long, sometimes being unlucky, sometimes making mistakes, but so far so good this weekend. He's going to be on the outside of your front row, Xander.
Yeah, and then you go back to row number 2 to the rest of the starting lineup here for the Junior ROK drivers. Down on the inside, Augustus Toniolo in his return to the North American competition after a bit of a hiatus. The Rollison Performance Group Cosmic driver rolls off in the 3rd spot. To the outside of him, it's a teammate, of course, and that makes the start a little bit less pressured, you'd think. Diego Ardiles, so close to getting that VLR Junior main event win earlier. He gets a shot at redemption here from the 4th position on the grid for Junior ROK GP. Back down to the inside in the 5th position. We spoke to her already, that's actually Sarah Bradley there in 7th. Backed up against the wall, almost out of frame, is young Oliver Weldon in the Gainbridge LN Kart for JC Karting. So a top 5 starting spot, a little bit safer for him, and his Junior ROK GP stories look similar to his VLR story. Can't say the same, though, for Turner Brown. Chico had about as rough of a go as you can have it from Friday through to Sunday in the VLR Junior class. Qualified in the top 5, did his job speed-wise, got spun on the start of the very first heat race. From then on, fighting through the grid, and starting in the mid-30s in the main, he got wiped out in turn 1, got wiped out again in the main as well. Hopefully he can get something cooking on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. And again, there is Sarah Bradley's group to the inside of him. She'll make it SCR 6 and 7. You can see Jackson Wolney further back on the inside lane. And off to the right, we go further down the rest of the outside lane starting lineup behind Brown and company. So it's a decently packed Junior ROK GP grid. I think for the most part, we've got all of our major players lined up in the first few rows, which should make a very enticing, very exciting first few laps of the main, because, again, they all know if they're all relatively fast, and it's going to come down to track position. The more track position you can gain when everyone's packed up, the more you can also lose. You've got to be ready to risk it all, be very aggressive in the opening few laps of the race before things spread apart and it becomes a whole lot harder to make up spots. Stephen Miller's fired up. We are almost ready to go here for the Junior ROK GP main. After this class, we'll have the VLR Master division, and then ROK Shifter wraps up the ROK Vegas on-track activity here from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. We are now officially 7 main events in, 3 more still to come here from Sunday. And with the winds picking up, does that dirty the track up? Does that make the lead a little bit of a scary place to be? The top 2 in micro had no issue with it. Junior ROK might see it a little bit more so as they release off the grid, and we get set for another main event here from the parking lot at the Rio. There's a look at the rest of the lineup on further back here. Alex getting outside the top 10 with the likes of Jensen Burnett and Victor De Alencar in row 5.
Yeah, De Alencar, Burnett, then it's Wolney and Wade Pierce. Ty Fisher, who we saw had a bit of a trampoline moment, I'd say, in the VLR Junior category, with his axle being about 45 degrees upright. And then his Major Makovskis, Charlie Smith, Raymond Mallon, Gage Korn, Federique Lemieux, Alexander Jacoby, Max Altman rounding out your top 20. Then it's Anthony Raducanu, Jose Martinez, Nathan Dupuis, and others inside your top 25. Like I said, a lot of these guys running double duty this weekend with VLR Junior and ROK Junior here, Xander. So how much do you think that major incident we saw earlier today affect these guys heading into the start?
Yeah, I'm not sure, right? I mean, I feel like the track is so much different that even if they didn't have too much confidence early in the morning, that they'd have more confidence now. here with the ROK GP Junior category, knowing that we've spent another full 7 classes of Levanto rubber being laid down in that turn. Hot, fresh rubber here from the morning, so I would think that they probably wouldn't have turned the aggression levels down too much, and especially off that fact we mentioned earlier where most of the drivers that have run up in the front have all got themselves a good starting spot at the front. So if you try to be a little more conservative on the start here and give up some time, it's some time and positions you might not gain back by the drop of the checkered flag. But we'll see what everyone wants to do here in just about 30 seconds because they're already out of turn 12, slowly making their way through 13 and 14, and Chuck Yoder is ready to get these junior rockers into their tram lines and underway with their main event. 18 minutes plus 2 laps, boys and girls. Try and keep it clean, try and hang on. Stephen Miller in the blue Nash Motorsports machine on the inside. Sebastian Garzone in the green and white Ursula and Tony Kart on the outside, through the box and underway down to turn number 1.
Yeah, good start for the entire inside row. It's Miller and then a few others behind him. I think that was a good start as well for Toniolo, who's going ultra defensive there, up and over almost for the driver of Diego Ardiaz there in the RPG. His teammate, though, Toniolo, with a good start. Weldon up already into the top 3. Where did he come from? So what a good start for him. That was Sarah Bradley, I believe, behind Diego Ardiaz. So good start for her as well, maintaining her starting position in 7th. But the biggest loser was that guy right there, Sebastian Garzone. Good move for Ardiaz there on Chico Turner Brown, who's giving the point signal to go forward, please. He wants to be facing forward for the first time all weekend because he hasn't had the luck that we would have expected.
Yeah, Turner Brown, a decent start, not great, not terrible. The outside lane was just the kind of brunt of it as Garzone, as you mentioned, drops back into the 4th spot, a 3-spot loss. Weldon up to 3rd from 5th. Through turn number 3, Augustus Toniolo is still right there on Stephen Miller, and look at all this fighting here. Edge of the top 10 going at it down to turn number 5. That slugfest continues to allow the rest of the leaders to get further away. You can see Jackson Wolney is in the middle of that mix there on that black, white, and red SCR red speed. And coming out of the turn 9 complex, we've got a new leader, Augustus Toniolo. He was pressuring Miller early, and now he's made the move here on lap number 2 to take over the top spot.
Yeah, what a run through the infield that he had. I mean, he clawed back about a 4 or 5 car length advantage over Stephen Miller to take the lead here. We've seen it in more of the bigger chassis categories that the draft on that front straightaway makes a huge difference. And even the tail one on the back straight, it keeps a lot of the drivers in play that maybe wouldn't have been a factor earlier on in the weekend. You know, we saw it with, you know, like we said with Chase Hannon earlier and other drivers in the heat races where if you're as a leader, you could almost maintain a gap. It seems to be a lot more difficult today with the winds picking up. There goes Weldon to the inside of Stephen Miller. He's going to go through. So Stephen Miller playing it a little bit cautious here, but maybe too cautious. Let's see if Garzone's going to go through. He does. He knows that Miller right now is not as quick as the other drivers around him. So Garzone's through. Miller falling back quite a bit.
Yeah, Stephen Miller still early and probably not too worried as of yet, so long as someone else goes up and battles with Toniolo right now, which that puts Oliver Weldon with the pressure on, because Toniolo's speed this early, yeah, it might fade eventually, but it'd be a lot easier for the guys that went maybe a little low on air pressure to still stay within a second to a second and a half of him. If he gets out to a major lead, it'd be a lot harder for the likes of Stephen Miller and anyone else who's a little slow early on to catch back up, as Miller back and forth with Ardiles and Turner Brown. He'll end up losing a spot. Turner Brown continuing to march his way up the grid now, as that's putting him into the top 5. Ardiles up into 4th. Miller back down to 6th from the pole here. 3 down, make it another one complete. 4 down now to turn 1.
Yeah, you mentioned Miller not being too worried here, and I like you said, 14 and a half plus 2 laps, so still a long ways to go. So probably still the nerves are not, as high as you'd expect for a driver that's fallen back from the lead to 7th already. But there comes a point in the race where you need to shift mindsets from, okay, I'm okay with losing spots, my cart will come in, to I need to make up spots. And it's getting to that point for Stephen Miller, because like you said, with Toniolo, with the speed that he's showing so far, just like Weldon and Garzone, even if these guys start to fade towards the end, there's only so much ground you can make up as the laps start to wind down. And Miller right now, again, losing ground to Chico and actually falling to the clutches of Sarah Bradley here through turns 12 and 13. So Stephen Miller right now needs to pick up the pace compared to what he had in VLR Junior.
Yeah, Stephen Miller in the Nash Motorsports EOS cart, not quick off the jump, and still, this is when you're early in the race and you shouldn't be too worried, but at some point you start to worry, is the speed ever going to come to me, or am I just going to have to fight with what I have? Because 5 laps in, 6 laps in. You should have your tires warmed up enough at this point that you begin to start marching forward. And if you're not, again, that's when the panic button maybe gets pressed a little bit. Either way, he's too far back to kind of start any dive bombs, couple car lengths away from Turner Brown, so just trying to ride it out, I guess, and hopefully be banking on Oliver Weldon to get up there and mess with Augustus Toniolo, which the good news is Oliver's right on track for that. He was 1/10 of a second quicker last time by. This time by, maybe about a 1/2 better. A couple of hundredths. It wasn't much. 44.45 for Weldon and a .48 for Augustus Toniolo. 300ths to be exact, the gap. So it's still closing in. It's not closing in terribly.
Yeah, single file driving between the top 6, top 7. The fastest man on the racetrack, though, is Diego Ardiaz. Last few laps, he has actually gone purple for 3 in a row. So the RPG Cosmic is absolutely rolling. There he is in 4th position, all over the bumper now of Sebastian Garzon. That wall has actually been moved since the last lap, so somebody further back must have hit the exit of turn 9 there, but nonetheless, Ardiaz absolutely flying. He's brought Chico with him, and Stephen Miller actually looks to be right back in the mix of things. So there goes the Nash Motorsports driver. He is clawing his way back through. There goes Garzon to the inside of Weldon. He's tired of being third, so Sebastian Garzon, he's through. Look at the gap that Toniolo has actually created over the field here. There goes Ardiaz, Toniolo's teammate. Late lunge. That was pretty impressive braking there from Ardiaz. He's actually going for a 2-for-1.
Oh, man, and look at Turner Brown, too, stuffing it down the inside on Weldon in 5. Simultaneous dive bombs there in the infield hairpin. Both of them paying off. So Turner Brown now gets through on Oliver Weldon. Ardila is getting through on Garzon. But all of these drivers are losing out majorly to Augustus Toniolo. His lead's going to be over a second, I think, by the time we get back to the stripe. There's Miller on Weldon in 12, and they're just working their way backwards away from the Brazilian. Augustus Toniolo, what's the margin back to his teammate in Diego Ardiles? 1.2 seconds. That is massive. And again, there's still a lot of time left, but I mean, with how quick Toniolo is and how much these kids continue to fight here for second, I don't know if they're going to get back up to him.
Yeah, I don't know if I really agree with that move there, but again, I'm not in the driver's seat, so Garzon back to P2 on Ardiaz there, Toniolo's teammate. That's probably why he made the move. There goes Ardiaz. He's pretty much at this point playing blocker for Toniolo, and Turner Brown gets a little bit of help there from Sebastian Garzon through turn 9. Garzon looks at his bumper. It might be dragging now, but that moves Chico to the wayside. Here comes Jensen Burnett out of nowhere. That's Makovskis as well, and the Burrell, he's up into the top 3.
Major Makovskis there on the Bureau Art machine has not been a factor almost all weekend long, and he is now on the cusp of a podium with Oliver Weldon, the only one standing in the way. Miller right now just ahead of, I believe, Sarah Bradley, and Jensen Burnett as a dive to the inside to defend there for Turner Brown. He's just trying to hang on for dear life at this point there in the 236 machine. Back in that 9th position, he was almost up to second just a few moments ago. And out front, Ardiles is already 2.2 seconds back. He lost a full second in the exchange last lap, as there's a big diver by Garzon on the inside for the 4th spot. Now Miller's going to give it back to Garzon. He'll go down the inside. Makovsky's trapped behind both of them out of 12. And it's allowed Oliver Weldon to be the next driver to break away from the group. He's safely in 3rd.
Yeah, at this point, it's a battle for 3rd because Toniolo has pulled away, like you said, from Ardiaz, who last time by was a few hundredths slower than his teammate. So at this point, it is Toniolo's to lose and really RPG's to lose. It is a 1-2 for those guys. Oliver Weldon has set sail on the drivers behind him. And here comes that blue go-kart with the orange helmet, Stephen Miller. He's back rolling, but still 3.5 seconds off the lead. So from where he would have expected to be on pole to now being in 4th position with a lot of ground to make up. Kind of not what you would have expected from the driver who won earlier today in VLR Junior, but still a solid comeback drive for him after a pretty not so good start to his standards. A little further back, it's Garzon now, who was one of the main aggressors all race long. It's cost him a little bit. He's down in 5th. Sarah Bradley now, good run for her in 6th. Jensen Burnett as well, good run for him in 7th. And let's look a little bit further back. That's Wolney as well, leading that train. He's down in 12th position.
Yeah, Jackson Wolney on the SCR Red Speed hasn't really made up ground, hasn't really lost a ton of ground in terms of where he's rolled off on the grid. He runs, like you said, right behind him, right behind one of the many quick RPG Cosmics. They are 1st and 2nd at the moment and pulling away at that. Oliver Weldon now from 1 to 1.1 seconds back from Diego Ardiles. Stephen Miller here's where we're talking about of him maybe worrying a little bit early on, or at least hoping guys would go up in battle. He reset the fastest lap of the race last time by. This time another good gap as he gains on Oliver Weldon, but he's basically 4 seconds away from Augustus Toniolo when you add up the margins and then factor in a couple tenths for a pass made. There's a nice move by Jensen Burnett. He gets around Sarah Bradley, moved Jensen up into the 6th position as he chases down Sebastian Garzone. But with 8.5 minutes plus 2 laps, if it was maybe only 2 seconds, I think you could bank on Stephen Miller getting there. But so late in the race, he needs these guys to fade, and I'm just not sure it'll happen.
Yeah, for sure. Toniolo at this point in the race, he needs a Dirk Nowitzki style fade for Stephen Miller to have a chance in this one. But a good solid couple of laps here for Stephen Miller. He's almost to the rear bumper of Oliver Weldon, who surprisingly not been as quick as I would have expected him to be after what we saw all weekend long, with him being able to claw his way through the field. After a really good start, it is pretty much from there halted his progress. He's remained 3rd all race long. Miller is going to be looking to make a move anytime now through turns 5 and 6. Miller made a move here on Garzone earlier in the race. Let's see, he's a little bit too far back here with how fast this corner is, but I expect it maybe through turn 9 here. Through turn 8, he's going to go for it. There he goes. Through turn 9, Stephen Miller's through down the backstretch. His sights are now set on Diego Diaz.
Well, he's the one hope here for any kind of a battle for the win, and the one fear for the Rolston Performance Group Cosmic drivers here, because they are safely away from everybody else and safely faster than everybody else. Where's the gap now to the lead for Miller towards Ardiles? He's 1 second from Ardiles. That puts him 3.6 back from Augustus Toniolo at the halfway mark here in this main. 14 down, probably around 12 to maybe 13 laps to go. Can Stephen Miller go for a sweep on the day? The earlier one, you could say he got a little bit lucky, but he played his cards well in a 6-car fight and picked up the pieces to get the win. In this case here, he's going to need to be absolutely flawless when it comes to putting down some heater lap times, and we'll get a good read on it here this time by of what kind of gap he closes on Ardiles, and if he's able to close it all on Augustus Toniolo, who is making a major statement in his return to American racing right now. At the line, only about a half-tenth advantage there for Miller over Ardiles, and not even really anything to Augustus Toniolo, maybe a half-tenth on him as well. That was not enough, even with Oliver Weldon looking to push him to get to the lead.
Yeah, I was about to mention that too. I think Weldon, as well as Miller, is kind of our biggest hope here for a battle for the lead. Let's see if Weldon can stick to the rear bumper of the Nash Motorsports driver to give him any assistance whatsoever to catch up to the lead. But Miller looks back, gets a good run out of turn 9 there. This lap looks to be a little bit better for Miller as we look further back here. Garzone and Jensen Burnett going at it here for a top 5 finish. But yeah, back up front, Miller, he seems to have closed that gap quite a bit to Diaz. Let's see what it is this time by 3.3, 3.4 seconds. So another 2 tenths gained. He's going to need a lot more than that, though, to get up to Toniolo.
Yeah, he's going to need a big mistake here out of Augustus Toniolo. At least with Ardiles now, he's going to be within the drafting window, so that'll kind of pull him closer. Again, he's brought it down from 3.6 seconds to 3.4, pushing 3.3. It's just not enough. Not enough time to get there. He's got enough time at least to get to second, but maybe won't have enough to get to the lead. I could be wrong. Toniolo might fall off a little bit, but we haven't seen any chinks in the armor as of yet here for Augustus Toniolo. But Diego Ardiles, he will be coming under pressure very soon. Further back, not much movement either at the end of the top 10. You have, of course, Jensen Burnett and Turner Brown. They're getting around Sebastian Garzone. Took them a little while to arrive on the scene, but moving through to go to 5th and 6th. Sarah Bradley will be next up to look on that Ursula and Tony Kart in 7th. Then Jackson Wolney and Ty Fisher, who has cracked the top 10 there on the 237 Race Lab Karting TV.
Yeah, good run for Ty Fisher after a not-so-good VLR Junior race with his axle being completely bent there. So a good comeback drive for him and a good turnaround for his day. There's Wolney. There's a good move there for one of the Burrell Arts. His teammates, battling teammates. Mikovsky, after a really, really good start up into the top 4, he has faded away outside the top 10. So not how he expected his race to unfold, but back up front, let's see what the gap is. It is just under 3 seconds, 2.9 with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That's about 8 laps for Stephen Miller to make up 2.9. He's going to need quite a bit of time, about 3.5 tenths a lap to have a chance at this one, but he has to get around Toniolo's teammate as well, and I bet Diaz won't make it easy for him.
No, because he'll know it's almost the end of the race here. Not only would he be maybe thinking team, but I think more than anything, he'll be thinking selfishly that I just got to fend off maybe 2 or 3 of this guy's passes, and I'll be able to hang on for a second instead of fading back to third. The good news here, at least for Miller and Ardiles as well, is Augustus Toniolo last time by was the first time we started to see him slow down a little bit. This time, 44.3, and he goes back quicker on Ardiles. Miller still goes quicker. Weldon goes quicker. They both picked up a 10th on him to a 10th and a half in Weldon's case, but just not enough at the moment. We've got the looming battle here for second, third, and fourth that has not hit yet, but we'll be hitting very, very soon. Let's take a look further back here to Jensen Burnett and Turner Brown. They've been carving up the midfield here inside the top 10. 5th and 6th, pulling away a little bit from Sarah Bradley, who was able to get around Sebastian Garzone. The SCR Red Speed, the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic, just kind of having a clean race here. And I think in the case of Turner Brown, a clean main event is probably a welcome sight, and a sight for sore eyes at this point here. With just 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Chico looking at a top 5 finish. I'm sure going into the weekend, if you would have said he'd have a top 5 here, he wouldn't have been super excited. But based on how the last 2 days have gone, based on how this morning went, Turner Brown staring at a 5th place result is probably going to be happy to walk away from the tables with that.
It's going to feel like a win for him. Like you said, the tables, not only Tiago's table, right, is how his weekend's gone, in terms of the VLR Junior category, being, facing the wrong way for a couple of those heat races, even in the ROK Junior category. So, yeah, Chico, a good turnaround for him in this one, but smile on his face probably after this one. I don't want to speak too soon with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, but the SCR driver looking good so far. Another driver looking good is this guy right here, Stephen Miller. It is 2.5 seconds out of the lead. It's going to take a heroic dive bomb to, not waste too much time here. He's close enough maybe to make a move in a turn 4 and 5. Nothing in it between these two drivers. Ardiles, a solid exit out of the corner there through turn 6 and 7. Wow, really good exit actually. Miller's going to not really have a chance here. He's going to really push the brakes into turn 8. Might make a move in 9. Nothing in it yet, Xander, but he's close.
Yeah, he's definitely close here as they head down the backstretch. Stephen Miller, 1 car length back from Diego Ardiles. When does he want to go here for that runner-up spot, that final or that vice champion of ROK Vegas 2023 battle is about to commence with 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We're staring down 4 to 5 laps remaining through turns 1 and 2. Miller's definitely close now. Turn 3 inside, got him. Stephen Miller up to P2.
All right, what do you have left in the tank, Stephen Miller? Well, first and foremost, Ardiles said not just yet. He's back through to P2, so Diego Ardiles, he's not done just yet. He's trying to hold off now. Like you said, selfishly wants to get P2, but as well, his teammate up front is leading the race. He's going defensive now, so this is going to bring the likes of Turner Brown and Burnett into play if they keep fighting this hard. Ardiles all to the bottom of the racetrack. A little bit of assistance there from Stephen Miller in the brake zone. That's not going to help any of these guys' causes with 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go, at least 3 laps remaining.
Again, Ardiles probably doing the count, knowing that he's just got to hang on for a couple of laps to keep second, but Miller, oh, they both hard into the wall. Both of them slam the barriers, Miller and Ardiles. Miller, I think, it knocked the chain off as he pirouetted on the top of Diego Ardiles, tried to kind of move him with the racetrack, and he got sent up on top of his right rear tire. Oliver Weldon gets a gift and a half for second, and now Turner Brown is staring down a podium here in third. Again, he's just looking for something. Now he gets a huge gift from the likes of Miller and Ardiles colliding. And does that give any extra motivation for Jensen Burnett or Sarah Bradley to try and hit the afterburners and go a little bit harder to get some hardware as they rocket down the front straightaway? Turner Brown by 3 car lengths there for third, and Oliver Weldon by a country mile out front and out back has safely got himself to second.
Yeah, the battle is now for third because Toniolo has this all but wrapped up, and Weldon, like you said, all on his lonesome there in second. But Turner Brown can turn his weekend around here if he can hold on to a 3rd place finish in the Junior ROK category. But how about Jensen Burnett on the REM OTK go-kart? He has had a not so great weekend up to this point, but it has been an incredible drive through the field with the help of a few wrecks there, like we saw from Miller and Ardiles there. But so far, so good for Jensen Burnett. Last time by, Turner Brown a little bit quicker than the REM driver. This time by, looks to have extended the advantage a little bit more to Jensen Burnett. So it's looking good for Chico to get a podium here, but 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, 2 laps left to go here. That's the main, one of the closer battles we've got is this one looming. Burnett, a big run there through turn number 3, pulls him to within a car length away. This is the fight for third on your screen. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth there with Garzone just in the background. Ty Fisher now inherits 7th. Jackson Wolney 8th as they go over to turn number 9. Brown a little bit better than Burnett through the sweeper. And with the white flag in the distance here, only one more lap around for Jensen Burnett to try and pull a rabbit out of the hat and sneak his way onto the ROK Cup Vegas podium. Toniolo, we know, as long as he can just survive one more lap around this temporary circuit, is going to be easily on the top step of it. The same goes for Oliver Weldon as the vice champ. But Brown versus Burnett, will anything happen on this final circuit, Alex?
Yeah, this is the part of the racetrack where Jensen Burnett seems to shine compared to the SCR driver. So far, so good, though. Just enough ground between the two of them so he doesn't have to defend so much through the turn 6 and 7 chicane and through the fast sweeping turn 8. Turner Brown just has to hold on for a few more corners, just like Toniolo through turn 12 and 13, Xander.
Final 2 turns. Augustus Toniolo, what a return. Welcome back to the United States of America. Augustus Toniolo wins at ROK Vegas, and a little bit of fun across the line there, taking a nap. It was a nice Sunday afternoon drive for Augustus Toniolo. Oliver Weldon nips one of the fastest laps of the race there on the final lap around, ends up second, 4 seconds back, but still a good ways out, and Turner Brown hangs on over Jensen Burnett and Sarah Bradley for the top 5. Garzone, Fisher, Wolney, and on back. Ardiles able to recover to 10th. Of course, Miller ends up crashing out. I believe we do have a look at it. Let's go down in slow motion and see what we've got and how it ended up. There's your top 12 all the way through. Michael McGoy, good drive up to 11th. Pierce Wade in 9th. And Charlie Smith back in 12th. But here it is. This is full speed, actually, down to turn number 1. Now slow it down a little bit. And you can see Miller, he had been kind of just working the rear bumper, a little bit of Ardiles, and then that was a big hit for both of them to split the barriers apart. But if we can get that one more time, we'll take another look at it here. Just a little bit wild. Going down into the first corner again, Miller was already probably getting a little bit riled up because he had worked so hard to get there, and then at the moment he passes him, he gets passed right back. A little bit of defensive driving, so he tried to just move him out of the groove, and he moved him halfway, but then as soon as he started to stick the nose down the inside, it was game over.
Yeah, I don't think that move was ever really on, right? Ardiles entered turn 1 at the bottom of the racetrack, slightly missed the apex on the inside of the racetrack. That's usually the line you take for turn 1. So Miller went for a gap that never really was there, and that was inevitably going to create contact. Like you said, really hard impact for Ardiles and Miller. We see the head there of Ardiles. Good to see that he's okay, but yeah, heavy damage for both these go-karts. Ardiles there getting rolling. I don't know where he ended up in this race, but what do you think, Xander? Because it looked to me like Miller just maybe a little bit too opportunistic.
Maybe a bit there, but again, it was down to crunch time. You know, he'd worked hard to get up to that spot, and I'm sure he maybe was holding out hope of something to happen for Toniolo, realistic or not, that he would get through. Maybe a bit zealous, but I mean, he was able to get the go-kart down to the inside. The problem is that with turn 1 and 2 being such a long, sweeping corner, it's somewhat of a later apex, so he was down on about half of the track that probably didn't have a lot of rubber and grip on it, and I think just the combination of Ardiles trying hard to keep it pinned on the bottom and Miller trying to go on a little bit of unused, maybe dirty surface, just sucked the two of them together, and once the tire-to-tire contact begins, you're just along for the ride at that point. So yeah, definitely an aggressive attempt at the move. Ultimately, doesn't pay off for either one of them. It was a good recovery, of course, for Ardiles to just hang on and end up in the 10th spot behind Pierce Wade, ahead of Michael McGoy and Charlie Smith. Major Makovsky's, who was up front early, ends up down in the 13th spot. Nathan Dupuis 14th, Max Altman 15th. Miller is going to get credited with 26th after the DNF in that one, but a mixed bag of results here for Stephen Miller as they go through. We go now to the VLR Masters. The crazy old guys are going up next here, and the engines have begun to fire. We'll take one quick moment here for our partners. When we come back, it's the second to last class, and then it'll be time for Pro ROK Shifter right after to close off ROK Vegas. VLR Master now. Let's take a look at the starting grid here. Ben Cooper has kept a streak of all sessions at the top of the leaderboard, pole in qualifying and all 4 heat race wins, but the 4th and final heat, even the 3rd heat, the field started to get a little bit closer to him and really brought a decent challenge. Martin Stone, Sean Owens, Renato Gator-David, they were all right there in contention for the race win, and a couple of them led some laps in the 4th and final heat race on the day. But ultimately, Ben Cooper was still too tough to beat by the end of the day, and you know that the veteran here probably went to work late last night to try and find a little more speed to get that edge that he had back in heat number 1, because in the opening heat on the weekend, a near 4-second margin of victory over everybody here in VLR Master, and while Ben himself has a massive international win list, the rest of the grid are no slouches either. We just saw Martin Stone put on a great performance at ROK GP Master, so we know that he's got speed. And further down the lineup we go. Beyond your top 2 rows there, you've got Daniel Jones on the inside of row number 3 on the Ron White Racing CRG. Carlos Fonseca to his outside. Miguel Mir and Samuel Beswick on row 4. Christopher Mann, Laurentiu Mardan, who's been relatively quiet this week in the VLR Master class, the guy who's dominated the division the last couple of years. You go to Fernando Zuccato and Fred Clark on row 6. Luis Quinones and Tim Meyer, row 7. Craig Vasquez, Sergio Rodriguez, Ryan Molina, Dan Velpel, Luke Tracy, Keith Olson. That's your grid for VLR Master. Chuck Yoder's ready down to the front stretch. Jason Burgess is ready with the lights. Here we go to start group number 9, your VLR Masters. A nice and slow start from the veteran front row. It looks good, it is good, and we're green down to turn number 1. Cooper and Stone almost dead even until we get into the corner.
Yeah, inside lane gets a bit better of a jump though. Sean Owens going to slot into 2nd place.
Oh my goodness, huge crash. 2 cars collected over there. One of them is one of the Zanella Racing Tony Karts. That's the 724 Carlos Fonseca. The other one, Samuel Beswick in the Orsolone Racing Machine.
Wow, that was heavy-duty contact. Surprisingly, one of the first times we've actually seen an incident on the exit of turn 2. But yeah, heavy-duty contact. Good to see both those drivers are up and running and good. But yeah, Ben Cooper, so far, so good for him. A bit of an advantage over Sean Owens. Martin Stone, he already raced once today in the Master ROK category, so I'd say maybe a bit of an advantage setup-wise and track, evolution-wise. He has a bit of it more knowledge than these guys ahead of him on what to expect, but it looks good for the RPG driver. Still 17 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Anything can happen.
Yeah, long way to go in this one, and while that did take out a couple of contenders, the full first 6 all got through the opening lap pretty cleanly. Really, the first 7 did in total. And Sean Owens on that LN kart, keeping Ben Cooper honest. Lost a little bit to him at the end of the opening lap. Not by much, though. Just a 3/10 margin here as they head for turn number 9. And just easy going at the moment here. There's Miguel Mir. Closest fight we've got is probably between himself and Daniel Jones. And as well there on the Ruthless karting machine of Christopher Mann. Man down the inside, and he's clear. Renato Gator-David side by side with his teammate, not able to get around him. But Christopher Mann now cracks the top 5, and it's Mir looking to get it back in turn 1, and he'll take it without problems through the sweeper to reclaim the 5th spot.
Yeah, all this battling is going to let Daniel Jones have a little bit of a breathing room there on the CRG. Good move for Gator-David there, opportunistic on Christopher Mann. A bit of a hip check out of turn 4 there, so kind of showing him how he feels about the situation. Good stuff for Gator-David, who's on a bit of a comeback drive. We've expected him to be a little bit quicker than he was this morning. He was 2nd in the warm-up session, but 3/10 behind Ben Cooper, who put a bit of a clinic on the field this morning.
Yeah, Ben Cooper was really, really quick in the warm-up session here just not long ago. Now, to be fair, we're starting to see those shadows really begin to appear over and cover the racetrack. That full back hairpin now is completely shaded, and we still got sun on about maybe 70-80% of the surface, but just like we talked about yesterday, the little bit of shadows off the side of the barriers, that can be a bit deceiving of where the barrier starts and where you still have some asphalt that you can use. And if you're dancing a little bit too close in those shadows, you might end up nicking the wall like Scotty Roberts did in Heat 4 yesterday, or a handful of other drivers truthfully did throughout the day. We've seen a lot of guys, even in the sunshine right here, just nick with the left rear tire that outside retaining wall, and all of a sudden their day ends a little bit early. Meanwhile, while they battle further back here with Miguel Mir, Christopher Mann continuing to fight at the edge of the top 10 with Fernando Zuccato there as well on the Cosmic. Cooper getting reeled in by Sean Owens and Martin Stone a little bit. And in the early stages of this VLR Master main, we'll go side by side and down to Emery Lida, who's gotten Giorgio Carraro standing with him on pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Giorgio Carraro on the grid. Giorgio, it has not been the weekend that you've wanted so far. Multiple mechanical failures, been a little bit off on pace. Just what are you looking for in this final?
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, final day. Of course, it is a weekend that, as you said, it's not what I expected, but also KR, I was the whole year racing for Lensokart, and now, you know, this weekend, completely new chassis. So I am using this weekend as a practice, you know. Of course I want to win, but it is more like a practice for what the Super Nat will be. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting quite in the back, P23. After 2 hits that I stopped, you know, 2 mechanical problems. So yeah, I will try to make a comeback anyway. You know, this morning I was in top 10. Of course, top 10 will be absolutely possible. So I will try to do that, of course.
Yeah, one more thing, you mentioned the kart change already, but another thing that you talked to me earlier about was the bumps on the track and kind of how that was impacting you, something you weren't quite accustomed to. Talk me through kind of some of the struggles you've had with that this weekend and kind of what it was compared to what you were expecting.
Of course, this parking lot or this circuit is not what I am used to. You know, I'm used to racing Europe, and the asphalt in Europe is really flat. So this is completely a different story. But anyway, I mean, I need to get used to it. This is what we are racing. So I mean, every day I was improving a little bit. So yeah, I hope this final can bring a better result than what the weekend it was. So let's try it.
All right, Giorgio Carraro gonna get what he can, starting for 23rd in the final. Back to you guys.
Great points, Emery, here for Giorgio Carrara's first North American season. Of course, it's a huge learning curve for any of these guys to come over and to run the temporary circuit races that we do here for both ROK Vegas and the Supernats. But at least for Giorgio, he can kind of hold his head high as this being a warm-up weekend for him. Started off with some good promise, but getting used to the lower grip and the track changing, the whole dynamics of basically street racing is really foreign to a lot of the foreign drivers that come here to the United States to race here. However, we've got foreigners right now, first and second. Ben Cooper, who has already won the Super Nationals, the X30 Pro Division a few years ago, starting to pull back away from Martin Stone and Sean Owens. Owens was pressuring him before he went to the interview. He's faded back since, and Stone's gone around him, but they both are over a second back from the RPG Cosmic of Ben Cooper, so they've got work to do.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if the pair behind Ben Cooper were better off when Sean Owens was leading and Martin Stone was giving him a bit of a push, because before the pass, they were about 4 tenths behind Ben Cooper, and once that pass was made, it was 8 tenths. Now it's 1.1, and it looks to be growing even more. Ben Cooper up on the wheel right now. Let's see what the gap is this time around. 1.3 seconds now between Cooper and the guys on our screen, Martin Stone and Sean Owens. A little bit further back, Yater David has fallen off. I mean, he was actually close-ish to Sean Owens for the past couple laps. It is 3.4 seconds now to the Orsolon driver in 4th. Daniel Jones on the CRG has also fallen off a bit from the Orsolon driver in 5th. He is all on his lonesome ahead of the 6th place driver there.
Let's go back down to pit lane here while the rest of the Pro Shifter field continues to get ready to go for their 18 minutes plus 2-lap main event, while we're not missing too much of the action here in VLR Master as the middle stage of the race, where it really comes down to who's got pace and who doesn't, continues to play out. Ben Cooper's lead opening up now, another 1/10 of a second added on.
Thanks, Andrew, here with Kyle Wick. Kyle, it's been a good weekend for you. Starting on pole for the final, chose the inside yet again. Talk me through that decision.
For me, I haven't spun a tire on the inside. I know Danny was complaining about wheel spin when he was on the outside, but I just haven't been that aggressive with the clutch release. I just rather be on the inside for the long, full throttle turn one. I think there's more to lose by going to the outside than staying on the inside. Just get a good start and then 28 or 29 long laps.
And looking at the battle between you and Danny throughout the weekend, I mean, it looked like the first day of feeds, Friday, maybe had a little bit on you. Yesterday kind of flipped the other way, where it felt like you were consistently a 10th or so faster than him. What do you think made that difference, and do you expect it to carry over on new tires?
I think it's just track progression throughout the weekend, and yes, I do hope it carries over. The first heat, I just didn't adapt to the track correctly, and that's why Danny went away. And then for the second heat, I adjusted my driving, and we made some minor changes to the kart. And then we were able to be right there with him, challenging him. And then for 3 and 4, just kind of the same thing, adjusting our driving and making a couple minor tweaks to the kart.
All right, Kyle Wick has been on fire lately over the last few months of the national calendar. We'll see what he can do starting from pole here in the final. Back to you guys.
A very confident West Coast cat there in Kyle Wick here. He has been in good spirits all weekend long, and you can't blame him when you just start the weekend solid and then you only get better from there. The GFC boys have him tuned up, and especially his teammate Jacob Gulick, who was so fun to watch on that final heat race yesterday. Really all of the heats, Gulick was making moves where a lot of other drivers were struggling to make passes. Jacob Gulick was making it look easy, and of course he helped Kyle Wick pull off a GFC 1-2 in the final heat race of the weekend.
Yeah, Jacob Gulick was absolutely rolling. Another driver that was pretty fun to watch was the flying Jamaican Colin Daly, making moves look pretty easy around this place, which we haven't seen, in the shifter category. Looking a little further back here, that's a good battle for, I believe, maybe outside the top 10. That is the battle for 10th position there. So these 4 drivers are going to go at it for a top 10 finish here at ROK the Rio. But like I mentioned with Colin Daly and a few other guys, they were really, really fun to watch. And we'll see how it pans out later on with about 8 minutes to go plus 2 laps. Then the shifter guys get going, like Kyle said, 28 or maybe even 29 laps. One of the longer races I've seen in quite some time in go-karting.
Yeah, a lengthy main here for the ones. It also feels lengthy with the number of laps, but again, we're not running the longest lap times in total. Low 40s to high 40s here with the VLR Masters. Pass made, that was behind, that was for 11th. Luke Tracy giving up the spot to Craig Vasquez, who gets through on the Tony Kart. This is a good, hearty battle there, all to crack the top 10. That spot held by Fred Clark on the 715 black and orange CRG. Martin Stone still 1.6 seconds back from Ben Cooper. We're right around halfway here in the main, which gives us a little more time to go down and hang out on the grid with some of the pro shifters. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Xander, here with Hunter Pickett. Hunter, it's been a pretty good weekend. You put yourself around the top 5, starting, I believe, in 4th for the final. What do you think you can find just to get that last little bit to match Kyle and Danny?
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of action, especially at the beginning of the race. I think a lot of people are going to be aggressive. There's going to be a lot of different tire strategies. We'll see. Probably some people are going to go high and want higher pressure and fall off towards the end. Some people are going to go low, be a little bit slower and be faster at the end. So we'll see how everything plays out and keep it clean and just be there for a chance to be in the fight.
Yeah, with you and Marion starting 3rd and 4th, I've talked to Marion a couple times this week about kind of it seemed like he was slowly building up to that, to where he was in number 4. For you, it kind of seemed like the last 2 heats were a little bit more of a struggle comparatively. So as you're looking towards the track conditions today, how does it feel like it's different compared to yesterday?
Well, yesterday, the last couple heats, I definitely got lucky. We found a problem and we're able to fix that. And I come into the main event with that. So, knock on wood there, but yeah, we'll see how everything plays out. You have no idea how to predict how everything's going to fall, so I just imagine it'll be aggressive, and you just got to be ready.
All right, Hunter Pickett rolling off P4 here in the Pro Shifter final. We'll see what he can do from there. Back to you guys.
Well, speaking of aggressive, it definitely got a bit too aggressive there in the fight for the top 10. Fred Clark, Vasquez, Luke Tracy, all of them going at it, and then 3 of them going wide there. Luis Quinones was right in the fight also, and we lost 3 of the 4. So now as the leaders have gone by, the leaders are also approaching lap traffic here. Ben Cooper continuing to pull away from Martin Stone, up to 1.8 seconds now. The dominating run continues. Stone and Owens still 2nd and 3rd, but they are lapping so quick that they're going to get to the end of the grid pretty quickly. Now, Craig Vasquez, Luke Tracy, and Luis Quinones, all 3 that spun out there in that corner. I believe Vasquez got back going. He's only about 8 seconds away from getting lapped by Cooper, and Cooper's speed is enough where he might even lap up to 11th or 10th when this race is over, and whether those guys pull in on the black flag or if they end up staying out and Cooper has to navigate around them, that is really the only saving grace that stands potentially for 2nd and 3rd right now.
What I will mention, though, if you remember from yesterday's 4th heat, Ben Cooper got out to a decent margin, and then Sean Owens clawed his way back towards the end of the race. maybe more of the same here. It was 1.8, almost 1.9 seconds. Now it's 1.6. Who knows if lap traffic had anything to do with that one, but the gap closing a little bit between Cooper and Martin Stone. Martin Stone pulling a gap between him and Sean Owens, giving himself a bit of a buffer here as they round turns 12, 13, and 14 on the front straightaway. Let's see what the gap is this time around with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Cooper crossed the line, then it's Martin Stone. The identical lap times almost matched each other there, so Martin Stone, Ben Cooper, they're kind of very similar in pace right now. Sean Owens has got back up to the bumper, Martin Stone. Then you have to wait quite a while before you get to Yater David there in 4th position, Xander.
Yeah, Renato Yater David on that Ursuline Racing Tony Kart, like you said, 7 seconds approximately back from 2nd and 3rd, and he has had a speed to run with those two guys, at least Martin Stone and Sean Owens. That's the bigger surprise to me, that David is so much further off of them. I could understand maybe being a little bit off of Ben Cooper, maybe not as much as he is now, but these are the 3 guys that were kind of best of the rest compared to Ben, so I figured all 3 of them would still be around each other, especially all being on OTK machines, but evidently Renato Yater David just not the main event setup that they were looking to hit on it, whether they went for a big swing and it didn't pay off, or ultimately just kind of got caught out. It's not worked out for him. Let's see who we've got next down on the Pro Shifter grid. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm your own Jacob Glick, and Jacob, you've made more passes in Shifter this weekend than anyone, and you're still going to have to make a few more heading to this final. Just tell me about how your heat races went.
Yeah, I mean, the first heat was unfortunate, right? But that just drove me to push even harder for the second heat race. All I know is I made it to 9th. That was an awesome run, and then obviously speed was faster toward the front, so made it to 3rd in the 3rd heat race, 2nd in the 4th one, and you know what? There's enough to get me back up into the top 10. So.
And we've seen you this year have a lot of success when you're up front in the top 3 or 4. Utah comes to mind, obviously. You had good pace in Newcastle, good pace as well throughout some of the other races as well. But this is kind of uncharted territory for you this year, kind of having to go all the way through the field in one of the heat races. And then even here, making passes on guys that are also really quick. So tell me about how your weekend, how it feels to kind of be able to show your pace, even though it isn't in a conventional way, just making it through the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it helps show that, I can run with these guys, I can work my way through problems. Starting 10th, I've been able to do it previous heat races, so I hope I can do it again.
All right, last thing here, you got Kyle Wick on the front row on pole position with you. We saw yesterday that you were able, with maybe a little bit of a tire advantage, to have more pace towards the end of the heat race. What have you learned from him so far off the setup this weekend?
Honestly, both of our karts, we have changed nothing. Maybe a front ball. But all of these GFCs, they work so well. Gary and the whole group, this stuff's on fire. It works so well.
All right, Jacob Gulick, he has some work to do, but the kart is on fire. We'll see what he can do here, starting from the outside of the top 10 here in the main event for Pro Shift. Back to you guys.
Always good when you roll out new product and you don't have to tune it too much. Again, the GFC boys bringing out, like many manufacturers do in the Vegas run of events, their 2024 chassis models. And so for those to be rolling out of the gate, I talked with Kyle Wick earlier in the week. He said our 2024 GFC, it's probably the biggest swing and adjustment to the frame design that we have had over the previous iterations. So for it to come out of the box and be kicking butt in the way that it is obviously a huge testament to the work they've been putting in this year, and for what a way they could walk it off here for its opening weekend. This was, of course, the race in 2019 when Matias Ramirez helped launch the GFC brand to superstardom in its first ever international or national level start by getting a last lap pass to get the win over Danny Formal. And then since then, they've had some good runs, but this year, from the summer stretch all the way now, they are looking absolutely spectacular. Through the infield section we go with just 15 seconds plus 2 laps left. Martin Stone is getting one last run at it. He's closed down to 1 second away from Ben Cooper. It just might not be enough, though.
Yeah, the RPM driver has found new life here the past couple of laps, averaging about 2/10 over Ben Cooper. 2 sticks in the air from Jason Burgess. Let's see what the gap is. There was 1 second. Now it's still 1 second. Only about a 100th gain there for Martin Stone. That's not going to be enough with 2 laps to go. He's going to need 5/10 a lap. It's going to take a little bit of a heroic effort here for Martin Stone. But that being said, I believe we have Emery down there with the flying Jamaican. What you got, Emery?
Yeah, Alex, the flying Jamaican is right. Colin Daly, you've had a lot of good pace this weekend. The last heat did not quite go to plan, but otherwise it's been looking good. Tell me how your GR has been coming along.
The chassis is really good, as I said before. You know, we're figuring out the engine little by little. We made some changes here for the final. I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but let's see.
Yeah, and on a temporary circuit, I mean, some different changes have to be made, but that must be said. I mean, you came into the weekend, it looked like in qualifying you're a little bit off, and then through there, you found some extra pace. What do you think has made the difference in you kind of finding your way through the field?
We've just been playing around with the engine all weekend. You know, we're here, and it's totally different from down south, down in Florida. You know, the atmosphere is totally different, so we have to change all the settings that we learned earlier this year and, you know, go back to the drawing board for this race.
One last thing, you've been really aggressive so far this weekend, both in passing and defending. Any thoughts on how you're going to keep that up heading into the final?
Just have our clean race, you know, and try and get a good start. So I just hope that we have the pace and we can keep it up.
All right, Colin Daly starting inside the top 10 here for the final Pro Shifter coming up in just a minute as we get back to the end of ROK Masters. Back to you guys.
And that'll do it. Checkered flag in the air. Ben Cooper wins the VLR Master main event over Martin Stone. Sean Owens ends up third. Stone sets the fastest lap of the session late in the going. Just a little bit too late there. Cooper manages that one perfectly. Peaks in the center of the race. Hangs on to the end. Manages that one to perfection. And a clean sweep of the weekend is in order here for the man in the 731 RPG Cosmic. Ben Cooper victorious. And then it's Tim Meyer with a great run. He tracks down Renato Yater-David late to take over that fourth spot, and fifth falling back there. David hangs on to at least a podium, but just not a main event, kind of on par with one of the winningest ROK Masters drivers over the last half decade in Renato Yater-David. Laurent Bourdin in 6th, Daniel Jones 7th, Fernando Zuccato 8th, Miguel Mayer in 9th, Fred Clark 10th, and Ben Cooper literally lapped all the way up to the 10th position with the rest of the field having to be flagged on in. So an impressive performance for Ben. As for now, with Pro ROK Shifter, earlier in the weekend we chatted with the Pro ROK GP drivers to make their predictions. We've got you guys in the live chat making your predictions for Pro ROK Shifter of who you think you'll win. Let's see what the Pro ROK GP guys had to say of who they had their money on.
Who's your pick to win in ROK Shifter?
Danny Formal, because he's the best shifter driver.
I'm going to go with Danny Formal. I'd go for my teammates, Carol and Giorgio. And then outside of my team, I'd say if there's a guy that can win, is Martin Kremers.
I'm going to go Marine Kremers. I think at the moment he's a bit of an underdog, but I think he can pull it off at the end.
ROK Shifter, I'm hoping for Marine, but Formal's looking really quick. But, I mean, the Brels have been consistently getting faster, so hopefully they can make something work.
You know, I'd like Billy Musgrave to win just because we're both from California. So yeah, I'm rooting for him.
I'd go for my teammate, Martin Kremer.
As we get set to go here for Pro ROK Shifter, let's get you through your starting lineup for the headline class from ROK Vegas 2023. We talked to a number of the top starters, including the man that'll roll off from the inside of row number 1. Kyle Wick has the GFC karting boys on the inside of the front row after going 2-2 in the heat races. 2 wins, 2 second places, but a pole in the original qualifying session on Thursday wins the tiebreaker against the big guy, Danny Formal, who dominated Friday, but unfortunately lacked a little bit of grip as the weekend went on into Saturday. His RPG Cosmic completes that front row just ahead of a Burrell Art lockout on row number 2. Marin Kremers and Hunter Pickett have been chipping away at the margin over the course of the weekend. They still have a little more work to be done to get there, but maybe those changes in the test session and afternoon warm-up were enough to close the gap. Colin Daly starts on the inside of row number 3 alongside one driver who has been very impressive this weekend, the Ron White Racing CRG of Michael Avancino. In a very limited schedule over the last few seasons for the Californian, Michael Avancino completes the third row with a 6th place starting spot here in the main. He gets a good start. He might be able to challenge for that podium. David Lewinsky on the Ital Kart for the Italian Motors USA and Ital Kart factory operation rolls off in 7th. Alongside the American-made factory kart owner-driver combination, Billy Musgrave in the 8th position, who has been getting steadily better, but he still needs a little bit more to be where he'd like to be and try to get another factory kart win on the season. And to end your top 10, you have Brian Keck on the inside, who has creeped his way into 9th. And Jacob Gulick, as mentioned there, the 2 good heat races he had on Saturday, ending 3rd from 11th on the grid, and of course 2nd in the final one, puts him 10th overall. So he's driven from 11th to 3rd. By that math, 10th to 2nd should be possible to try and make it a GFC 1-2 if it was only an 8-minute plus 2-lap race. But it's an 18-minute plus 2-lap race, Alex. So for Gulick, 10th place, that's a realistic run to potentially snag a podium.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the podium at least. I mean, the win is, in my opinion, up for grabs, right? It's been the Kyle Wick versus Formal show, but it's not like Gulick hasn't been quick. In some regards, maybe the quickest driver on the grid in certain heat races, right? He obviously had the assistance of not finishing that first heat, so a bit of fresher tires in the 3rd and 4th heat for sure. But nonetheless, really, really quick, just like Colin Daly is up there in P5, Lewinsky as well, right? Even with the jump start penalty, rolling off P7, I'm sure he'll take that. Billy Musgrave as well. He's kind of a sleeper pick in this one, right? I think Billy Musgrave has slowly, methodically found his groove late in the weekend and possibly in with a chance at a top 5 here. But there's a look at Kyle Wick, your pole sitter. He's going to lead them to the green. He's chosen the inside lane here. I'll be curious to see who gets the whole shot, Xander.
Beyond your top 10, of course, David Greco, the multi-time Canadian national champion, rolls off in 11th. He's joined on that 6th row by Hurricane Hannah Greenemeyer, who had a rough go of it in heat number 4. She was just starting to crack the top 10, and the M-Squared Karting RPG Cosmic driver will have to start from 12th. Not a bad place to roll off from, and of course she's got her teammate, the big guy up front, on the front row to help learn a little bit from. Carol Pashewicz and Andre DeCastro will make up the 7th row for 13th and 14th on the grid. Ethan Boer is back and put together after that gnarly crash to end off heat number 3 in 15th. Alongside him, Remo Ruscetti, who in the Catalyst Driver Development at Talcart has to start from 16th. It was such a strong qualifying effort, a solid one that put him well inside the top 10, only to crash out on the opening heat race of the weekend. And since then, he just hasn't been able to really overcome the bad luck from it. So he's got a bit of work to do to get up the order. Back to row number 9's got Diego Contecha and Warwang Kamarakul. And the end of the top 10, or into the top 10 rows, has rookie Anthony Martella on the inside and Macy Williams in her 2nd year of shifter racing competition rolling off in P20. Row number 11 has Ayrton Littell and Lucas Weisenberg. Then it's Giorgio Carrara, who, as Emery mentioned and spoke to, has had a really rough go of it here in Las Vegas. He's joined by Rafael Madonna on the GFC, Tazio Audis and Justin Dittrich. Then it's Anthony Fries and Jared Ramnarayan. Cameron Reed and Nicholas DeAndrea complete the grid for Pro ROK Shifter as they begin to complete the outlap and slowly bring the speed down before we get around to the start-finish line to line them up.
Yeah, Xander, we heard the ROK Senior GP drivers, choose their picks. I want to hear from you. In my opinion, I got to go with the not-so-boring pick, right? Kyle Wick and Formal have been the headline drivers in this division, but that guy right there, the number 1 play holder, Marian Kremers, to me, he's due for one. I think they found something overnight. He seems to be really, really good on new tires. That Burrell seems to fire up their tires quicker than other go-karts. I like Marian Kremers' chances here to get to the lead early and kind of defend from there.
I think Formal has definitely found something a little bit. The RPG guys are able to turn up on Sunday. I've got 2 picks for you, though, Alex. I'm going to play the odds like a craps table a little bit. I'll go Formal on a safer, conservative bet, but I would love to see Jacob Gulick find a way to drive all the way up to the lead and the win from 10th. You saw one driver there, I believe Anthony Fries, if not him, Jared Ramnarayan, one of the Bureau Arts that wrecked on the outlap in the infield. So that might delay the start. I don't think it will, though, because it'll take us more than enough time here as they crawl into their boxes. But this is where the fences line. The stands fill up and everybody gets set to watch one of the most exciting spectacles in all of our sport. A full-speed pro shifter, 0 to 65, pushing 70 miles an hour, standing start. And the question of who gets the whole shot. Right now, it hasn't always determined the race winner. They've been able to pass a good bit Saturday, but Friday, if you got the lead, you were the one seeing the checkered flag first. So it's so critical. You can see Formal is lined up to go straight across from the side. Wick on the inside. Here we go. Oh no, there is a stall in the middle of the grid. Multiple stalls in the middle of the grid. Do we go to the lights? The lights are on. This is going to be wild because we've had a couple engines off further back, and Kyle Wick stalls off the line. Danny Formal with a big run, and there's 3-4 cars collected off the start. Pashawick stalls it. It looks like Martella is out. Formal leads. It is Wick, then Pickett, then Kremers, and where is everybody else over in turn 5? A mad scramble.
Yeah, what a hectic turn 3. Colin Daly up and over Billy Musgrave's rear axle there, able to stay running though, and he actually went around the outside of Musgrave through turn 5. Both those drivers lost a couple of spots there, but there's Pickett. He had a good start as well. Wow, there's Gulick. P5 already, Xander, you called it.
What a start from Jacob Gulick there on the black and white GFC as David Greco tries to cover off Brian Keck there in the infield, or the outfield hairpin there in turn number 12. 1 lap complete. The big guy leads. Formal, Wick, Pickett, Kremers, Jacob Gulick. 5 spots up already, 5 more to go, and he's got 17 minutes plus 2 laps to get there in the 4:16. Colin Daly right behind, but Marin Kremers just kind of stalking Hunter Pickett at the moment as they come out of turn number 5, and everyone trying to keep the big guy in reach here. Danny Formal, a car length out from Wick. It's not much, and you're seeing him start to fade the inside a little bit still, even on lap 2. Does Wick feel confident enough to go crazy here? Not yet. Oh no, Jacob Gulick has a problem. He noses into the outside wall, and he looks like it looks like it's over something in the carburetor or the throttle cable potentially.
Yeah, look at the tire marks there, Xander. I think throttle cable is a better bet just because of the way those tire marks are kind of explaining the end of this story. So Jacob Gulick, his impressive run through the field throughout the weekend comes to an end. Jacob Gulick, not the way he would have wanted it to end, into the barriers, but still an impressive start that he had up and to the point. Back up front, Formal leads Wick. Hunter Pickett, I thought for a second was going to go and dived on the inside, but like I mentioned, Xander, I think these Burrell guys are really, really good on new tires. It's where the long run pace is where they seem to fall off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and again, they've also been good in the low grip conditions. So with the cooler temperatures today, that might favor them a little bit. Kyle Wick all over Formal. He's going to give him a little love tap there in turn number 1, and Formal holds it, stays in the lead here. And now GFC unfortunately losing one of their 2 top dogs in Jacob Gulick. All the pressure rests on the shoulders of Kyle Wick, but he's used to it. The former SCUSA Pro Tour champion is ready to try and get a win here in Vegas, and he's all over Danny Formal. Here's a look, interesting run. Billy Musgrave, new fastest driver on the circuit. The factory kart is starting to get going. P6 and closing in on Colin Daly to crack the top 5.
Not only is Musgrave closing on Colin Daly's closing in on the top 4. The more Formal has to defend, the more these guys will be back in the mix. We've heard Formal say that Wick has cut him a few breaks. I wonder how many more times Wick is going to go into turn 1 without using that front horn there, because there's no pushbacks in this Rock the Rio event here for the shifter category. So at any point, if Wick feels as though he wants to get around Formal, he could use that front bumper. There it is, a little bit of a love tap through turn 3. Now he's going to have to go and defend from Hunter Pickett. That's actually going to help out Formal. There goes Kremers on his teammate to the inside. He might make it stick. He is. Marion Kremers to P3.
Yeah, Pickett cuts him a break there. Kremers up to 3rd on Wick's bumper. I think both 3rd and 4th have looked a little bit sportier, but everyone is really just trapped behind Danny Formal. He's got a long race ahead of him if that speed is never going to materialize in the Ralston Performance Group Cosmic. He's tucking down the front straightaway, trying to get every inch of help he can get to try and run away from this group. It's just not paying off. We're about to have a 6-car lead pack here in this Pro Shifter main event, and this is going to be a sight to see as Formal takes us through the infield section.
This is awesome. I don't remember the last time we have had this many contenders in a shifter race at one time with 14 minutes plus 2 laps to go. I wish it was actually a longer race at this point, as Carol Paschwitz resets the fast lap of the race outside your top 10. But Wick, after a little bobble on 3 last time by, has closed the gap to the purple and pink Cosmic driver of Danny Formal. But like you said, those Red Army guys seem to be a little bit quicker at this stage in the race, and Kremers, you give him any chance at a victory, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, Marian Kremers here already back up to a car length away from Wick. Wick already on the bumper of Formal. So into 5. Formal nice and low. Wick has kind of tried to be really respectful to him all week long. Hasn't rooted him out of the way. Every pass has been exceptionally clean from Kyle Wick's behalf, but with the main event, with some cash on the line, does Kyle Wick decide to go a little bit more aggressive? He knows Kremers is there, so he's got to be worryful. There's a little bumper to Formal. Kremers gives one, and it's an accordion effect that backs everybody up out of turn 12.
And all this gives Formal a bit of breathing room there. We heard him after Heat 4 complaining of a little bit of lack of power. It looks to be more the same here. If you watch him on the straightaways, that's where Wick is actually getting a lot of his ground on the RPG Cosmic. So let's see if Wick can re-find the ground that he lost exiting turn 12 with, kind of, like you said, the accordion effect of Formal knowing that he has to park the apex for essentially what seems to be the next 12.5 laps. But yeah, Kremers stalking Kyle Wick through the infield of the racetrack. Nothing in it between these top 6 now, because here comes Daly and Musgrave.
Yeah, Colin Daly, Billy Musgrave here closing in. And don't forget, Remo Ruscetti. He's up 10 spots way back here for Remo Ruscetti to close up to 7th now. He could get up and nearly challenge for the podium in a lap or two, a few bit more defending. So great recovery run for Remo. 1.7 seconds away from Billy Musgrave at the moment. He has had a long trip. This is finally a relatively short trip for the Catalyst Driver Development boys to get to the racetrack coming out of the SEMA facility in the Pacific Northwest. So instead of 40 to 50 hours, he's staring down 20. And the long road here, we caught him, I ran into him at dinner earlier this week. He's like, man, it is a lot. And I don't know if I'd be motivated to take the drive all the time and to put the work in that I am if I wasn't able to continue to race. But thankfully I am. And you know what? When I get a good weekend underneath me, it finally is all worth it, the effort these guys go through to get to the racetrack. So Remo Ruscetti, he just clicked off half a second better than Billy Musgrave last time by. So that dude is moving here on new Levanto rubber.
Yeah, Musgrave's a little bit faster than Formal last time by. So Remo Ruscetti, one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack right now. And Wick has actually closed the gap as well to Formal. So I expect in no time at all for him to catch right back up to the RPG Cosmic. Formal's tires seem to come back into play, and Kremers, speaking of tires, seems to be falling off a little bit. Looks back, sees his teammate. He's actually going to point him by. Kremers pointing by Hunter Pickett, who at this stage in the race is a little bit quicker. So move Hunter Pickett back into that 3rd position. Let's see what he can do now as he sets his sight on Kyle Wick, who last time by it was 5/10. Now it's still 5/10, but Kyle Wick resets fast after the race.
Yeah, Kyle Wick just now in a game of inches here with Danny Formal. Formal really slow off the jump, but obviously that Kart has started to come to life here towards the halfway marker in this main event. There's still a lot of laps here. You heard from Wick. It's going to be 28 or 29 based on the way the timer plus 2 laps is shaping up and how quick these guys can get around this place. So while 10 laps in, feels like already a good way into the main event, it's still relatively early. You're talking about 1/3 of the final complete as it stands right now. So while they're spread apart, if anyone gets close, especially if they get close up front, we could very quickly trigger a battle once again. Formal now gave up a full 1/10 of a second that time by. Ruscetti, not much better than Musgrave.
Yeah, a little bit wide there for Ruscetti while we were speaking about him there. That's not what you want to do, get clag on your tires for the remainder of this lap as Wick resets the fast lap of the race once again. The second he catches up to Formal, though, I expect to, a bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier in the race with Formal having to go defensive. But we'll see if this time around he cuts him a break there, because Kyle Wick hasn't used that front bumper all weekend long, and Formal is giving him credit for it. But like you said, Xander, with money on the line and kind of pride on the line, it'll be a different story, I expect.
Yeah, Kyle Wick now back further. Formal goes a little bit better. Still not the best lap overall of the session, but a new 10th and a half roughly added on from Formal back to Kyle Wick. So this is a matter of all the training they do, all the seat time these pro shifter guys put in. You have to be absolutely perfect. You cannot miss a single shift, a single apex, a single braking marker, because the guy that you're trying to beat, he will not miss a single one. They're waiting for maybe one mistake out of the other, but they've got to be almost robotic at this point in the race, because that's what will make the difference here. You know how good the other guy is, and you know how good you've got to be. And the level these guys have elevated themselves to. Again, Marian Kremers, former FIA world champion back there in the 4th spot. Of course, Formal, a multi-time a champion now in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, a multi-time champion here at the Rotax US Nationals, and of course countless Winter Tour titles. He swept a Winter Tour and Pro ROK Shifter. And then you go down through the grid. I mean, David Lewinsky, factory Ital Kart driver, P8. Billy Musgrave here, tests a ton in his own operation. Has taken him 3 years to develop the kart that he's goes home and builds. Works 7 days a week on it, and only just this season everything started to come together for Billy, and he was able to get the first win on the fully American-made package. So it is incredible how driven these guys have been, and how hard it is to just not only make a lap, but to go out and win one of these main events right now. As that was a good look further back in the field on a potential battle around the top 10. That included Avancino, David Greco, Hannah Greenemeyer, and more. Around 9th to 15th is a pretty good pack. While we keep our eyes on the top 2 to watch the gap, here's a look at that pack right now, and the rest of the midfield going through turn 5.
Yeah, there's Greenemeyer getting passed there by, I believe, Karel Paschwitz. Karel Paschwitz on the move. We saw him go purple earlier on in the race. He's up into the top 14 now from the back of the grid. He's had a pretty unfortunate turn of events throughout the weekend, but it's been a charge to the field slightly for him. There's a Diego Condecha as well, who on his 2nd ever weekend in the shifter category. Not too bad for him. Hannah Greenemeyer as well. She's had a very light schedule throughout the year, but the shifter category treating her pretty well so far. Shifting our focus back up front, Wick resets fast up of the race again. Only 3/10 now between your top 2, Xander.
Well, I mean, again, what's equally impressive is that, if I'm not mistaken, and mixed up Paschwitz for Carrara, either way, they're both around the same spot. One of the 2 of them was the guy who stalled off the start. So not only were they deep in the field for the original starting positions, but then one of them went all the way to dead last and had to manually hop out of the kart and refire it. So the fact that they're both climbing up the leaderboard, and I believe it was Paschwitz, shows just how much potential those inter-MS kart republics have had, and at least a bittersweet ending to hit some fast laps and carve up the grid here at ROK Vegas. Hopefully it will bring them some confidence for Supernats in 2 weeks' time. Speaking of confidence, Kyle Wick looks like he's probably booming with it underneath that helmet, because he's now down closer than he's been in about 7 or 8 laps. 3/10 the margin from Formal back to Wick.
Yeah, Wick coming into play now when it matters most. Little slide there through turn 9, but his go-kart is absolutely flying right now. Formal looks over his shoulder. He's going to have to go defensive sooner rather than later. These 2 Red Army drivers, like we expected, they were really quick early on, have fallen off since then. It is 2.2 seconds. They don't seem to be a factor at this stage in the race. 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Formal a little bit wide through the center of turn 1 and 2. That's going to give Wick a chance here, maybe in turn 3. He's as close as he's been, Xander.
Yeah, Kyle Wick there closing in late in the stages. Formal starting to defend, and again, like you mentioned, for the PSL Karting Bureau Art guys, Hunter Pickett getting back around Marian Kremers. He's 2.6 seconds back, but if he really is on it and these guys start to get after it, Hunter Pickett could sneak in and steal a win from the big 2 from the weekend. Kyle Wick and Danny Formal, class of the field. There is still 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and we are shaping up for a slugfest for the win that all of a sudden might go from a 1v1 fight to a 4-man free-for-all if Formal starts parking the bus here, as he has been, down to 3, straight to the inside with Wick right behind.
When does Kyle Wick decide to use that front bumper? Because that's what it's going to take at this point. Formal's going to go to the bottom, exiting turn 4 and 5. Wick looks over his shoulder. He sees the gap that they have, but it will start to diminish the more this happens.
Whoa! A bump and run, side by side, new leader, Kyle Wick, and he gets it back. The big guy answers 1 corner later, says, all right, you want to move me? We can play that game. Danny Formal back to the lead, and this is unbelievable. What a race here in Pro Shifter.
Danny Formal returns the favor. He gave Kyle Wick a kudos, saying he's done a really good job not moving me, but Kyle Wick says, now's the time I'm going to do it. Formal says, okay, that's how you want to race. Do it right back to you. Here we go. The gloves are now off here, Xander, going through turn 3.
And again, Hunter Pickett now is only 2 seconds away from Kyle Wick and Danny Formal. This mano-a-mano fight continues through the infield section. The big guy's got about a car length. He said turn 8 was his weak spot. He covers it off really low this time. Wick goes high out of turn 9. Can he cross him over? Almost, just not enough forward bite coming on the inside of the corner, but right here, a little love tap and a late open, and Formal very narrow on the exit to make sure that Wick can't pull it over under.
I tell you who's loving this one is those two Red Army drivers, third and fourth.
Look
drag
at Wick.
race. Wow, around the outside, super sideways through turn 1. Kyle Wick is desperate to get around Formal because he knows that Hunter Pickett and Kremers are right in sight now. 1.6 seconds it is the gap.
What an unbelievable race here to cap off ROK Vegas 2023. Danny Formal versus Kyle Wick is about to include Hunter Pickett, Marin Kremers here in just a few more moments. 2 more laps like this and they'll arrive as Formal, little bit wider line through 9. And again, we've still got 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Wick wide through 12, keeping the tires clean as Formal goes to the dirty inside part of the racetrack over and over again. He's losing grip every time he does it. Wick goes low, then back high, back low, turn 1. Formal misses the corner, side by side, out of turn number 2. Wick's got a nose down low, and Formal, oh my God, they're wheeling out of turn number 3.
Oh my God, and Wick thought about a move inside of 5, helps Formal through the corner there. This is going to bring the Red Army back into play. That was one of the more impressive showings of an over-under I've ever seen. Formal, 2 tires in the air, wheeling through the corner. Formal defensive in 9 here. It's going to take an absolute heroic effort for him to hold on to this lead.
This is one of the best pro shifter kart races probably in the last decade. What a battle. These guys are not leaving anything on the table. Still 2.5 minutes plus 2 to go. Wick's got to run to the outside. Doesn't have the confidence to stick it, but he's seen Formal slide out wide through 2, and just like last time, tried to bank on it. Into 3, Hunter Pickett has arrived. Marin Kremers arrived. Wick gets a nose down low in 5 to the inside, and he gets through. Finally, Kyle Wick is through out of turn 5, 6, and 7. And Formal, does he have anything left? Can he give him a dive bomb in 9? No. Kremers in 3rd, looking on, trying to close the gap as well. Kyle Wick has spent nearly 15 minutes trying to get around the big guy, and now he's on the defense mode through turn 12.
Yeah, with the pace advantage that Wick has shown throughout the past couple of laps here, Formal's going to be desperate to get right back around him here. Wick up on the wheel here through turn 1. Formal all over him here through the center 1 and 2. Does Wick go defensive? He's probably going to have to here for the next 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps. Formal looking to do a crossover move, nothing in it between the 4 of these drivers. Now you can put a blanket over them, Xander.
And again, I mean, both of them going offline, literally hitting the gas so hard and so early and ripping gears that they pull the front tires off the ground. They have absolutely had to have scorched their Levanto tires, whereas Kremers and Pickett were just running normal laps. They've got to be maybe a little bit better than the front 2 right now. And while Wick looks so much quicker than Formal, he can't get away. He's just trying to hang on. They've got nothing left. They are on just probably the skin of their teeth at this point. And look at Wick here, still with Formal right on him, just trying to weave and hang on, and he runs right out of 2. Formal's there, Kremers is there, again back low through 3.
Yeah, when does desperation turn into aggression for Danny Formal? He's going to be desperate to get around him because, like you said, these Burrell guys have just run clean and consistent, smooth laps. Their tires are definitely, at this stage in the race, in better condition through turn 8. Wick goes really wide. Formal's going to have to go to the high side here. Crossover incoming maybe. Slight wheelie from Formal. Up on the wheel. Danny Formal, the RPG driver, over, under, incoming through turn 12.
Look at Kremers.
Oh, no. I thought there was going to be
Almost.
contact there between Kremers and Formal. That's going to give Formal a little bit of breathing room now between him and the Red Army drivers there. Wick still going up slightly defensive through 1. There's about 3 laps remaining here, Xander.
3 laps to go here, where they were at 30 seconds plus 2 at the line. 4 driver breakaway at the front. Billy Musgrave just missed the bus by about 2 seconds. He's 1.8 back there in 5th. Lewinsky is 6th. Ruschetti 7th. Colin Daly 8th. They've had a good battle amongst themselves, and they're not terribly far back from the leading quartet here. Kyle Wick, though, is doing a fine job. He and Formal are pretty much even on the score, whether it's bump and runs or dive bombs to this point. Does Formal say, all right, I'm just going to run behind you and only pass you cleanly? Or does Danny Formal say, you know what, caution to the wind, 2 to go, I'm going to get my elbows out and do what I need to get the win. Through turns 1 and 2, Wick still good, Formal close, and the Red Army boys are falling back a little bit, so it may come back down to these two as they go into 5.
I thought Formal was going to get a peek there. Kyle Wick left the door open as turn 5, surprisingly. Nothing to it, though, for the RPG guy through turn 8. This is where Danny Formal has been super quick all race long with, I guess, his tall upper body able to carry a little bit more minimum speed there.
Oh.
Really wide. I thought he was going to hit the barrier there. Formal had to just avoid it. Kyle Wick goes defensive. He didn't really have to there. Final lap, Xander.
Just going to safeguard it all the way through turn 13 and 14. Kyle Wick with the biggest lead that he's had all session long as he checks his shoulder. Formal trying to do anything he can to hang on through the full throttle turns 1 and 2. Sweeper down to 3. Wick low there. Formal, not a good exit from 3. He's still not close enough into turn number 5. Kremers as well had one shot at Formal, couldn't fully get it, didn't take him out either. A lot of respect given there, but on the absolute edge of it, over to 9. Wick low, Formal, not enough to get the crossover. Final time, final hairpin. This is all what it's going to come down to. Wick goes low, Formal trying to get the crossover, not going to fully get there. Kyle Wick on the 2024 GFC debut wins it at ROK Vegas.
Unbelievable stuff. Like you said, one of the best shifter races I have ever seen in my lifetime. Danny Formal versus Kyle Wick. What a run. You can't say anything about Kremers and Pickett as well. They gave it their all. The pace wasn't truly there for the Burrell guys, but they had a chance. Kremers couldn't make it happen when it mattered most with about 3 to go, but Kyle Wick, that was ultra impressive.
What a race there. You could see Kyle Wick. He's got to be out of breath right now. I mean, that was a final that tested everything. 28 laps of raw adrenaline. These guys could not slow down for a single moment to breathe, to try and take it easy on the tires, to hang on and survive it all. 28 laps. Wick, Formal, Pickett, Billy Musgrave completes the top 5. David Lewinsky 6th, Remo Ruschetti 7th. On down the rest of the leaderboard here, you can see Giorgio Carrara ends up with a good drive forward to 17th. Hannah Greenemeyer 13th. Morwan Kamarakul comes from pretty far back. He gets up to 14th. Macy Williams ends up around neutral in 19th. And then only a couple of DNFs with Jacob Gulick and Ethan Boer. But Kyle Wick, a decisive win here in this one that he had to absolutely earn. There is no question about it. And let's see on the streets of Vegas, what is Kyle going to do here? He's going to head, I believe, into the scale line. So we will chat with Wick here in a few moments, I believe. Yeah, Kyle pulling on in. So no donuts today. They got to make sure that their engines are ready to go because it's a quick turnaround of the season for the Pro Shifter fellas. Not only with Supernats here in a week and a half time, but of course the Challenge of the Americas and Florida Winter Tour ROK Shifter Championships coming up soon. But Kyle Wick will be chatting with soon. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this amazing battle from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. And don't forget, folks, we will be chatting, of course, with all of the top finishers and major players in that one. I know they've got to get their breath, though, first, and I've got to kind of get mine as well, Alex. My goodness, what a race.
That was unbelievable. And like you said, with the replays here, I don't know what we start with first, right? Because that crossover move that Formal put on Kyle Wick early on in the race, it didn't end up coming to fruition for him. But like you said, that was one of the more impressive moves that I've ever seen. They were getting wheelies for half this race with how quickly they were getting back to power just because of the eagerness to stay ahead of each other. But, I mean, what moment stood out to you out of the thousands that happened, Xander?
I mean, honestly, right now, I have never seen in a main event for the lead 2 simultaneous wheelies there. That was crazy just to watch. So first and foremost, kudos to Danny Formal and Kyle Wick for not losing those things when they ripped the throttle out of turn number 3. This was, I mean, just a slick race all the way through, nothing but fighting each other. And it was still, with all that said, a ton of finesse, a ton of excitement. I mean, at lap 1 all the way to the final lap, just incredible. And again, this was a perfect example. You know, these guys have argued about it. Danny Formal's been so vocal about how awesome this class can be. He's also been vocal about that these guys, they have the respect. They don't need the pushback bumpers. Their starts are a standing start, so the starts can be clean. And that right there was a perfect reason why, because they didn't clean each other out. The front of that field there, they used the bumper once. The rest of the time, it just allowed them to race without worrying about knocking the bumper in, which was awesome. So to me, that was a peak peak level of shifter kart racing that you will ever find. If you don't like that, this sport is not for you, because that was absolutely incredible. So the wheelie apart sticks out to me, but also Wick on that move going into turn 5, there was a car width and probably about another foot, and he was able to make it wide enough to get down the inside. So super impressive move of the race there for Kyle Wick to spend the entire race, not give up, not lose his head, and be able to pull that move off late as the tires started to fade. That was impressive.
Yeah, that was one of the only times that Danny didn't go full defensive into turn 5. I'm sure he'll look back at that one and be a little bit frustrated with himself, because if he would have been defensive, I don't know if Kyle Wick would have been able to get around him, right, without using the front bumper. With like you said, it was used only one time between the pair of them, right? Super, super fair racing, clean racing all the way around, and that's exactly why, you know, we don't need the pushbacks in the shifter class, and that's why this is, in my opinion, the best class on the calendar.
So as the field begins to work its way through the scale line, I believe we've got a couple of our highlights here pulled up that we'll be able to take a look at in a moment from this race. First of all, as well, I'd love to figure out what happened to Jacob Gulick to see it. Obviously, it looked like a throttle cable. We didn't end up getting that one. But look at this here. Check out that. What do we have here for this one here, Taylor? Let's see what we can pull up from the back end of the production. First and foremost, obviously, here was the start when the race got a little bit argy-bargy, right? Into turn number 8, Kyle Wick gets up to Formal, moves him up a little bit. Oh, no, this wasn't this point here. This was as they were just battling all the way through. Down here, turn number 12. Apologies about that there. We'll get that moment here in a moment. We'll give Taylor a little more time. Let's go ahead. There, Danny Formal obviously hugged to the mechanic. A good performance for him. Hunter Pickett, so close there to getting a big-time win on this one. Just ends up a little bit shy. So there's the big guy on through in the RPG Cosmic. Gave it everything he had. Hung on. Fought with everything that he possibly could. There's congratulations and a good show of respect between Danny and Gary Carlton. That's Kyle's father there as well. Craig Wick, who these guys, so much respect between them all to race on the absolute edge there and put on an absolutely entertaining show. Let's go down to you, Emery, here. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Danny, what a battle. I mean, we're talking lap after lap after lap. The first part of the race, it felt like you didn't actually have the pace that you maybe wanted and had to kind of stack everyone up. And then the end of the race, for a while, it felt like just a one-on-one battle with you and Kyle. Just tell me how you're feeling right now.
Man, it's hard to explain. I'm normally really fast in street races, and this weekend, since practice 2, Gary and his guys have been right there with me. I knew it was going to be a difficult weekend. I'm normally, have a second clear of the field the first day, and it wasn't the case this race. Yeah, this one hurts a little. I drove the cleanest defensive I could. I left one gap, and Kyle took it. Looking it over, I should have gone down a little bit deeper, but it is what it is. He deserved the win. He was the class of the field this weekend. We tried a bunch of stuff. I'm so thankful to RPG, Fast Drive Engines, my mechanic Big Mike, Alex, everyone really helping. ROK putting a great event. Yeah, this one stinks a bit, but congrats to the GFC guys. Congrats to them. They were, again, class of the field, and great battle with Kyle. He hit me off in the left. I hit him off in the right. We're 1-1, and we got that out of the way, and then the race was extremely clean. He tried to pass in turn 1 and missed the corner in turn 2. I passed him back, and yeah, I had it felt like I had a good pace in the middle of the race, and I was maintaining the gap with Kyle, and then one moment to another, I kind of fell back, and Kyle just caught me. I think he cooked his tires a little bit trying to chase me. Once he passed me, I was able to stay with him, but yeah, he drove really defensively too. I couldn't really pass him, so congrats to them, and yeah, we'll be back in Vegas in 2 weeks, hopefully with some retaliation.
Yeah, and real quickly, one last thing, Danny. I mean, you guys obviously did not quite have exactly what you wanted this weekend, but still a solid effort for the RPG boys. Obviously, before you guys, you had Ben Cooper winning in the in the VLR Master category. Good efforts from Ryan and Nate in their 2 categories as well. Just tell me about kind of how you guys felt like the weekend went as a whole, because even with kind of the poor end of the race, it was still a solid progress on your side in the shifter as well as elsewhere.
No, RPG Shifter program really started this year with me, and the evolution we've had. We've had 2 wins this year, this second place, a bunch of top 5. So yeah, congrats to the team. We won in VLR Master. We won in ROK Junior, and second place here. So yeah, happy with that. A 3rd place in VLR Junior for fellow Costa Rican Diego Ardiles. So I think it's been a pretty good weekend, and like I said, back to the drawing board, and hopefully have more pace for Supernats.
All right, Danny Formal put on a show in the final, just not quite exactly what he's looking for, but still a great effort for the RPG driver. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery here. Let's take a look at one of those wild moments here. Check this out, fellas. I have not seen anything like this in any of our 2 years of streaming. A full wheelie for both Kyle Wick and Danny Formal in turn number 3. That just shows you how hard they were pushing, and then right there, nearly Wick was able to get the job done, almost close to it. But you talk about just throwing all kinds of finesse to the wind and trying your hardest to beat the other guy. That's what this was about. This was no longer, a race of the car or man and machine. This was man versus man and whatever the machine would let happen. Let's go back over to the scale area, though, and check on in with our race winner. Kyle Wick is standing by here as he works his way through the scales, and he's got a moment to catch his breath, so hopefully we'll be able to get to him. But first, I'm sure a lot of congratulations are in order from his team, because that was a race to be absolutely proud of. The GFC boys were on the fence line, pumping their fists there, and to come away with it, there it is in the floor tray, the number 1 plate to go to Tech. Kyle Wick, the ROK Vegas winner. There's his father, Craig, as well. What a congratulatory moment, and what a cool moment for the GFC boys. There is, as well, team manager Sonny Cervelli, and the fellas in black and white. A big round of applause from the entire team, because that was incredible. Let's chat with him here. Kyle working his way on over. There is Randy from Sweet Tech Engines, who's been working on him all week. A cool congrats there from Danny Formal. Dominic Lebrecq as well, for the team owner for PSL Karting and Burrell Art North America, gives a congrats to Kyle, and here he is. Let's talk to him. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Kyle, what a show. I mean, they were talking 18 minutes of full-on head-to-head fight. You got it done at the end. Just tell me about that battle with Danny.
Yeah, it was at the beginning it was really hard with having multiple people in the fight with Kremers behind me, and I just couldn't really do anything with creative with Danny. I just had to stay in line behind him to not get past, and then we got into it at the, I don't know if I got into Danny at the sweeper, and then we went back at it, and then I got almost spun around, and then Danny got a big gap, and once I started to run Danny down, I left the guys behind him back, so then we were able to get a little bit more creative on how we were going to get around Danny, and after a few attempts we finally got it done, and then it was just about keeping it in front of Danny for the last remaining laps.
Yeah, and we've seen battles like that throughout the year to some degree, maybe for like a lap or two, or maybe not quite as intense, but to have it go on for an entire race was something special. Just tell me about sort of where you started to realize like where you were going to have to get Danny, and kind of where you felt like your strengths and weaknesses were.
I mean, after the second heat or something yesterday, I kind of had that pass into the sweeper saved I was saving that one for the final, and then I used it yesterday, and Danny was very prepared for it today, so I was, okay, that one won't work, and I was just trying to mix it up with Danny and hoping he'd make a mistake. He had the little mistake into turn 1 that one lap, and I got in there, and I just couldn't keep in front of him without us both crashing, and then eventually we went into turn 2, and he got a little wide, and I knew he was going to open up whether he wanted to or not as we came around that barrier, and I knew that was my opportunity to get all the way on the inside.
Yeah, last thing, looking at it long term, I mean, props from Jacob Gulick there. Unfortunately, not the race he wanted, but you guys have basically had everyone's number over the last few months on the national scene. I mean, GFC has come, and they've been really consistently in the top 2. When you look ahead to Supernats, obviously in 2 weeks, in the 2024 schedule, how much does a win like this mean for both your confidence as a driver, but also as you guys' operation?
It's really great. This is our first race on our 2024 GFC that we've been working on developing. Gary, myself, and Jacob, just countless hours working on developing this new kart, and now we get the show, and it's going to be great going into Supernats. Obviously, the driver level gets turned way up at Supernats, but you always find Danny at the front of those, so hopefully we'll be there too.
All right, Kyle Wick wins a thrilling battle here in ROK Shifter. What a race that was, 18 minutes, 2 laps, and in the end, the GFC of Kyle Wick comes up on top. Back to you guys.
There we go. Kyle Wick with a big congrats there from the GFC group here. Check this out as well as they were going after it. Kyle Wick versus Danny Formal. this is what he was talking about. He got a little creative with him into this sweeper, moved him out of the groove, and then Danny said, all right, 1-0, make it 1-1, and gave him a little bump and run back there in turn number 9. But like Danny said, the one kind of bump and run move they got out of their system did one even match, and then just an all-out slugfest all the way to the end. But a big C, congratulating people are waiting there for Kyle Wick. What a performance for the superstar. He gets another big-time win here in 2023 when it comes to pro shifter racing, and he's got a big crowd hanging around dressed in black and white that are stoked with that performance here. Gary Carlton, of course, an awesome run for him, the team owner. He's got to be picked up on that one. Emery, what's on his mind?
Yeah, Gary, I mean, it's been obviously a great season for you. We talked to you after Utah, and obviously at that point, not necessarily the most expected outcome there, but here, I mean, you guys have been up it on it all weekend long. So how does it feel to get this kind of win and really in a battle against brand versus brand, RPG versus GFC, also the VLR boys getting, just what does it mean for you?
I mean, obviously I got to say congrats to Danny and the RPG crew. I mean, obviously RPG has been the staple of American karting for a very long time, and obviously Danny is the man when it comes to the parking lot tracks. And ever since I've started GFC from our very first race, we've been racing against Danny at this event, first with Matias Ramirez and then Oliver Askew and all the other drivers that we've had in between. So it's always been the Danny show at these places. So to be able to beat him with 3 different drivers now, win this event with 3 different drivers, it's been it's definitely important to me, and it's been one of those things, like you said, from Utah on, we've been working on a new chassis, and when we debuted that in Utah, and we kind of slowly, silently worked on it, and we debuted it here in the production version of the 2024 GT14 Shifter Kart, and yeah, I couldn't be happier of how everything is developed with Jacob Gulick and Kyle Wick have been a huge part of what we've done with that chassis, and can't thank them enough for their trust, their support, and everybody else around the team, Sonny, Jacob, Cameron, Tony, Mattia, and then Sweet Tech Race Engines, and even P1 engines for all our stuff that we do on the 100cc. I mean, without them, yeah, we're nothing. It's a team effort. Everyone has a small part, and my name's just on it.
I do want to take one quick moment to switch gears to the single speed stuff, because even though, I mean, Kyle Wick is deservedly the superstar today with an outstanding effort, I mean, you guys have had great success too. I mean, Keegan Kaminski comes to mind in the VLR Junior. And what does it mean? I mean, we've seen the operation, the GFC operation, continue to build, but when you have these consistent results across the board, what does this do for you heading into 2024 and beyond with a great showing in Vegas?
I mean, we're obviously a small company. We work really hard. I've been doing this karting stuff for almost 30 years, and I feel like this is what I should be doing. I think I had some good results as a driver, but I think this is where I should be doing. This is where I'm the best at, and I'm very proud of everything that all the people that I just listed before, what they've done and worked together and worked towards a common goal and done it our way, so to speak, and with not these huge manufacturers and people that, I guess, those name brands, so to speak, and we're slowly making our name brand. We were fast with the cadets. We put in the juniors, we had 2 out of the top 5, and then Chase Hand starting on pole. I mean, it didn't end up the way we wanted in the final, but I mean, we can show that all 3 models of our karts are fast, and I don't think many brands can say the same right now. So I'm extremely, extremely proud of what we've done, and I don't expect us to slow down.
All right, Gary Carlton, we've seen all the success as a driver, as a team principal, and beyond, but now GFC truly coming to their own as a standout brand. They win the ROK Shifter category, among other great successes this weekend. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Let's take a look back at that start. That was a little bit wild, to say the least here. First up, one driver in the middle of the field, hand in the air, and then 1 or 2 more stalled as well further back. But the lights sequence had already started, and this is where the crashing just began. And so looking back, this is just terrifying for the, that was indeed Pashwick's. And look, wow, man, what an impact for the Charlotte Leclerc kart there. But Pashwick's, again, that's right, he was the guy. I wasn't sure if he was. Carol Pashwick's goes from literally middle of the grid, having finally a chance at this, to stalling out, firing himself back up here. Look how far, he's at least 15 seconds away from the last place driver, and he cracks the top 15.
Yeah, look, they're entering turn 5, Xander, and Pashwitz is just going through turns 1 and 2, and he was able to claw his way back to a top 15 finish. That was super impressive.
Well, we go from the two guys in the top of the battle to the man that was right there and almost there at the end. Marian Kremers gets another weekend and more hardware, but unfortunately Vegas just can't let him win all the way. Hey, Emery?
I mean, last year at this event, it was kind of the one breakthrough in Vegas, but this year, not quite as lucky. Didn't quite hit the jackpot on that one, but P3 still solid result. Tell me about it.
Yeah, we just weren't fast enough this week. I mean, we've worked very hard for it. Kept on trying things, but in the end we just kept getting walked on the straight, so it was frustrating, but P3 is good. Another solid result, another podium, so can't be too upset with it. Just I would have liked a little bit more, you know.
Yeah, and you and Hunter were seemingly quick enough to stay in the same frame as Danny and Kyle, but just not quite good enough to get all the way up there. And there was a point there where it looked like you let him by. Can you describe the process behind that decision, as well as how you got that position back eventually?
Yeah, I mean, the two of us were definitely the best of the rest this week. I got behind Hunter off the line, and I saw he was quick, but he was a little bit too patient for my liking behind Carl and Danny early on. So I got around him, and then the front two started walking away from us, and I figured Hunter was a little bit quicker than me. He had been quicker than me in the past couple sessions. So when I saw it was just Hunter behind, I waved him by. To try and catch the front two. Unfortunately, that didn't work. But then once they started fighting, we were back in it. I think Hunter missed a shift out of turn 2 or 3, whatever that's called. And then I got back around him, and that was about it for my race. I mean, I had a great viewing section from where I was sitting. I had a great view of the front two fighting and going hard at it. But yeah, would have liked to mix it up with them.
Yeah, last thing, I mean, you were back in Vegas in 2 weeks for Supernats. Last year, I think, was close again, but just not quite or needed to be. Anything you're going to do over the 2 weeks in the off week to try to both, first off, personally kind of get yourself there, and then second off, as a team, to kind of improve that last little bit?
I'm not sure what the team is planning on doing. I think they're going back to Canada, so I'm sure they're going to be working on the engines. For myself, I'm going to go and stay with the Pickett family in San Francisco and just relax and have a good time and get the batteries recharged for Vegas.
All right, we'll see what Marian Kremers can do with a recharged battery, but for now, it's P3 in the final in ROK Shifter. Back to you guys in the booth.
As much as I like to tease a little bit, there is a reason Marian Kremers is now a 2-time American Pro Shifter champion here back-to-back, and that's because he is usually able to get the absolute limit out of it, and if it may be a 5th place car, he drives it up to 3rd. P3 today here to wrap things up, and that wraps up our coverage from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. ROK Vegas, wrapped and signed and sealed and delivered. Thank you so much for watching, and as mentioned, our final event of 2023, the SCUSA Super Nationals, will be next up here in 2 weeks' time. We go live on Thursday, so even less than 14 days. We can't wait to do it once again and run it back for some more street racing action here in the parking lots of Las Vegas, Nevada. For everyone at ROK Cup USA and our hardworking Kart Chaser team, my name's Xander Clemens. Alongside me was Alexander Searle. Thanks for watching.